Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. We're here with patch 2.1. We're going to be taking a look at all the changes, and as soon as we get through that, we'll be jumping into some tournament matches. So thank you. A lot of big changes for both campaign as well as multiplayer, and it's quite exciting for sure. I think some of the changes are quite good. I think it'll give factions like Cathayan Dwarves and, some of these slower factions that really can't get across the field as easily time to accrue value. So domination games overall are quite a bit longer, actually, which is a pretty big change. It's certainly going to be shaking up the meta. We've also reset the stats. So if we head on over to Total Tavern and go to the new stat page, you can see the stats have been completely reset because they're going to be getting reset with previous patches. And if you guys want to actually compare them to old stats, we will be archiving the old stats on this page. So you can see we have patch 2.0 right here. So these are the win rates from patch 2.0. So you're going to be able to kind of measure the success of various factions from patch to patch. Now, if it's like a small patch and doesn't really have considerable balancing changes for multiplayer, then we're not going to worry about it as much, really. We're just going to, leave it as is and not reset things. But this completely was like a fundamental change to domination mode, a big one. So we had to reset the stats here and go from there. Also, guys, fun update. This Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're going to be having our faction war. So it's going to be the first major faction war in Land Battle. And I'm going to be doing probably a faction war for Land Battle and one for Domination as well. So that is going to be that. But this will be a Land Battle one, and then we'll do one for Domination. The Domination one might have to be split up into 2 days, or I'll probably have to get another caster or a couple other casters to work with me, because a Land Battle Domination tournament would just be so many games to cast for one person. Now, I could do it, but it would probably take like 10 to 12 hours to cast every single game. So I'm thinking of kind of reaching out to some other folks who'd be interested in casting and in getting that going. So then you can check that out. But Saturday's faction war and traditional faction war will stay Land Battle. And of course, Domination, I'm going to be doing a Domination faction war. The way I'll do it is I'll go to Total Tavern, and I will go to the individuals on the top of the leaderboard, and I will go down and just ask them what faction they would like to play in order. So basically the top, 23, 24 factions we need? Yeah, something like that. Anticity would get the first pick. He'd probably go Vampire Coast, and then Hadri's probably go Skaven. And, factions would be eliminated as we go down. So it's like a reward for being placed well on the leaderboard as well. So very excited for that. Very, very excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Lizards are, I think they're off to kind of a rough-ish start. Let's take a look. I mean, you can't really, they're 7-15, but you have to remember it's super early on. Who have they been losing to? Wood Elves. Oh, wow. So Wood Elves actually had a pretty good start today. 8-5, which is good. Like typically you want to see factions between like 40 and 60% is like a pretty healthy range. And again, it's way too early though. Like some factions do have a good amount of data, like Norska, very solid. A good performing faction, very steady. Same with Warriors of Chaos, so a little bit strong, obviously. But like a lot of the stuff that's been bugged in terms of the capture weight has been fixed. So there still are some issues with like infinite ammo in some units, but capture weight bugs are now gone, and Warhounds are different. So this Saturday we have a faction war, and a Gorash. A faction war is a format in which there's one player representing every single faction, and then they just play a best of one all the way through. So it's really fun because no matter what faction you like, no matter the meta, you get to see whatever you want. High Elves off to their classic start here. They're 0-4, which is great. And the Dowie are 6-5, a healthy 55%, which is good. And again, the data is very limited now. I wouldn't draw any conclusions from any of this yet. It's still fun to see, but time will tell. Yeah, Empire did get buffed though with this patch because the games are longer now, which gives the Empire more time to shoot you and play the more dynamic gameplay rather than being kind of stuffed back. I don't know about Ogre capture weight. I think Ogres are still in the pits, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and scroll down. There's a lot of campaign changes. I'm going to be focusing pretty much exclusively on the things that pertain to multiplayer. So bear with me on that, because again, I'm sure there's plenty of folks who are talking about the campaign stuff. But the High Elf Archmage no longer bugged, and he can now be brought and doesn't have the 88,000 HP. Warriors of Chaos campaign stuff, Bellicor campaign stuff. You can see all legend. Oh, this is actually really nice. I know I'm not much of a campaign guy, but this is pretty big. All legendary lords now have Siege Attacker trait. Oh my god, that's so nice. Do you know how annoying it was to not have Siege Attacker on some campaigns and you have to just wait like 2 turns? Yeah, it's about 97 degrees where I am. Yeah, correct. So dwarves are getting spell resistant, additional movement options, and buff to their hammers, so we'll get into that a little bit later. Stationary vortexes like Pit of Shades have been rebalanced. Pit of Shades has had, I believe, a 20% damage nerf, and on top of that, 20% damage nerf when overcast, which is what everybody does. And on top of that, it also takes like a second or two longer to actually land, so you have more time to dodge it, which is pretty cool. Helm Gorst obviously got retuned a little bit, so that's nice. Domination battles, big changes here. Domination battles will be lasting longer, like much longer. So we'll get into that as well. And again, most of this is just campaign. Empire got some nice campaign buffs as well. So scrolling on down, this is all the download stuff. Let's just kind of scroll through till we find what we're looking for. So gameplay, this is all Horde faction stuff. Races and balance, okay. So spells, Lord of Shadows. The cast time is now 6 seconds. I think it could have even been 7, but 1 second's nice. And they nerfed its damage a little bit. You can see its armor piercing damage went from 8 to 10. So it's certainly not going to be as good, but it still will be very, very strong. And you see the same thing happening with Talons of the Night and Infernal Gateway from Tzeentch. So they pretty much all got the same treatment. I think maybe 2 seconds would have been better. I feel like 1 second might not be enough, but it's still a change in the right direction. And I understand from a development perspective why Creative Assembly would want to take more conservative approaches for sure. Yeah, it's hot, man. It's hot. Sean, I don't know how I survive it, but we do. I got my towel ready, so when I start pouring sweat over the course of the stream, I'm ready. All right, so looking down here, this is campaign stuff. This is Crone Hellebron, and now we're on to battles. Where are the battles? Here we go. So units for the dwarves. So all dwarf units have 35% spell resist. That is really, really nice. I mean, that is incredibly prime time. I think dwarves need to be stalwart against magic because one of the worst feelings ever is just having your Dowie units get wrecked. And you don't have any mobility, right? So this has got to be your thing, is that you're hard to remove, right? So spell resist buff of 10% for the dwarves. I love this. I think it's great, and I'm very, very happy. Katie in chat asks, Turin, could you recommend any good players to watch that play Tomb Kings? Honestly, Katie, if you go back and watch my last tournament stream, I play Tomb Kings a lot, and I was beating some of the world's top players with them, so you could check out those replays. And there was several other players on that stream who played them. I would go back to the last stream and just watch those Tomb Kings games, and that'll give you an idea of how you can play them. Hammerer's got a big buff, hit point buff, which I think is good, and also they do magic now. So nice. This is so nice. Pretty substantial for sure. So basically, they lost the splash attack thing, which was a bit of a strange gimmick anyways, and now they're just hard hitting, and they honestly trade really, really well. Like getting the spell resist, nerfed vortexes plus magic attacks on hammers is going to make them, I think, a unit that's worth considering for sure. That's really good. Thorgrim got an HP buff, which, yeah, I'll take it, man. Not going to complain. I mean, I'm a dwarf. Dwarves are one of my mains. If I'm really, really I main Empire dwarves, and I don't know, the other faction kind of fluctuates. Probably Skaven nowadays. I love playing Skaven, so that's good. High King Thorgrim, you can see here, he's got a map-wide buff now. So I honestly think you could see him now active in melee combat, and it's map-wide. It gives armor-piercing damage. It does not give ITP anymore, nor does it give a charge bonus. But if he's in combat, you're getting a map-wide armor-piercing buff, which can make your basic, axe and shield longbeards pretty good. Yeah. So, Rune Axe of Grombrindle. 32 seconds. Okay, that's cool. Still going to suck probably. Rune Helm of Zufar. That's whatever. These are kind of insignificant things. The Master Rune of Speed has been buffed, so you can get your Dowie units out on the field a little bit quicker. I mean, these are just really minor things, but yeah, still nice. The big buff for dwarves is the Hammerer buff, and honestly, Thorgrim might be worth bringing. Like, if he's, depending on the actual numbers on the armor-piercing map-wide buff, I think, oh, it's not map-wide? Let me just read this. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I was reading it wrong. Okay, thank you guys for the correction. My vision has betrayed me this day. So 50 meters. Now active in melee combat. I'll have to see. I mean, that's very niche. He's very slow. So maybe that's not worth bringing. I was going to say if that was map wide, then it's maybe worth it. It's been reduced to 50 meters. I just saw the map wide, and my Dowie chub grew 50 meters. And I got a little bit excited there, but thank you guys for pointing that out. But the effect range, yeah, unfortunately, it's not map wide. It depends. If the armor piercing buff is really strong, it could be worth it in the front. I don't know why. I mean, they could have made it map wide. I don't think that'd be unreasonable. But again, dwarves are really tricky to balance because they're very, very stalwart. So if you give them too much, they can be kind of oppressive. So Missile Mirror now redirects grenades back at the firing unit. Okay, so it's like grenade launchers and bombers for Deccan mobs. It's okay. Probably still not going to use it. Most good players will see it and dodge it, and you're just going to lose out. A nerf to Talons of the Night, which I think is good. Squig Herds, yeah, I think they needed to be cost increased a little bit. They, like, for 300 gold, you're getting such a steal. And but yeah, I think that's pretty insignificant. Greenskins are a very good faction in Domination. They're very balanced. I played in the grand finals of my own tournament a couple days ago against Anticity, and he had a really, really good game where he was able to do well against my Nurgle using these guys in big numbers. So I think, yeah, I think this is fine. High Elves just continue to suck. They got the hit points. Okay, so the Archmage is fine. Yeah, High Elves need some cost reductions, like just little ones. Just little ones. Like, I think like 50 gold here, 50 gold there. There's something about the High Elves where they just kind of suck. I don't know what it is. Like when I play them, I'm like, oh, they have like they have good skirmish cav, they have good, shot cav, they have healing, they have like armored infantry, but some reason they just suck. Like I can't put my finger on it, but like maybe just cost reductions. It's something that somebody needs to write like a thesis on this for sure. Anyways, Chaos Fury's getting a cost increase. I don't really know if that was necessary at this point, considering the meta, but it's okay. It's not going to be game-breaking. Chaos factions are fine. They're very strong, and very easy to play, too. Nurgle, I think, is actually one of the weakest ones. Nurgle is very predictable, and honestly, I've lost, like, every game I played with Nurgle since the launch. Like, I don't know what it is, but, yeah. High Elves are a little bit squishy, I suppose. Yeah, they are still Elves. Anyways, looking down here, let's see if we can find any more campaign changes. So Nurgle, yeah, so every Fury for every god got increased to 600. Now this is a big one, and this is for both Warriors of Chaos and for the Demons of Chaos. We do see the Harbinger of Pestilence for Festus the Leech Lord being cut in half, which is really good. I was looking last night at other Mortis engines, I was looking at the Plague Priest. So the Plague Priest of the Skaven, he has the Billowing Death, which is a Mortis engine, right? And it does like 6 to 12 or 5 to 12 damage. And then you just have Festus just dropping a fat, stinky payload of 40 up to 48 damage. It's just like from balancing purposes, it's insane. And also, he doesn't need to be in melee combat. So it's like so much better than every other Mortis engine, but he'll still be really good. Festus is like really cheap. He's very cost effective, and I think he's going to be a staple of Nurgle play, although people will probably start to counter him with good sniping. But yeah, like the nerfs to Festus were very warranted, and also his capture weight is better now as well. So, all right, so let's look around here. Gorgers got a nice buff. I like this. I think Gorgers needed a little bit of a buff. They got like nerfed pretty heavily, and rightfully so. But I like that they got a little bit of armor piercing damage back, because the nerf stick was pretty hard for them, and deservedly. But this is a good change. I do like this. Did Stream of Corruption gets... yeah, I'll be doing campaign again soon. We'll have to start a new one though, because this patch will kind of screw up our previous one that we were working on. So, all right. Marauders, Slaanesh, cost increase for devoted Marauders and cost increase for Slaanesh Furies. I don't think this is enough. I still think that if you are playing in tournaments, you need to globally ban Slaanesh like nonstop, because this is a really, really tame punishment here, and I'm actually pretty disappointed with the changes to Slaanesh. I think there needs to be more. Like okay, like 75 gold here, sure, whatever. Like they're gonna Slaanesh is still gonna karate chop you if you don't ban them. So. There you go. If you're facing off against Slaanesh in tournaments, continue to ban them, because this is a really minor nerf, honestly. This is like really, really minor. What you need to do against Slaanesh is increase the cost of the Marauders, which is a good start, and also increase the cost of their Hellstriders. The anti-large cav is one of the reasons why they dominate all the games. So you need to nerf those. And then I think if the Hellstriders get nerfed, if they had just nerfed Hellstriders on top of devoted Marauders, I would feel pretty good about not banning Slaanesh. But now I'm just going to continue banning them every single game I play in, because... it's just they're still the nerfs were not enough. Slaanesh must have gotten his tentacles into the creative assembly balancing department, because that's not enough. That's not enough for sure. Yeah, like devoted Marauders will still trade upwards, and that's not the only thing that's broken on Slaanesh. Yeah, it's not the only thing. Question in chat, Turin, how would you counter Kislev sled build with Tzeentch? You have to use Chaos Spawn. Yeah, it's really hard. That matchup is a little bit Kislev favored, I think, in some ways, but. You can use Chaos Spawn and just like absorb the shots, and yeah, you just gotta like play the objective game, because the sleds won't be able to come in and fight your spawn, so you have to kind of like play around that. It's a tricky matchup, honestly. It's a tricky one. So Gates of Slaanesh, yeah, they just fixed that. That's fine. Okay, campaign stuff, Tomb Kings. So updated the Ghost Traders. Okay, for that's for Assyrians, Armored Skeletons. Kepler Guard got fixed. So Kepler Guard were just gross. Right, their base damage is good, but they had their armor piercing nerfed, which makes sense. They had 100% armor piercing, and they removed Frostbite. Interesting. Yeah, Kepler Guard will still be really good. Like, they'll still be a staple. Tomb Kings are still a top tier faction, like I'd wager. They just have so many good mechanics in domination mode. Realm of Souls is incredibly good, and also on top of the lore passive of the Lore of Nakara, just makes them like an absolute powerhouse of a unit. Absolute. Should multiplayer be balanced around the median level players or top level players? I think like in somewhere you need to balance the experience for everyone. Like that's why on Total Tavern we collect data for every game, right? So you're getting data from the top players and data from mid-level players and lower level players, and it averages out, so you can get like a kind of a nice place there. And usually it works out pretty well. Yeah. So for Tzeentch, cost increase, it's fine. Infernal Gateway nerf, it's fine. Tzeentch is going to be okay. Vampire Coast, Shade Wraith Gunners. Now have new voice lines. Ooh, look at that. Okay, any other things here? We have the Chilling Aura for the Damned Paladin, and the Mourngull Hunter has magical attacks. Ooh, look at that. Very fun. Now, vampire counts, I do like this. So far, it looks like pretty good changes for vampire counts to the point where I might not consider, banning them. When I was using my global bans, like, I feel like with the new game mode being longer and vampire counts getting some appropriate nerfs, I think this is good. They got a cost increase on Cryptors, which were one of their most egregious units. And Helm Gorst is, okay, let's see here. Yeah, the Corpse Cart got a cost appropriate increase. So now he costs as much as a Mortis Engine. Honestly, good job, CA. This is good. You guys did a good job with vampire counts. I think this is not like too heavy-handed. Vampire counts will still be very viable. But the new game mode length in conjunction with these like nerfs, so they can't just spam Helm Gorst over and over for like 500, is really, really big. So GG, well played. They did a good job with that. Slaanesh, though, I'm telling you, you got to go back and look at Slaanesh. All right, Wood Elves. So it doesn't look like there's any multiplayer stuff, mostly just campaign changes for the Wood Elves. Looking at battles here, Be'lakor being included. So Be'lakor is now allowed in multiplayer battles, which is fine. We allow him in our tournament, so why not? Be'lakor is really overpowered in land battles, but in domination, he's not a problem. Yeah. Cryptor nerf is not enough. You don't think so? I think it's fine. Yeah, because Gorst being cheap was a lot of the problem. Cryptor's getting a cost increase, I think, is good. Yeah, Slaanesh really just barely got touched, though, and which is insane. I thought Slaanesh should be the one getting steel chaired. I mean, we have the raw data of Slaanesh at the higher levels of play having like a 90% win rate. And we of course, provided that data. I'm really surprised Slaanesh didn't get nerfed more. Because they're just so much stronger. Although with the new game mode being longer, but even still, Slaanesh usually outvalues you also. Yeah. People will now pick things other than Gorst. Yeah, they will. Yeah, Cryptors I've always found a little bit strange. Like, their damage isn't as much as something like Chaos Spawn, but their durability and being like an undead unit really gives them a lot more. So it's tricky from a bounce perspective. Do you make them cost as much as like a Chaos Spawn unit? Maybe so. Like, maybe they need a little bit more. I don't really know. Anyways. Domination battles. Now, this is the big business that you guys are going to be seeing today, okay? Domination has been reworked. So the matches are more like a traditional RTS. So if you guys are coming from like Age of Empires or StarCraft, well, maybe not StarCraft, but our RTS battles in Warcraft 3, Age of Empires usually last around 20 minutes. And now that's kind of more the case. So, 15 to 20 minutes seems to be the average game time. And how they did it is that the victory ticket limit has been reduced to 1,500. Now you might be asking, that's a reduction. Well, that's not the case because you get one ticket per capture point per second. So if you have all three, you're getting 3 per second. So the games are a lot longer. And you can also see the new capture weight change here. So time to capture a point is reduced to 150 seconds with a weight of capture 1. So the points do go back and forth a little bit quicker, it would appear. And also War Beasts have been nerfed. So it was really stupid how like Warhounds could cap as much of it as infantry. You often saw that in tournaments, right? Like people, parking hounds on the side. They'll still be really good, but it's not going to be quite as stupid as it was before. But I do love this change. The games are going to be longer, which I think is fun. And on top of that, like even if you're still just losing in a game, you just leave. I mean, it's like any other RTS game. Yeah, the average Age of Empires game is going to be, let's say 20 to 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes. But if you get crushed early, you just leave. And same in domination mode, right? So hopefully players won't just like sit there and suffer for 30 minutes. But yeah, I like this change. This is really good. Like factions like Grand Cathay, I cannot tell you how many games I've had in the past 2 days that I played with more defensive shooting factions that I would have just simply won if I had another, like 30 seconds or 45 seconds. Like there was a game I had yesterday when I was playing with Authenticity that you'll be seeing up on the channel. There's so many games I can just reach back and I'm like, wow, if I just had another minute or two, my faction would have more of a chance. Even though like there's games where I massively outvalue someone, but I still just lose because my faction's Cathay and I can't get to the points effectively. So I do like this. I do like this change. But again, we'll see. Maybe it won't be great. Maybe it will be. It's too early to tell. I haven't tried it yet. So ogres are weird. Yeah, they're still not great. But I think that's most of the changes. Now there's one thing down here I wanted to talk about. Where is that? So domination changes. So I just want to get this on the record. There is something. Here's update 2.2. Okay. So what they want to do in 2.2 is, let me see. Okay, where are you at? Yeah, resummoning rules. Okay. This, I really, really don't like. And CA, if you are listening, please do not do this. I really, really dislike this. Here's the thing. They're talking about considering a change that in domination mode, it would be impossible to resummon a unit that was killed in battle, okay? Now, what this means is if you successfully withdrew a unit, that unit would regenerate, allowing you to resummon the unit on the battlefield. This is not a good idea, because what's going to happen is undead factions, and as much as I hate undead, and I generally dislike the crumbling and all that. Although I like Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings, it's mainly just vampire counts. This is going to be really bad for undead factions, because what happens if you're playing with deckhand mobs and they're in combat, or your animated hulks or depth guard? You are not going to be able to unsummon them. Like, they're just going to crumble and die. So your opponent's going to be having routing units that they can just unsummon. So your pool is going to be emptied and your opponent isn't. This is a terrible idea. Terrible, terrible idea. And I really, really hope, CA, if you're listening, do not do this. It's going to have a lot of problems. Like, the unsummoning mechanic in general is, I think, one of the problems with domination mode. Like, I really dislike unsummoning it. Like I've had many games where I outmaneuver someone, I get into their back line, I'm about to shut down their Sunmaker, their Queen Bess, whatever, and they just unsummon it, and they get their value back, right? Because you get a refund for the health of a unit. So, and also demons, yeah. I think they mean dead or routed units. Okay, so it would be impossible to resummon a unit that was killed in battle. So what happens if something crumbles? If something crumbles, then, it's a bit of a problem. Unsummoning in general, I just really don't like. I think it should be removed from the game, 100%. Here's what you do: you remove the unsummoning mechanic, and you remove the respawning mechanic. Now, this might seem like an issue, like, oh, Turin, but you're gonna run out of units if things don't respawn. Well, what you can do to counterbalance that, especially considering the game length, is you can just make the person's reinforcing army a little bit bigger. That will also make for more scrappy battles at the end when people only have a couple units, I think. But I'm not 100% sold on that. I honestly think, though, just the really conservative approach, I think the changes they've made to domination in this patch are pretty good. I think just leave the game as it is for a while and give us new maps. Okay? Just give us new maps. And do not implement this change. I don't hate, unsummoning, I think, in getting a refund is stupid. I don't think that should be a thing. Maybe get rid of the refund mechanic, and then you keep unsummoning if they want to, whatever, to get it back in the pool. But it shouldn't give a refund. It's really weird. But the whole unsummoning thing is kind of immersion breaking for me. Seeing my lord, I'm about to kill the enemy lord, but they create a tiny bit of distance from me. Okay, so they get a foot away, and then they unsummon it, and I'm just like, what the hell? I just worked so hard to kill your lord, and now it just goes. Now I don't get the penalty for having killed your lord, and I wasted all these resources, and you get a partial refund. What the hell is that shit? There's a lot of stuff like that that's really janky. But long story short, guys, just do not implement this change. This change is bad. This is bad. The whole I would be totally happy if they left domination as it is now. That's fine, and just give us new maps. I think it's in a pretty good spot right now. This change, however, yeah, don't do this. This is not good. The whole unsummoning thing, it's no. And with factions crumbling and it would just be dumb. It would just be dumb. Don't do that. Yeah, feels really bad. And I think most people agree. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is bad. Very bad. Okay. So there's a couple ways you can approach it, right? I don't know if removing respawning completely is the right idea. You could just make it so a unit permanently dies and give players a bigger reinforcing army, so that they're going to be, hey, if you lose all your furies because you're sloppy, then hey, you don't get them anymore. It's not like you can summon 12 furies, right? Man, nothing bothers me more than when you're in a game and you outmaneuver someone and then they just can unsummon something and get a refund. It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. They see it coming. Yeah. But for the most part, I'm very happy. CA's been listening to feedback for sure. The longer game modes and obviously some of the balancing changes are good. But this is not a good idea. This idea just needs to be thrown in the trash can. Yeah. I would lose a lot of interest if this was a thing. I would lose a lot of interest. Anyways. Yeah, that's most of the changes. Settlement battles, obviously something they're looking at, and let's keep this party started. Yes. Okay. So we're going to be loading into the game here real quick. So let me just get everything fired up, and I need to go ahead and find a match. So let me check in on Total Tavern and see the progress that we've made. Just got to close all my music tabs. I was listening to some Queens of the Stone Age before we got started. All right, where are we at? I don't really like permadeath in this game mode. Yeah, I understand, Pious Skeleton. It might not be good, but I just don't think that proposed solution was a good idea. Honestly, just leave it as it is now. Yeah, it's 100 degrees. That's how hot it is outside. Yeah, you guys can see the temperature. Yeah, it's always fun. So we're almost in the top 4, actually. We've had some pretty good progress. Let me see if there are some games we could jump into. Okay. To start yet. Let me fire up my match. In worst case, I can play a game or two on ladder as well. Yeah. As much as Turin loves it, the Skyhammer is one of the worst. Yeah, the Skyhammer is really good. And again, like I really don't like the unsummoning and resummoning thing. Because yeah, that's what people do. They use the Skyhammer, they come in, they use its ammo, and they bombard you, and they unsummon it, and they get like a fat refund. And then they just resummon it again. It's really, really kind of dumb. Yeah, I like the permadeath thing, and with bigger starting reinforcing armies. I think that's actually a nice solution for sure. Okay. Okay, so going to be getting in right now to a lobby. Let's get the scoreboard updater up. Thank you all for joining. It's going to be a good time. There we go. Graphic should appear on the screen any second. Yeah, I think if there's going to be any substantial changes like that, you're going to want to put them in like a beta test. And that's actually what I said. I went to the Discord where we can give feedback to CA, and I said as much. I said that if this is going to happen, it needs to be like something that's something that is okay. So let me see here. Okay, sounds good. Let's see if there's any other games that are going. Just got to find them. So we are joining into the tournament kind of midway here. So Ulrich, Rawl, and Hadrius are battling. I'm keeping an eye on some of these matches to see. And we should be getting started soon. It should be withdrawal, not teleporting. Yeah, maybe running off the edge of the battlefield could be like more akin to that. But people, yeah. It wouldn't be an issue though, because you could just run to the side of the battlefield and then withdraw there. It's tricky. Do you know if Village is in Kislev, he'll tell a player directly to click him out of the accursed snow? Oh, really? That's pretty funny. I didn't know that. Okay. So matches. So waiting on a couple. Let us go ahead and get the House Cat of War here. I would imagine they're pretty close. Perfect. And on the top, we have those getting going as well. So let's take a look at the bracket so far. We have a little bit of time before the next match. So if we go to the stats so far, you can see these are all the reps that have been played. I love how Khorne is just like perfectly balanced. Like Khorne is just like the Dark Lord of sitting around, 50% win rate. Yeah, 53% actually. Nurgle always gets off to a really terrible start at the beginning of a stat reset, and then they suddenly just kind of grind their way back. It's very, very Nurgle. Nurgle and Tzeentch kind of struggling a little bit here. Grand Cathay doing better, 45%, and Kislev doing fine. Empire actually at a 50-50, which is great. Love to see it. Dwarves at 55% seems pretty balanced. Vampire Counts, of course, still being played. 80% win rate. The only game they lost is to Dwarves, which makes sense. Dwarves should be pretty good against vampires in general. Tomb King's just, classic strong faction. 90% win rate. Not surprised to see it. That'll bounce out a little bit as we get to the higher levels. They'll start to lose some games. High Elves 0-4. You love to see it. The dreaded High Elves and their glorious start there. And Warriors of Chaos and Norska, just very, very steady, strong factions. Wow, somebody won with Chaos Demons today. What did they beat? They beat Grand Cathay. That must have been a Be'lakor thing. Like, I feel like that's tough. And I don't know why Lizards always are just losing. Like, they seem so strong when I play against them. Who have they lost to? Yeah, somebody beat them with Tomb Kings and Wood Elves today. Okay. Yeah, like, Lizards do feel like a strong faction. I don't know what's going on with that. It's very, very weird. Okay. So let's look down here. And as soon as one of these games finishes, so we have the Orange Pest versus Harley or Subutai, and then we have the House Cat of War versus Mutant here or Redwall. I'll cast one of those games. And looks like this one may have just finished. Hadrius and Ulrich will let them continue to play. But we just need to keep tabs on these two games here, and then we'll jump in. Yes. The Demons are undefeated, man. They're undefeated, yeah. They are. I'm just getting some water here, getting my dreaded towel out so I can wipe all this. Dude, I'm already sweating profusely. I was hoping it wouldn't happen until like an hour into the stream. I don't know, High Elves are weird. Dwarves are actually pretty good now. Not like amazing, but they're much better. With the longer game mode, it suits the Dwarves because they can value trade and push you off objectives. Yeah, I like that Khorne is balanced. Khorne is just such a cool faction. It's so heavy metal and pretty great. Haven't been seeing a lot of Tzeentch though. Yeah. Haven't been seeing a lot of Tzeentch. What do you think of the High Elves versus Khorne matchup? Oh, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably Khorne favored. I mean, I just feel like High Elves, I don't know why High Elves suck. I just don't know why. They just aren't good. And I just can't show us the sweaty picture out on the webcam. Oh my God. Yeah. I feel like Frank Reynolds climbing out of the couch and It's Always Sunny. That's one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. Oh my God, it's so funny. It's just a classic. All right. Yeah, so somebody asked earlier, we have air conditioning, but it basically doesn't work because our landlords are too cheap to fix it. So, you know, it like kind of works just enough that they can get away with not fixing it. Yeah, they're definitely trolls. But, you know, it's what happens when you rent, you know. You don't own the place, so you gotta pay the troll toll a little bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this and see if there's a match ready. Okay, so we got him. We're almost in the top 4, though. Yeah, this tournament's been progressing. I thought it would be like a 12-hour tournament, all things considered. But let me go ahead and get the House Cat of War. You got you. Next match here. Just check with the players to see if they got their lobbies up. Can't play battle today with the patch. Yeah, seems to be working fine. I don't know about quick battles, haven't tried that, but everybody in the tournament's been able to play today, so we haven't been having any issues there. Landlords being cheap is a universal thing. Can you buy a window AC? Yeah, we could. We could perhaps. I don't know. Like, the summer is almost over. Like, the heat wave lasts another 4 days. So on Saturday, which is when the faction war is, thank the dark gods, it's only going to be 80 degrees. So, and from there on out, it doesn't get hot again. Like, it gets into the fall. So I only have to survive for 4 more days. Yeah. And then we're aces. We're good to go. All right, sounds good. Sounds good, and invite all cast. All right, so we got our first match that will be coming up soon. It will be the House Cat versus to be determined at this point. So yes, early rounds and perfect. So let's get those score plates up. Where are they at? Where's the power of technology here? The dreaded House Cat cometh. You know, people who always have those type of names are always the most ferocious, right? Early rounds. Like Platypus, Houseplant, House Cat. What do you think of Bretonnia versus the Demon factions? Yeah. Could work fine, I guess. I mean, not against the ones with halberds. I think Tzeentch and I think Khorne will give Bretonnia problems, but I think in Slaanesh too. Yeah, so maybe not. Nurgle for sure they have a chance against because they can outmaneuver them pretty hard, and you know, obviously the peasant archers can be very cost effective. So yeah, High Elves are just very, very strange. Who will be in the faction wars? Well, we got most of the players. Doesn't AC make the air too dry? Yeah, it does for casting because it kind of dries out your throat, which is one of the crappy parts about it. But you know, you can't have everything, man. Sometimes you got to suffer. I would still ban Slaanesh because even if the game's longer, Slaanesh is still going to outvalue you. Like, especially on an objective game. In land battle, Slaanesh is easier to fight because you can just like box up and they have to like collapse on you. But in this mode, whichever objective you're weaker on, they just overload with speed and you can't really do a whole lot. Yeah, so it's tough. It's very, very tough. Yeah, Gorger's got a nice little AP buff, which is good. Do you think the Pit of Shades nerf was significant enough? It's a pretty minor nerf, but I think it could be. We'll have to see. Okay. Perfect. Let's get into this lobby here. Sorry about the delay, by the way. We are, we joined a little bit early. I didn't want to keep you guys waiting to top 4 because it would have gotten pretty late, so. All right, looks good. Oh, I joined as a player. That was pretty funny. Okay, where's the match? It should appear right here when I joined with the code. Maybe I have to do it again. Okay, so here we go. Let's join with code. Yeah, it's not appearing here, so let me just search match, I think is what it was called. Okay, now the game's starting appearing. Lovely. Gotta love this like haggard UI. All right, so I think it was just called match, so I should be able to just find it on here somewhere. We had it a moment ago, so maybe we just jump out and then we'll try and find our way back. Okay. There we go. Let's go ahead and spectate this bad boy. And good. Surprise opponent. Yes, it is I. I am the challenger. So it's going to be the House Cat of War here. House Cat of War is ready. He's got a pretty cool, it looks like it's the Vermintide Empire character as his picture. Is it Kruber? Something like that. We have a little bit of time, probably like 15 minutes or so. I don't know how long the series before this has been going. I think it's been going for a little bit of time. So we have a slight moment here before we get started. But nonetheless, we can just enjoy each other's company. We could even play some games real quick. Okay. So let me know when your opponent is ready. I'll cast this series. You know what? Screw it, man. Yeah, it's going to be a minute probably before he's ready. So we can just do some quick battles ourselves. Let's get into the dreaded ranked matchmaking. Yes. The land battle roulette, which is just so strange. It's so strange. That's another one. It's like it should just be like you choose what you want to play. I don't get that. I don't get it, man. Loving the profile pic. Yeah, it's Wookie. That's my beloved beast Wookie. He passed a couple years back, but he was a great doggy. All right, so we got just some weird, like, what the hell is this? Is it like a forest map? Okay, so do you guys want to see the most degenerate Nurgle build ever that was shown to me by someone? Do you want to see, okay. I have a couple ideas. Okay, there's a build I've been wanting to show you guys with Khorne that's hilarious. So this is land battle. So we could be encountering, corner campers, all sorts of stuff. We don't really know. God, I wish I could just queue for one or the other, man. It's so dumb. I'll show you the oppressive Nurgle build. If we have time for another game, then we'll do that. Okay. Okay, so House Cat's gonna let me know when his opponent's ready. Let's see some Bretonia. All hail the Wookiee. Yes, he is the eternal creature. Okay, I don't know if my opponent's here. He might be AFK. Okay, so I don't know how well this will work against a fellow Khorne player, but let's give it a try. So here we go. Perfect. Oh my god, this is so funny. Okay. This definitely works against like slower factions, but I don't know how well it'll work against another Khorne player. Just watch him like sit in the bushes and not come out the entire game. Oh my god, that's probably what's gonna happen. All right, so money's a little bit tight. We do have you, so let's get this, and then we need to cut that and cut that. Now, what else did I have in this build? Yeah, I had this, and then we also had you. Yeah, I think it was something like that. Okay, this is just like such a meme of a build. I don't know if it'll work against Khorne, though. I really don't. It could, I suppose. Yeah, we'll have to find out. Our Demon Princes, yeah, they're just stupidly overpriced. You don't want to bring them. I don't really care. Yeah, there's corn dogs and different things like that. So, yeah, the good times are rolling. I readied up. Interesting. Is my opponent here? Okay, I can't ready up. You guys seeing this? Is it because I overspent? No. Is it because he overspent? Do quick battles just not work? Somebody did mention that. Okay, there they go. I just had to click the ready up button like 15 times, and now we're good. Now we're in the place where we want to be. Did you just see the Khorne Gorgon? No, you didn't. You didn't see the Khorne Gorgon. Your eyes do not deceive you. I can't tell you how much I wanted to see. Yeah, the Trebuchet, the 8 Trebuchet build would have worked against me if I had gone gunline, but, considering I went with like a melee build, it wasn't going to be as good, for sure. Is this on the new patch? Yeah, we're playing on the new patch. We're currently waiting for a tournament match to start, so I'm just playing a meme battle here to entertain you guys. I honestly feel like this guy's AFK. Is he just going to load in and not have an army? Because, yeah, it's... And not having chat, too. Oh my god, just give us a chat box. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the Demon Princes cost like $300-400 more than they should. I play late night and have... yeah, there's a fair amount of lag, unfortunately. There's a fair amount of lag. Hey, Quarrels, I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Yeah, it's a blast. I love streaming. It's my favorite. Especially when it's just balls deep, 100 degrees. Just melting. So this is a Khorne meme build. What's my favorite Queens of the Stone Age song? Probably I Appear Missing, and then I really like In the Fade. I like the acoustic version of that. Feet Don't Fail Me Now is really good. Vampire of Time and Memory. Yeah. It kind of covers it. There's a lot of great ones. There's a lot of great ones. I think they're from California. All right. So let me get rid of the blocker. You guys ready for the mass Khorne kite build? The double skull cannon? Can you show? I'll play Nurgle. If I get another land battle in the queue, I'll play Nurgle. So this is a build I've been using to just absolutely crush Nurgle players on ladder. It's double skull cannon, mass horseman. We have this guy to shoot as well. He's pretty shooty. Then we hide the Knights of the Brazen Throne in the trees, and they like pop out and cause havoc. It's just amazing. And Valkyria's in 5 and 3 and 4, and yeah, this is it basically. It's pretty great. Let's see what our boy can do against this. Oh my god. Okay, we need to get you guys in front. Fear the dreaded double skull cannon. This can actually work. I don't know about Khorne. I feel like Khorne's pretty armored, but we have a mostly armor piercing shooting, so this wouldn't work in a domination game very well. Although maybe in the new domination mode it would, considering the game's longer. Classic land battle. Yeah, land battle's just rife with cheese and just. And it's funny because he's playing Khorne, so he's probably going to be expecting me to be fighting him up close. So the thing is, he could just deploy. No, this isn't a land battle tournament. I'm just playing for fun before we start. Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, shooting to the bloodletters. Let's go have some fun. And oh, he's got the Chaos Sword. Very cool. All right, I like that. Let's do this. Get you running up as well to kind of shoot. And this is where the fun begins. I'm sure he's going to love every second of this. All right, so what are these halberds back here? Chaos Warriors with halberds. Yeah, shoot those guys. They're very bunched up. Go after some of the Marauders, pull you guys out on the side, do a little bit of skirmishing here, and we can just charge in. Get you going after these guys. Just kind of tickle the pickle a little bit. All right, perfect. Get these corn doggos back. Who let the dogs out? Well, we potentially did. All right, let's get in after the Chaos Sword. If he wants to party, we can certainly oblige. Let's pull you guys back. Get you guys going here. Very good, very good. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne will attack once he overextends himself. So Valkyria, we need to pop the Demon Shield now that she's fighting the Chaos Sword. And make her immune to damage, right? So that's kind of the big play there. All right, so the throwing axes can continue just picking apart these units. Looks like the Flesh Hounds are doing great. So let's get you guys to come in. Let's get you guys to come in here. Oh, do we still have that bug where the Soul Grinder runs to the edge of the map? Is that still a thing? Okay, well, Valkyria might have gotten a little bit greedy here. Yeah, I think I did. Okay, let's get the Spear of Slav in here to kind of clear some space out for her here. Should be okay, though. I'm not too worried about it. Let's get you guys going there. Valkyria needs to escape 100%, and let's get you and you to attack. Outstanding. Throwing weapons, doing good. Hound's got a little bit overzealous here. And now we can bring in these Knights of the Brazen Throne. As long as I don't lose Valkyria, we should be okay. That would be like the only Bronzodia play that, I think would cost me the game. Okay, Valkyria, you need to retreat. Come on, come on. And she's free. Okay, so we're good now. We're all good. Throwing weapons, just going to keep kind of grinding. And in the meantime, you guys can go replenish your ammo here. Corn dogs are back, and Valkyria can basically just take it easy here. And the Bulldog Cav, ready to go. So they're just going to mulch these guys. Oh, the Bulldog Cav! Yeah, buddy. Love those things. They're so cool. All right, so back you go. Back you go. Valkyria's just up in the sky. Get you back. Get the Knights of the Brazen Throne back. And we can continue maneuvering this way. Get you up here. And you can see right now what we're doing is we're harvesting his skulls and turning it into ammo for our various pieces. So even though the damage values looks to be close, it's not close. Because all of his damage values from beating up Valkyria and mine's from actually killing his army here. So, all right, so let's pull you guys back. Let's get the Bulldog Cav to run in and just wreck these Marauders. Should be pretty doable. And the two cannons are good. Valkyria is here, and yeah, this is a good fight for me. A Cultist of Khorne coming after my melee fighting monster is great. You can also see the Bulldogs are just super nasty. They do a lot of work. All right, so Corn Dogs, just chase down scraps. Just look for freebies wherever you can. Continue kiting here. And let's get you guys to turn across. Does he have Brutes of the Hound or anything good? Not really, just halberds. Okay. So, yeah, we'll keep hunting. Let's get you around, Where are Bulldogs at? The Bulldogs of Khorne will come over here now. Let's get the throwing weapons to maneuver this way and just start going after this, bigger blob of units. You guys do this. Valkyria just chilling up in the sky. Fleshhound's chasing down the scraps. And, yeah, I feel like we're in pretty good control of this game. Hard to say, though. Hard to say. And, oh my god, look at the Bulldog Charge, baby! Oh, the Bulldog Charge is so cool. Alright, let's keep hunting here. And we can get these Hounds to come in and just pile into this position. And just look at these Skull Cannons just drifting in. Just doing serious work. Oh man, just completely picking apart these units. Let's get the Throwing Axes here. And, yeah, Valkyria's Hounds are feasting. Able to break this unit. The Bulldog Cav haven't lost a single model yet. And we're going to set them up for another Apocalyptic Charge right here. Oh my god, and the Halberds just getting wrecked too. Feels good. Okay, we got to get away from the Halberds. 100%. We could chase those units down. Don't really think it's super necessary. I think he's kind of accepted his fate. He's just kind of standing still now. So let's get the the lawnmowers to go over here and replenish a little bit of ammo. Because the Khorne Hell Cannons replenish ammo when they're, oh, he just started to move. He might be able to dodge that. We'll see. Oh, man, I still got him a little bit. All right, so we're in there. Should be able to break those guys. Let's get the Khorne Dogs to chase down these Marauders. And the Soul Grinder can come after the Chaos Sword. I don't know why I charged in there. Oh, they're out of ammo. Okay, that's why. I was like, what am I doing? Why are they getting into melee here? Valkia is still cackling, and, you know, we're ahead pretty substantially on damage value. Plus, Valkia should be able to outduel that Chaos Sword. I think it should be fine. All right, let's get the Skull Cannons back. And the Bulldog Cav, I guess I left them in combat a little bit too long there. They didn't seem to hold up super well here. All right, so Valkia, come in. Let's get you chasing these guys down, and you go around the side, and we'll prepare a little bit of a surround here. The dreaded Khorne kiting is underway. Let's just charge through. All right, so Khorne Dogs here. Let's go ahead and charge, and get you around the back, get the flank going. He still does have a lot of halberds, which is problematic. Valkia needs to come over here, actually. I think it's time to just fight his characters and just give him the business there. All right, start shooting halberds here. Get these horsemen charging into the back of them. Yes, good. We're chasing down a lot of the scraps. Perfect. So you come in, fight the Chaos Lord. Valkia come in as well and fight the Chaos Lord. Let's get the Hounds to just kind of block these halberds up. And the Bulldogs are still very healthy. Yeah, let's sort of run down these guys if we can. Surprised we haven't broken that one unit. We did break them. Okay, great. So we broke them. We do have the Sword of Khorne. And now this is where Valkia gets to shine. Let's pop her shield right here. And hopefully we can just defeat this Khorne Lord. We'll have to see. He is not going easy, that's for sure. All right, so you guys come over here. You guys come over here. Where are our Bulldog Cav? Bulldog Cav here. And it looks like there's some sort of a witchcraft summon going down. We'll use the Sword of Khorne here in a second. That's going to be the plan. All right, so you guys go here. Fleshhounds attack in. Whatever, just kind of distract them a little bit. And how are we doing? Okay, so keep going after that Chaos Sword. We need to make sure we're kind of pumping the brakes on that. The Bulldogs seem to have done well. Does he have more halberds lurking? He does. So we can just surround these halberds and just get a full box and probably kill them. All right, so Valky's doing good, but that Chaos Lord's fighting like a champ. He's not going quietly, that's for sure. And the Bulldogs will also come help isolate this one halberd unit, and we can use the Sword of Khorne on these ones. Should do some good damage. And we haven't quite been able to get this guy. Come on, Valkia, you can do it. I believe in you. There's the Sword of Khorne, giving the dirty to those guys. Let's go ahead and get a big surrounding charge if we can. Bulldogs coming around the back to rear charge into those halberds there. And the Chaos Lord is dead. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, great. So back and back. And let's just recharge some skulls and get the Bulldogs to prepare for their charge. Chaos Lord can be chased off, and now basically we could just do whatever we want. Yeah, we'll just go after this guy. All right, Bulldogs, let's give him the dirty in the back. You guys ready for this? Oh yeah, Bulldogs of Khorne, baby. Oh yeah, look at that. Absolute punishment. Nice. GG. So a little bit of a blunder in the beginning, for sure, with the Valkia beatdown, but aside from that, it was pretty clean. We did lose a Skull Cannon in that late game fight, but... Oh, those are chosen of Khorne. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Yeah, fun one. Good value there. I love the Knights of the Brazen Throne. One of my favorite units. Just so awesome. So that is one, like degenerate, weird land battle play. It does require a lot of micro, though, but it feels pretty good. GG's. All right, let me see if any games are ready before I jump into another land battle. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. I have another special sauce build for you, which was shown to me by somebody else. Okay, so it looks like he won that, and then we have those players playing here. Okay, so we're still waiting for the House Cat game. No problem. Well, we could do one more. How do the patch updates look? Good so far. Yeah, a couple things I'm not like super happy about, but like I think Slaanesh didn't get nerfed enough. But yeah, I think CA did a good job with it. I think the new Domination is pretty great. Yeah. Yeah, those big boys do well. Which of the units that are not very good would you like to be more viable in multiplayer because of the cool factor? Ooh, I always felt that way with Giants. Oh god, I hate this map. Galleon's Cove sucks, but it's okay. We'll play, Who do we want to play on Galleon's Cove? Galleon's Cove's got some interesting choices. The problem is a domination battle might take so long that House Cat's game would be ready. I guess I'll have to play someone fast and furious. All right, so Slaanesh is on the table. Vampire counts are on the table as well. You could play some Bretonnia, actually. Yeah, land battle is really not balanced very well. Like it's a Bretonnia versus Khorne. Interesting. Okay, so this is very Khorne favored, but doesn't mean. Oh my god! And the instant ready up, jeez. Well, it's a good thing it already knew I wanted the Fey Enchantress. If I don't finish, I'll just leave the game, because he just instant readied, which means he probably just has like one build ready. Okay, so let's go ahead and get you. You and you. Very good. Outstanding. The dreaded instant ready up. Always a classic. Oh, that's right. We can bring Henri Lamassif, can't we? Yeah, and he's like an anti-large fighter now? So, Conde, if you're in chat, man, if you want to play, you gotta... I'm trying to come up with a fun build for everyone here, but if you're readying up on me here, I can't do that. Charm Shield is actually a good item. It does give you a little bit of ward save. Oh, we can ride a Hippogriff. Oh, shit. Well, yeah, it looks like I'm not going to have enough time to finish the build. I wanted to do something fun for you, but, you know, it is what it is. If you instant ready, then, you know, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get to play. Yeah, we're just waiting for players to get to the next round. Yeah, Anticity and I played our finals game. I'm going to be uploading the replays in the next few days, so no worries there. They were really, really good games, actually. Pretty much all of them except one were really, really close. There is no in-game chat. Okay, it's the same gentleman. You know what? We got to just do like something a little hog wild here. Let's just go with the Dowie, because I can pick a Dowie army really quick. 9 trebuchets on this map? Ooh, that's not going to be super good. Hey man, first love the videos. Thanks for all the short teaching. Second question, could you add a patch notes in the description next time? Yeah. I'll do that. So, okay, he's Khorne again. Let's see if he's just going to ready up. He probably just has one build he plays. So Thorgrim's buff, let's see what that looks like. So he has the High King buff now. So it gives melee attack and base damage. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, so we're going to have just a wild time here. This is going to be great. We're going to love this. Okay. That looks like a build to me. We probably want to go for a cheaper Lord. Oh my god, it's so annoying how that works, isn't it? Probably Ungrim is just a good option, to be honest. I don't know why these people ready up right away. Yeah, we'll just do like bare bones Ungrim. I think that's going to be fine. Then guns and guns and guns. And then I think we want a second one of these for the reinforcing army. We can do more of this, and probably want to get some armor piercing here. Granted, dealing with the demons might be a little bit more of an issue. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time here. Yeah, I wanted to pick something really fun, but, you know, he keeps readying up here. So we'll just dodge him then. Yeah, 9 trebuchets. I don't think you can. I don't know if you can. You didn't miss anything, Nomi. You're good. We're still in the early stages. We're just waiting for the tournament matches to get to the next round, and then we'll be casting those. I mean, I love seeing the build. Yeah, no, it's fine. All right, so we got someone different. It's a land battle. Okay, now we get to show you guys the degenerate Nurgle build. This is... oh, he dodged. He must have want domination mode. Dude, the ladder is such a shit show, man. Oh my god, it's so terrible. I feel really bad for players who want to get into multiplayer and they just have to like go through this. You know, it's so bad. Ugh. Just like constant dodging to get the game mode you want, and then just like obviously things like insta ready. Yeah, because there's people who just bring the same build. They don't even care about the matchup. Usually they're newer players. Yeah. All right. So well, okay, we got the Realm of Tzeentch again. Let's see if Homeboy wants to play. You ready for degenerate Nurgle? Yes. Good, let the hate flow through you. Okay, all set. Let's get the screen blocker up. Wookiee Claw has arisen. We still have time before the next match, okay. And I think a minute is long enough to pick your faction that you want to play. Yeah, ladder's it's just poorly done. I mean, it can be fun, sure, if you get the right, you know, situation there, but so this build I'm going to show you is pretty good against most factions. Oh my god, it's a Nurgle mirror match. Oh dear god. I don't know if he's watching the stream and he did this on purpose, but it has begun, the greatest battle of our time. All right, let's see who can be more gross. Let's see who can be more foul, shall we? Who will be the stinkiest Nurgle enjoyer here? Okay, he readied up pretty quick, which means he probably just has a preset build. But this is my favorite degenerate Nurgle land battle build that was shown to me by someone. It's just hilarious. Okay, so that looks good. We have you. Yeah, We have a little bit of money. What do we want to do with the last of it here? Dude, it's such a meme, this build. Holy shit. It is such a meme. Okay, so we got 950. Yeah, we'll get one of you guys. Looks good to me. Is there any items we want to get? I don't think so. You guys ready for the dreaded Nurgle mirror match? He might get me here. This build's a very skewed build. It's quite magical. You guys are gonna love this. I told you, Turin, it was inevitable. Why do we get 2 mirrors today? Yeah. 2 mirror matches is so weird. Yeah, I know. Herm, I don't know what the deal is. But this build is hilarious. And if you guys want to just like go into land battle or go into land battle queue and just mouth breathe and just like, then this build is for you. Cultist with ROR Toads is such a meme. Do you think that's what it is? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how many of you guys will have guessed this. The wet noodle? No! I mean, there probably won't be too many noodles rubbing together here. This is an actually fairly mobile Nurgle build. Further illustrating the haggardness of land battles. That this build would actually be tournament legal if you were playing. Super fun and engaging to play against. You'll see. Soul Grinders and Kugath, you got it, baby. William knows. He probably saw me click on them, but if not, then kudos to you. Alright, so we got our boy Kugath, who's going to be throwing toilet water at these guys. We have double Soul Grinders. Kugath is just going to be chilling out with 2 Exalted Heroes and 1 Warrior. We're going to move, of course. We're not going to sit on the edge. Okay, and then this is kind of the jam here, and we'll just kind of like sit back here. Alright, and that's basically it. I played too, and it's... Oh, you know this build? It's so stupid, man. Oh my god. What is his army? Okay, his army's actually normal, which is not good for him. That's actually bad. Oh no, he's got so many juicy targets. Oh god, the Exalted Plague Bearers. The Holy Hand Grenades will help him a little bit, but yeah, this is going to be rough. Let's target the Festering Stooges. Oh jeez. Oh my god, look at the damage on the Festering Stooges, dude. Oh, and he's got Big Daddy Festus. Okay, he's going to come over here and eat a bunch of throwing axes. What's hitting? How is he hitting me? Oh, does he have some shit in the trees? Some Nurglings or something? Huh, very interesting. Anyways, if he moves closer, we can move our Exalted Heroes up, so let's get them going. Is he on foot or horseback? Can't quite tell. Anyways, Soul Grinders are getting some big damage in. We should be able to kill the Festering Stooges, so let's get our 2 Exalted guys to just dive his. How is he hitting me? Oh, wait. Like, where am I taking the... Is it friendly fire? Okay, so we get the throwing axes there. We're getting the big damage going. So let's get the big bombardments to continue, and we'll just kind of keep having fun here. Throwing axes getting in. We got Nurglings on the flank, and our warriors are also moving up. We'll keep these warriors back. It's a hell of a lot of Nurglings, but nothing that Kugath can't handle. Kugath's Mortis should be pretty good. So as long as we can kill the... Are my Soul Grinders not shooting? Is there like some bug with them or some shit? Seems kind of weird. Well, anyways, a lot of Nurglings. We need to loop around this way. And our 2 Exalted boys. Oh, does he have a Soul Grinder in the back too? He does. Oh, man, look at that. Okay. Clever, clever stuff. So we're both ready for the haggardness. We're both down with the sickness. Move you in here. Get our Kugath. Go waddling this way. And can we actually like just go after his Festus real quick? I think we could probably goon his Festus if he's not careful. Okay, so let's do this. We got the 2 Soul Grinders diving. We're going to go after your boy Festus here. Just pop him. And then we can use a Blight Boil on this blob to just kill these guys. Yeah, Festus getting pounded pretty hard, actually. So that was good. And we need to get these guys around and go kill his Soul Grinder, most likely. They're a little bit blobbed up, which is very Bronzodia. Alright, so there's the Blight Boil. Boom! Pop those Nurglings in the face. Let's get our boy Kugath rolling in there. Kugath is a much better fighter than his guy, right? So we're just going to circle around and hopefully do some damage here as we position our Soul Grinders. Let's move you down there. Very good. So Kugath is moving in. Festus will definitely kick his butt. Yeah, and here's his Exalted boy. I don't know. We can keep our dudes back. Okay, so how are we looking? Yeah, the cheeky Soul Grinder. Oh, look at that. Dude, the MLG Curse of the Slug plays. I love it. Okay, so let's get our Soul Grinders away. And yeah, you can see our big boy is definitely very scary. We can definitely Mortis Engine them, and he tries to get too close. Alright, let's position here. Let's start shooting at the Exalted Plague Bearers and shoot at these ones. He is punishing my horsemen because I'm kind of noobishly blobbing them, but it's okay. It happens. Nobody's perfect. And let's go ahead and get another Blight Boil here. a good time for everyone. Let's get our foot-based Exalted Hero to do his thing, and you're back, which is great. We got Soul Grinder putting in some work there. He isn't mortaring. He doesn't really have too many good mortar targets, though, which is good. Oh, that Blight Boil again. Kugath's gonna kick some butt here. This is just such a meme battle. Oh my god, we're really ahead in value, though. Jeez. I didn't even notice that. Okay, Festering Stooge is just getting smashed. His army's just more or less getting karate chopped. It's like, this build is just so stupid. Like, this type of shit you run into. Like, this is one aspect of... I love land battles, but this is one thing I don't miss, is like these kind of builds. Alright, so let's keep going up for that Exalted Hero. You can just smash the Festering Stooges with our 2 Plague Bearers. You're here. Let's keep circling you guys around. And yeah, Kugath is just stronger than Festus all day of the week. So let's see if we can get on that Exalted Hero. Maybe beat him down with Kugath. It's kind of hard to click on the banner sometimes. There we go. We did lose our warriors. A bit of a shame. Festering Stooges are still steady despite that. Okay, we need to get back. Like, run away a little bit. Circling around. Yeah, Kugath is a raid boss. He's very, very tough to kill. Okay, it looks like we're still waiting on Housecat's game, so no problem. And you know what we can do? We need to get you over here. Yeah, so he got the Holy Hand Grenades on me, which actually really hurt my my Soul Grinder. But we're going to go ahead and use the Fleshy Abundance and then slow his guy down here. Just chase him. Alright, so his Exalted Hero got healed. And it looks like his Plague Bears are kind of getting smashed as well. Good, let's pull you guys back. Let's get our Haggard Soul Grinders to do work here. Festus actually hitting us pretty well. Oh, he's got the healing elixirs on. Oh, look at that. That's very fancy, isn't it? Oh my god, the flag is so hard to click. There we go. Alright, so just keep beating you down. Keep our horsemen just using ammo here. And you know, when they run out, we can just use them to rear charge. It's fine. These are just basic Plague Bears, so should be fine. Okay, so great. We did break his character, so now we just kind of park over here and we chase it away. Now we just go after Festus here. Alright. Let's attack. And oh, his character came back. It must have been a Terra. Oh, look at the cheeky cheeky spell there. How are we doing on magic, by the way? Yeah, we're not taking too much damage, though. The healing elixir is kind of countering our business a little bit here. Let's get these warriors back over there. And how are our soul grinders doing? Yeah, his soul grinder's almost dead. And once our soul grinders win that fight, he's going to be in some serious trouble. Because we'll just start bombarding this blob. Let's use a Blight Boil here. Go after the Exalted Hero once again. Pull you around. Let's go ahead and park under this way. Soul Grinders, we still have a lot of ammo. Blight Boil is going to be extra thick, extra juicy, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the good stuff right there. Alright, let's go after Festus. Nice Holy Hand Grenades, though. Those things hurt, man. We need to probably shut those guys down. Need to send someone over there to go fight them real quick. Oh, those Holy Hand Grenades might win him the game. If he's able to kind of keep getting that value there, that could be a problem. Alright, we need to just get into those guys. With you and you. Chase these guys down. Yeah, because we don't have any healing with Festus. I mean, we will have the power reserves in a moment. But the fact that he got those Holy Hand Grenades and they did so much damage is very, very good. Okay, let's dive in here. Looks like his Soul Grinder's basically dead. Good. Now we can get out and start, you know, bombarding this blob a little bit. We can even get these characters over and fight a little bit. If I get a heal on Kugath, though, he basically loses, I think. Alright, so let's, you know, this guy's but immortal, so we can get the Soul Grinders. Just beat him down. Let's get you guys back on those grenades since he still has ammo there. Yeah, this is probably it. Kugath and the Exalted Hero Goon Squad's just gonna give it to him pretty dirty. Okay, so Horseman doing great. And, yeah. Holy Hand Grenades are good, but, you know, we still have the Soul Grinders. Even if we lose Kugath there, I think we still just win. Because, you know, Festus dies pretty quick to any sort of, like, diving from big, powerful monsters. He's really not a super strong character outside of his supporting effects. So, 16 wins for that. Yeah. Alright, Horseman doing great. We got Festus trapped. Battle of the Bastard style from Game of Thrones. Horseman can pull back, and, yeah, big man on campus is still alive. Get these guys going. Just chase Festus into the Shadow Realm. Dude, look, he's being escorted off the map by the Soul Grinder. Oh my god. The Holy Hand Grenades are very, very strong. They actually do a ton of damage. Alright, but now this is pretty much sealing the deal. This will probably even trigger the Bounce of Power. Soul Grinders are very fighty. They're definitely not slouches. They get in there and they hit hard. We got 2 of them here, so should be able to break those characters. He played very well. I mean, that was a very degenerate Nurgle build, and, you know, he played like a Chad. He did. This build works really well against missile factions too, because you have so many mortars, so you can like bombard all the archers. Yeah, the heal on Big Daddy there was too much. GG, well played. Yeah, so this is honestly a build you could take in almost any matchup and have a chance. It's just stupid, and it's just like, yeah, it's very cheesy. I mean, he had some strong stuff too. All right, moving and a grooving. Certainly very, very tough to kill Kugath. But honestly, if he had killed Kugath, maybe he has a chance of winning. It's the Holy Hand Grenades. I like what he did with them. I like what he did with them for sure. All right, so looking at the build, yeah, pretty good value on just casual 4,000 on my boy, only 800 on Festus. Yeah, because we had the big Mortis going, so it was able to get some good bump and drain there, which was quite nice. All right, yeah, Kugath is strong in land battle. He's pretty strong. So let me check with the players real quick to see how they're doing. I'm sure this build is beatable. Yeah, like obviously, especially if somebody knows you're bringing it, then yeah, like if somebody told me they're bringing that build against me, I could probably just smash them with Grand Cathay or anyone like. But like against just random players who don't know it's coming, it's very, very impressive. Yeah, he played very well actually. He did. All right, so let's check on the old brackets. Let's see if we have any matches starting. Sorry for the delay, but hopefully you're enjoying some of the battles. Yeah, Kugath is fine. He's really susceptible to being sniped, and he's very expensive also, so you have to remember that. Okay, we might actually be able to start a top 4 game. We have Hadri's playing on the top, and okay, so we have the Mutant versus the House Cat of War here. All right, so let's get into the lobby, and let's do it. And there we are, so let's go ahead and join this. It's a spectator. Oh, that's right, he has a different password. Cool. Great, so we're here, and I believe his opponent is going to be the Mutant. Okay. Let's go ahead and find him and get these scorecards up here. Aha, look at that. Power of technology. We are clicking buttons and things are happening. All right, so Mutant. I'm not quite sweating profusely yet. All right, so it's a round of 8 at this point. So this is a round of 8 match. Let's make this a little bit more readable. And there we go, perfect. And his opponent should be here very, very soon. All right, Dark Elves are very good in Domination. In Land Battle, they're a little bit harder to play, but still are very, very powerful, I think. So yeah, it should be fun. We got our maps. Once they get to the top 4, I'll have them wait. So yeah, should be good. Yeah, Kugath can die very quickly to focus. He can get punished pretty hard, for sure. He can most certainly pay the troll toll. Wish I was home, I'd get in here. I know, it's been a pretty fun tournament today. I've been watching some of the early round games. Can Greenskins go 18 skirmishers in land battle? There's a cap on missile cav. I think it's like 6 or something, so you can't go too crazy on that. Well, I don't know. In Domination, you can do yeah, you can bring a lot. You can do like artillery and missile cav and do some cool stuff. Kepler Guard did get nerfed, yeah. So Kepler Guard had 100% armor piercing, which means every attack they had would cut through your armor completely. But they got changed to their original state, which is just like kind of like lower armor piercing, better bonus versus infantry, that sort of a thing. Might I consider playing Command & Conquer Remastered? Oh, probably not. Yeah, probably not. I mean, it looks fun, but I got this. I got Age of Empires. There's other RTS games on the horizon as well that we're kind of looking to do. I don't know if the House Cat of War is here. Let me see if he is. So I'm going to be checking the Discord real quick. Hold on. I usually wait for top 4 to make it a little bit more organized, but, you know, you got to do it. House Cat of War versus, yes, perfect. All right, so they'll do their picks and bans. So Houseplant, no, House Cat of War. Oh my God, I'm like messaging Houseplant. House Cat of War. 5 minutes to pick armies after factions decided. Good luck, have fun. Okay, so just sending messages to these guys, giving them a heads up about the pick duration and all that, and we're all set. Let's see how this goes. It's a best of 3. I haven't seen the Lord of the Rings show yet. No, I'll probably watch it soon. Watch it sometime this next week. Yeah. I will watch it sometime this next week. So the players will do their picks and bans. They have their maps. It's go time, baby. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looks like Mutant here is going to be sitting on Mutant 69. It's going to be sitting on Bretonnia as one of his picks. I do like that. Maybe a sign of something to come. How much do they need to buff the Dark Elf Medusa? Oh, they would have to make it like not be obstructed by line of sight as much. Give it like an arc fire so it shoots like up and over maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird unit. It's a very, very weird unit. Love that the patch notes had footage from your channel. Technically, that was from their channel, but yeah, it was from the Summer Championship. So they were using it, yeah. I do love it, man. Turin, for Domination, is any Cathay artillery worth it? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Artyom. I had a game, so I was playing against Anticity. And so I got to the grand finals of a tournament recently, and Anticity, of course, was my opponent, who was, one of the goats of Warhammer 3. Arguably the strongest player. And he was playing his main of Vampire Coast. And I came in with Grand Cathay. And I'm not going to tell you the outcome of the game, but I came in with triple Fire Rain rocket with Grand Cathay, like the Hellstorm rocket batteries. And dude, it did so much work against Vampire Coast. The guns, the artillery, the fact that they have 30 speed on the cows pulling them. So if you're playing Grand Cathay and your opponent's coming in with a gun line, whether it be like Dwarves, Vampire Coast, like whatever, like dude, it was really good. Like things that were terrible in land battles are actually pretty good here in Domination, since the game is a little bit more kind of diverse in terms of where you need to go and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about the Lord of the Rings show. I'm not going to draw conclusions till I watch it myself. I have a friend who's just like, my best friend IRL. He is just the biggest stickler for like shows. He's just such a harsh critic, and he said he kind of enjoyed it. So I'm like, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Fire Rains are good. They're very good. That replay will be going up soon. Yeah, it'll be going up soon. Will you make another intro cinematic? Yeah, we're doing that. We're in the process of doing it right now. So the players are doing their picks and bans. Let's see. I gave them both a 5-minute heads up. Sure. Anywhere is fine. Cool. How was the Bretonian game? We didn't get to play it, that one. Yeah, we didn't. He was worried at a point. Dude, the Firestorms are really good. Yeah. And I don't want to talk about the outcome of the game, but that game was very, very winnable for sure. If that game had been played on, it was winnable for either side. If it had been played on today's patch, the outcome would have been very different. So let me go grab some, refill my water real quick. Oh, do I still have some here? Oh, I do. That's great. Looks like I get to hang out with you guys. Oh, yeah. No way it's going to be a Bretonian pick. I don't believe it. Are they actually building armies right now? Hold on, let me hide this and check. I don't think it's Nurgle versus Bretonia, but just to be safe, I'm just going to hide this. No, they're still doing their picks and bans. Okay. That's one of the things with Total War competitive. We need to find a way to streamline the building process. It's too slow. People take too long. But there's no way to really enforce it. There's no way to really enforce it. Had my first win today with a massive Beastmen comeback from 200 points against 1450. Too much sweat was lost there. Hell yeah, Vlad. Congrats, brother. Yeah, those kind of comebacks feel great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious about it. There's a lot of shows I need to catch up on. Like, I need to watch The Expanse. Like, I haven't watched the most recent. I love The Expanse. The show's great. I really need to watch Uhtred, Son of Uhtred. There's a lot of shows out there that I need to catch up on. Also, Cobra Kai. My wife and I love that. We actually used to live like right where they film like Cobra Kai, like down the street. So, yeah, it's fun. Cobra Kai's a great show. It's just so good. I don't know what it is. That show's just like, it tickles the nostalgia pickle. It's fun. It's silly. It's just like, the characters are awesome. It's just great, man. It's great. Bretonia and Arnheim could be good. Yeah, they could be good. Okay, so they did them in general chat. So let's get the picks and bans here. All right. So we have Warriors of Chaos, Lizardmen, and Tomb Kings banning Tomb Kings for the House Cat. And Mutant Goes Norska banning Warriors of Chaos. And yeah, so it's gonna be Norska versus Tomb Kings. This is actually, I'm really interested to see this. These are two powerhouse factions. Like, both of these factions have over a 60% win rate right now. Granted, the information is very limited. It's new data. But still, I think somewhat indicative considering how much they've been played. Very, very popular. Very, very popular. Yeah, no, Android. I haven't watched the last season of Expanse, though. I'm a little bit behind on that. It came out a long time ago. Oh, yeah. So I told them both 5 minutes once they pick. So right now we're at 1:35. At 1 minute and 40, at 1:40 my time, I'll give them a warning. So, yeah. We'll give them an old warning. Yes. Yeah, and sorry about the lack of streams, by the way, guys. It's just because how hot it's been. You guys saw it's like 100 degrees outside right now where I am, and it's like been almost that hot inside. It's been in like the 90s, even with AC on. So Like long streams are just kind of miserable because I'm just like pooled in sweat and it's just not fun. Kind of distracted by it. So apologies, but as soon as the weather cools down, which it will on Saturday and beyond, I will be streaming almost every day, having frequent tournaments, new Winter Stays On series, and we're also adding a double elimination bracket to Total Tavern. That way you guys can, even if you lose in the first round, you're guaranteed another match. So there's going to be a loser's bracket that can climb their way up to the finals. How would Imperial Age Mongols do against Nurgle? They would absolutely destroy them. Like, Nurgle would get wrecked by a Mangudai army so badly. Yeah. What are your big takeaway from the Dom changes? So I can't really draw any yet because I haven't seen too many games. So this will be one of the second or third match I've seen. So yeah, so I'll let you know my thoughts after. Live in the fridge. I could live in the refrigerator. I thought about getting a refrigerator for my recording room, like a mini fridge that, you know, could kind of exude some cold. I don't know if does anybody in chat actually have a mini fridge like in their room, and do you feel a noticeable temperature decrease by having said mini fridge? As a high elf main, the losers bracket sounds nice. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it was fun, man. Yeah, there's a lot of great shows. Some of the fondest memories I have back in the day were watching these kind of shows with my dad. You know what? My dad and I had a guilty pleasure though back in the early 2000s. It would have been 2008, 9. So my dad lived in New York City, and I lived in California. My parents split up when I was very young, but he would come out and visit when I was in college, and he would come over to my college like dorm / apartment that we were in, and we would. A fridge in the room makes it hotter? Oh, it's the opposite? Okay, well, that's a shame. It would just make things warmer. There you go. I thought maybe, like, if it was really cold, the fridge puts out heat. Okay, thank you, guys. Makes it warmer. Yeah, lovely. But, we were watching... Well, you know, here's the thing. You know, when I went to this, like, local Italian deli place, they had a fridge in there, and it was like a big kind of mini fridge type thing. And like there was just like this like cold ambience, like cold kind of radiating from it. But I guess it's kind of like it was like an open faced one. So I'd have to get something like that. But anyways, we used to watch Steven Seagal Lawman. Holy shit. Have you guys seen that? Oh my God. We used to watch Steven Seagal Lawman and just like die laughing. We would just be sitting there just after hitting the gym, just cackling and watching Steven Seagal movies. And what was even funnier about it is my dad was an actor. My dad was a television actor, and he could like perfectly impersonate Steven Seagal. So he would just be sitting on the couch, like eating popcorn and doing like impersonations of Seagal. And it was just the funniest thing you could ever imagine. Oh my God. It was so great. I used to just cry tears of laughter. Yeah. Those are some good times, man. Some good times. Yeah. Steven Seagal Lawman. Stand in cold water. Yeah. I would just keep the fridge open. That's right. So they got 1 minute left, and then they're going to be getting a warning. No, I mean Walker Texas Ranger is not a sitcom, but it's like an action show. Lawman is like a fake reality show. Like, yeah, it was great. Oh, it is a great memory for sure. All right, looks like the Tomb Kings are ready. All right, let's go ahead and tell his opponent. So they've got it. It looks like he's typing something to me. I gotta find my dad on IMDb. Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard. All right, so we're gonna be loading in. Perfect. Yeah, an ice pack, that could be good. Who would win, Steven Seagal or Archeon? Dude, Archeon would crush Steven Seagal. I think if I was in more or less like decent physical shape, I could kick Steven Seagal's ass. I legit think that. Yeah. Like I did wrestling and jiu-jitsu. I don't think Steven Seagal could. If I shot on like a double or a single leg on Steven Seagal, I think I could just take him down, and he's too fat to get up. Just like a head and arm choke, or like, you know, any number of submissions would work on him. Yeah. And you know, whenever Steven Seagal, like people ask him, they're like, "Oh yeah, like what would, like, why don't you ever fight?" He's like, "You know, my moves, they're too deadly to be used, and you know, if I fought someone, I would potentially kill them." It's just like that like bullshito, like, oh, I have some secret death punch that the reason why I never test myself in real combat is because you know, it's just like that classic bullshito. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, man. A basic skeleton. No, Steven Seagal is good at breaking bones. You have to remember this. Yeah. Steven Seagal is a touch of death. Yeah, that's true. He would end me before. Oh my god. Yeah, he's got a lot of HP but 0 cardio. Well, Kugath actually, that's the thing about cardio. Like everybody thinks that Nurgle doesn't have good cardio, but Nurgle has amazing cardio. Like Nurgle never gets tired in like the lore. They're just slow, but they always keep going, man. They always keep going. Yeah. Bullshito, I know. It's basically what he practices. Job's gonna get you death punched. Oh my god. Dude, I would destroy Steven Seagal in a fight. Maybe not now after getting my hand surgeries. My hands are kind of messed up, but yeah, like 8 years ago, easy. Spirit leech me, dude. I don't know about that. All right, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 1 here between the dreaded House Cat of War and the Sexy Mutant 69. I love the name. It's great. Now, for the forces of the Tomb Kings, it's going to be a classic kind of good stuff build, right? We got Nehekar Warriors backed up by more Nehekar Warriors. Actually not going to be using Tomb Guard. Very interesting. I was kind of expecting a Tomb Guard-based build here, but it is going to be Skeleton Warriors and Nehekar Warriors. And Nehekar Warriors on paper are very good against Norska. Like, they'll lose to Berserkers and Champions, but, you know, basic Marauders and even into Berserkers, they probably won't trade terribly. So that is the front line for the Tomb Kings, backed up by Grand Hierophant Katep. So, Katep is going to be on his disc, his booth, dropping some sick beats all the way to Hemry, and he does have the 2 spells. And what you do with Katep is, okay, big misplay here. If you're going to go Katep, you always want to bring his Lich Staff. It's very, very good. Basically, it constantly cycles the cooldowns of your opponent and really punishes their spell casting. So yeah, I think Grand Hierophant Katep is still good on the casket. You want to probably move him up a little bit closer. Ushabti Greatbow, Chosen of the Gods here are basically just designed to shoot, you know, any sort of a big threat or elite infantry, things like that, and they can do their best. So yeah, man, Cringetep is here. He is good to drop the Sandstorms, the sick beats. Now, looking here at the Norscan army, I like it. It's pretty elite. He's got the Marauder Champions, who are just these jacked middle linebackers, the Norse Vikings of the Warhammer world. And yep, 80 armor, going to make him very good against most Tomb King's infantry. And without being focused by Chosen of the Gods or the Casket of Souls, these guys are going to be beast mode. In the back, we do have a Famir Warrior Great Weapon. This is pretty much designed to deal with Tomb Scorpions, any sort of large threats, and a couple Hunters. Now, this is a very elite Norscan army, which can be a little bit risky for giving up battlefield control, but what you do if you are the mutant here, I love this. Dude, he like read my mind. This is great. You control the high ground objective, and then you just have your elite army focus on one point. An elite army being spread out can be picked apart. Granted, there's a couple ideas you could potentially do. Is you could get Icehorn Marauders here. You send 90% of your army to 2, and then you send 1 champion over here, which is going to require a pretty heavy amount of lifting for the Tomb Kings to kind of get rid of, but usually when elite armies kind of get spread out, they can run into some problems. But Wolfric's going to be hiding in the trees, and I love that, you know, we always were like, oh man, Norska's going to be shit. They haven't been updated in like 10 years, but Norska is actually one of the best factions in PvP now in Total War Warhammer, which it's so nice to see, man. It's so nice to see. Anyways, Ushabti Greatbow's shooting into the Fire Famir. Fire Famir, Burning Head is still very good, even though it did get nerfed and it doesn't just one-shot everything it hits. Formations like this are just very susceptible to it, right? Like Tomb Kings often have these very line-based formations, although it looks like a little bit of staggering going down from the House Cat of War to prevent the Burning Head, but like, even if you just shoot the Burning Head wildly across like this or like that, like you're gonna hit something most likely. So, I mean, still going down the side is probably the best bet, but you guys get the picture, so. Norska going to be hiding in the bushes, waiting for the objectives to open up. Top objective going to be firmly secured by the Norskans here. And man, it's so trippy. Look at the new point system. So yeah, this is very much like Dawn of War. Like in Dawn of War, you get, the games are a little bit longer, at least they were. But yes, the Mutant going to be capturing the high ground. The House Cat moving up. Katep actually getting a little bit closer, looking to drop some sick beats here on the Marauder Champions, which I do like. But now it's time. Norska needs to get out. They need to go for that objective. And we do see Berserkers coming in to value trade here. So Berserkers will do very well against most of these bony infantry. They hit very hard, but dude, the sick beats from Katep dropping all the way in the deep. Big damage coming in and Chosen to the Gods. Having a Marauder Champion unit get pounded this badly, this early, is very, very painful. And, you know, it's going to be pretty fortunate if the Mutant can even get in there and fight with these. Yeah, it looks like they're broken off, but the rest of the Norscan army is going to be engaging. And that's pretty standard fare for this, right? Pretty standard stuff. Like, normally you're going to take a little bit of a beating on the approach, but now Norska gets to show its true strength. So Marauder Champions of the Mutant going to be engaging, and they should be able to wrestle this objective, but the games are a lot longer now. So obviously the range units will have more time to kind of accrue value, but we do see the champions in front versus the Scorpion Legion. Scorpion Legion have very high melee defense, so they don't take a ton of damage on the charge, but over time they will start to get beaten down here. But nice Skeleton Spearman sitting on the back point. We do get the throwing axes. Ooh, look at this. Very, very nice. Marauder Hunter throwing axe is actually doing big damage against the Nehekar Warriors, and they'd also on paper be quite good against like Tomb Guard with their Shield Breaker ability. I do like that. Objective being contested, middle going to be going to the Tomb Kings, and in the backfield we get some Chad Icehorn Marauders. I think this is a mistake. Sending the Marauders down here is pretty much just kind of sealing their doom. Good response from the House Cat of War. He summoned some Ushabti from the reserve, and the Ushabti here are going to be just taking these Norskins to town. That's going to be a big bully beatdown here, and you know they don't have any armor piercing, right? So they're just going to get crushed. They're basically like the Sigmar Sons for Norska that aren't unbreakable and you know have the enrage mechanic. Now more Berserkers coming into replace here, and we see more and more Skin Wolves. Oh, the Condom Wolves, the premier brand of the old world, are descending down. This is a big one for Norska, though. They really need to win this objective. A little bit of lag going down here, but hopefully will subside in a moment. Seems like it's kind of intermittent with these players. So Burning Head going down right there. And yeah, that's going to be hitting those bad boys. And then it also goes into the Kepler Guard. So Kepler Guard used to just be very, very broken, but they've since been nerfed. And Tomb Kings are still obviously very strong with their passive, like the healing they get. But you can see what happens when, you know, the Marauder Champions fight any of the Tomb Kings infantry. It's a fairly one-sided affair, and Norska does capture the side point. So the tickets are going right now, and we do currently see the House Cat of War has had an objective a little bit longer. Oh no! Huge misplay from the mutant. Oh, that hurts, dude. Oh, this is really rough. Hey, it happens to all of us, but he never captured his home objective here. Ouch, man. He would have so many more points. This is going to give the Tomb Kings a huge, huge fighting edge. Though the value trading is even, this is probably going to be losing Norska the game, or at least would be the causation for that. So this is a huge, huge blunder here. We get some Condom Wolves coming. They're running. They're a little bit slow. Berserkers, of course, trading downhill into the Skeletons pretty well. And over here, the Marauder Champions are fighting well, but we do get the Ushabti summon and more Skeleton Spears being sent. The Bale Fiend of Fire kind of chilling. And the Kepler Guard have gotten through the front line and are now hunting down these Marauders here, which is a little bit painful, but Norska not getting the high ground objective is really, really not good. He needs to get some of these guys onto the point, grab that bad boy, and you know, live his best life, really. Now, I do like this Gooning attempt. Like, there's not a whole lot the Tomb Kings have that's excellent at stopping this, and we see Wulfric with the Sword of Torvald, 778 strength, getting through, but 40% damage reduction on the Kotzeb, but that's going to be wearing off here. We have the Roomba trying to Dust Devil here Wulfric and, you know, absorb him into the Roomba, but look at that. I love how he just, like, bumps against him. It's so funny. But yeah, Kotzeb's getting smashed a little bit, and that's kind of helping the Norskins, you know, get a little bit of momentum here, but for the most part, I think the value trading across the battlefield is pretty good here. Yeah, it's pretty good for both sides, although certainly Tomb King's favored. Up here we get Condom Wolves. This is very good, and it looks like he did capture it. No, my God, he didn't finish capturing it. Oh no, not again, dude. Oh, he ran off to attack the Tomb Scorpion instead of capturing the objective. Dude, that hurts my soul so bad. And I think he notices this. No, he doesn't. I mean, the Condom Wolf on the Tomb Scorpion here is an excellent play. Berserkers, of course, trading reasonably well into 3 units, but going to be overwhelmed eventually. Norska probably going to be losing this side point. They still do have some champs fighting. Burning Head going down, crushing some of those Skeleton Spears. Man, these Marauder Champions are just going deep. They've only gotten a couple hundred value, but they have been able to clear out, you know, several hundred skeletons there. So, dude, he needs to get back up here and get this. This is just torturing me. Oh my God. He would be ahead on points right now. He would be actually winning. Like, he'd be ahead of the Tomb Kings. And he is closing the value gap pretty well, right? Like, Norska is trading pretty decently into the Tomb Kings here. Norska is one of the factions that's just very, very good at just this slow, kind of heavy, ponderous grind. Nice play here from House Cat of War. He gets the Cursed Blades on these horsemen here and actually surrounds Wulfric. So Wulfric doesn't have the best mass, but he's going to be able to, you know, eventually get through those guys. It's going to take a hot minute. Bale Fiend of Fire is coming back here, and Norska is routed off the middle. Looks like the Beast of Tashnar got broken by some warriors here, and the Brutes of the Hound are fighting to the last, but they are being dragged down. And now the Catapults are out. The Catapults are very, very good at bombing leadership. Norska does manage to hold on to the side objective, and dude, if they had just captured this top objective, oh my God, go capture it, please. He would be ahead. He would be ahead now by like 100 points. He would be in such good shape. Right now it's a 1-to-1 cap. Like, they're just trading like more or less evenly here. And like, Mutant is playing so well other than that. That's like his one mistake. If he still manages to win this game, I would be very, very impressed. Burning Head kind of waving through Kotzeb there, not going to be doing that much damage for sure. And you see Skeleton Horseman just dying to Wulfric. Wulfric has actually been very, very menacing here this game. We get more Norscan Warhounds coming in, and the top objective is now being taken by the Tomb Kings, which has got to hurt. The Condom Wolves actually just straight up killed the Tomb Scorpion, I think. No, it actually got away. Okay, the Tomb Scorpion did pull back, and the objective is not owned by anybody at this point, and House Cat of War is going to be taking advantage of this and moving in. Yeah, there he goes. So the Skin Wolves diving in. Nehekar Warriors and Ushabti moving their way up to the high ground. We do see some Marauders moving across as well. And the top objective is now being taken by what appears to be the Tomb Kings, which is a big blunder, man. Norsca could have had a really, really substantial point lead. The values are pretty even, I would say. We do see 6.5 to 7.4. It is a heavy, heavy grind. Casket of Souls still doing some work. Is Kotep going to be paying the troll toll? It looks like he might eventually. We do have the Famir Balefiend. I like the Cursed Blades here, though, although we didn't overcast it, so it doesn't grant a bonus for its large. The Balefiend probably should still win this. Balefiends have a fair amount of armor, decent melee defense, so should be pretty favorable. Yeah, Wolfric in the backfield has been a big problem. Hunter of Champions active. Kotep trying to dodge as much as he possibly can on the old Roomba, but the Duel of Fates does continue, and the Sword of Torgald giving 90% bonus damage is very, very cool. Yeah, Kotep could be on the way out. He's been doing a good job using like Skeleton Spears and Chaff just to kind of protect Kotep. Wolfric needs to make sure to keep his focus on top of Kotep. If he starts chasing other targets, it's going to be a little bit problematic. But the high ground objective is owned by the Tomb Kings. You can see here the Marauders are terrified, and they are running for the hills. And yep, looks like they're going to get pushed off. Big, big misplay. You know, they would be ahead by quite a bit. But again, it still is 1,500. The games are quite a bit longer now. We're at about the 8-minute mark, which makes sense. But we do get some Hounds coming in. Hounds are going to be catching Chosen to the Gods. Ushabti can fight off Warhounds relatively well, but they are kind of damaged, and you know, their melee defense at 44 should hold okay, but you know, even still, getting Hounds on them to shut down that shooting is good. And Norsca is going to be coming in with another wave here. So we get the Brutes of the Hound moving. Brutes of the Hound will be pretty good at wrestling the middle. And the value trading is just very, very close here. But again, a lot of it is Kotep being beaten down more so than the state of the rest of the battlefield. Yeah, Kotep does have the moves for sure. The Hekar Warriors moving across. We have some Idle Marauder Hunters. Those guys need to come out of the bushes and for sure make sure they don't lose this objective right here. And we do have the Chosen of the Gods, yes, holding off the Hounds. They're not the Beasts of Tashnar. Nice throwing axes coming from the hills, or it looks like maybe from over here. Going to be trying to wear them down as we do get another Burning Head coming in. A little bit of capture weight for Norsca, but the Burning Head is dodged by the Nehekar Warriors there. So that's pretty good for sure. And in the backfield, we see Norscan Warhounds being routed off by the Horsemen. That's one of the reasons why Tomb Kings are very strong. They're one of the better factions. Wow, look at how much damage that Casket of Souls actually did against that Balefiend. That was actually very decent. A Burning Head's going to be necessary here, though. Wolfric has basically just been trapped in chaff all day, and this is what happens when he's not on his Mammoth, right? They cause problems for sure. So, Wolfric the Wanderer going to be blasting. Casket of Souls shooting on away. Grand Hierophant Kotep just dropping sick beats from downtown, and it looks like he's still just dropping sick beats on the Balefiend, who's able to dodge those shots reasonably well. Tomb Kings are pretty far ahead, though, at this point. I would, maybe even say it's probably a position where you could say GG as the Norscan player, even though the value's kind of close. You have to remember the entire Tomb Kings army has been constantly healing, so the value differential is actually even more substantial than you think. And in the middle we see Brutes of the Hound, of course, which might trade well. Balefiend doing its thing, but the fact that Wolfric's just trapped in Spears and Horsemen, and look at that, giving the Narrows incantation, although this could be a really nice Burning Head. So Burning Head coming in does roast a lot of those skeletons. It also tanks their leadership negative, so they might actually start crumbling here. Critical Binding at 9. It looks like they're going to be holding on. Casket of Souls shooting downtown. Condom Wolves into infantry is certainly not cost effective. And these are not any infantry. These are the dreaded Kepra Guard. So the Kepra Guard are just, these things are just linebackers. And that is going to be GG well played. So just like any other RTS game, even if the game mode is longer, if you know you've lost, you can simply withdraw. But it was a good attempt by the Mutant. I think his elite build kind of got countered a little bit by the Chosen of the Gods, by Kotep bombardments, a lot of stuff like that. Obviously, the misplay on the high ground cost him, but he was behind on value trading as well. I think against Tomb Kings, you need to go a little bit wider. I think they have a fair amount of tools for sniping elite targets. I do like the idea of one champion maybe up on the high ground to hold that point the entire game, but the elite champions seem to pay the price for sure. So here's the reinforcing armies for both sides. That's going to be game one going to the house catch. And now we will get ready for game two. So good luck, have fun. Burning Head's fine. You can't really, it's so fast, you can't really dodge it. So it shouldn't do that much damage. Otherwise, it'd be kind of overpowered, you know? Now, Burning Head is decent. Burning Head is decent for sure. Yeah, Kotep is pretty scary. Can you explain how capture weight works? Is the mass of the unit? No, capture weight is determined on the unit type. So infantry, cavalry, monsters infantry, lords, heroes, all that sort of stuff, right? So infantry have the most capture weight. Hounds have 4 capture weight. Infantry have 5. Most lords, heroes, and SEMs have 3 capture weight. And expendable units, so like peasants and peasant mobs and Skaven slaves have 2 capture weight. You kind of get the picture of where I'm going. Now, the capture weight of an infantry unit, a cav unit, anything that isn't an SEM does get diminished based on the remaining models. So if they've lost a lot of models, their capture weight will also go down. So that's kind of the basic. Round of 8, yeah. Round of 8 means that we're in the top 8 of the tournament players right now. So, all right, very good. Let me just wipe all the sweat off myself so I can focus. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a towel. Hang tight, my friends. right, there we go. All set, man. We are all set. Yeah, so Tomb Kings is a tricky one because like they have infinite ammo on their Screaming Skull catapults, which are good units. But do we like just ban those units, or do we ban the Tomb Kings overall? There's actually a lot of bugs in the game, so it becomes very tricky if you start like just banning everything. Like some factions lose like a lot of units. Yeah, it's a very, very tough situation. We'll collect feedback on it and see what people think. Is there a way to save army presets? Yeah, you can go into a multiplayer lobby by yourself and build armies and save them. Yeah, I think having units capture weight on a card would be very, very good. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go to the Discord. I'll go to the CA Discord right now and give that feedback. Also, maybe having a units count. All right, so I just went and suggested that because I actually think it's a very good idea. All right, great. Yeah, there's a fair amount of things that have infinite ammo. Queen Bess has infinite ammo on some maps, but on some maps Queen Bess doesn't. It's very weird. Like on Death's Pass she doesn't, but on the bigger map she does. I don't really get it. It's very tricky. All right, so we're on our next match. It's going to be Housecat versus the Mutant once again. Here's the thing too though. The thoughts on infinite ammo bug? Yeah, it's tricky, especially with the longer games. It becomes more pronounced. But I usually just ban Tomb Kings with my global bans because every player has 2 global bans. So before the match has even started, 4 factions are not allowed to be played in the series. You basically alternate with your opponent doing that. So I usually just ban Tomb Kings myself. For me, the auto bans are Tomb Kings, Slaanesh, and Vampire Counts. Honestly, I don't really mind playing Warriors of Chaos now that Festus has been fixed. It's like not that big of a deal. So yeah, that's usually what I would do. It helps to address some of the issues that CA hasn't gotten to yet, really. You guys want High Elves, huh? Well, we haven't seen any of our beloved High Elves. Oh! The Mutant's going for it! We got the Empire, the Son of Sigmar is here, baby! Hell yeah! I love it. What is this profile picture? Okay, what is the Mutant's profile picture? Oh, I think is that Mark Zuckerberg? I think it is. It's the one where he was like surfing. And he's got just a ton of sunscreen on his face. I think that's what it was, yeah. Okay. I think that's what it was. So Empire for the Mutant, it looks like. Let me go just kind of follow their picks and bans here. And let's go to the general chat of the Discord. All right. Let's see here. Somebody had some admin questions, so going to be checking that. I know the game modes are a lot longer now, so some people are like, where are my opponents? Why is it taking so long? But the game mode is longer, so it's certainly going to be, especially if the games are close and they just go to the very end. All right, perfect. And we're good. All right, so I don't see what Housecat's pick is quite yet. We have the Empire... Norska banning Warriors of Chaos. Okay. Empire can actually do well here. They can actually do well against Norska. I've been able to beat Norska reasonably well with Empire. Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. There we go. So Empire versus Norska in this match. So Norska obviously is a very meta pick. If you're trying to, just climb and play the most meta stuff, Norska is very strong. They're consistent. I mean, you saw them lose to Tomb Kings, but in general, I think they're still very, very good. What do you think about the Kepler Guard changes? They're fine. I think Kepler Guard's great. They regenerate. They're bonus for infantry. They're durable. They're good at clearing objectives off chaff. Like, what's not to love? They're just not overpowered anymore. Why didn't CA help the High Elves? Well, here's the thing. We always have to have one faction to laugh at, and personally, I think the High Elves are one of the best candidates. So I think that's why. Yeah. We need the meme faction that, when it actually wins, it's very exciting. 5 hours and we still haven't finished the first round. It hasn't been 5 hours? Yeah, some matches are taking longer. And you have to remember, a lot of it is the army picking. Like, a lot of people just take way too long to pick armies. Yeah. But I mean, tournaments in Age of Empires are very long too. Like in Age of Empires, when you have best of 3 tournaments, they take frickin' forever because games can go over an hour. It's insane. So this is pretty standard fare for RTS tournaments, honestly. Yes, everyone, we laugh at the high elves. HTM says you break my heart. I've never liked high elves. I'm a big dwarf fan. So, like, for me, it's like, yeah, I just see the high elves betraying my beloved Dowie and just, backstabbing, Grombrindle, King Snorri. And I know you can blame it on Malekith, but he still came from the high elves, right? So, yeah, they're treacherous folk. Dude, Empire. Okay, here's the thing. Mutant, if you're listening, you need to bring the Sunmaker. The Sunmaker is so good against Norska. Sunmaker, Flagellant, Sigmar Sons, Huntsman. Volkmar is actually not bad here. He's actually pretty good. But you can go with like a Boris character, like anyone really. Yeah. High Elves have always been a meme faction. The only way they won in Warhammer 2 is like with cheese, usually. I mean, they can still win games, but it's usually like SEM cheese, which isn't very good in Domination, so. You play both Dwarves and High Elves on tabletop? Yeah, no, they're fun factions. On tabletop, the High Elves look really cool, for sure. All right. I'm glad the Beastmen are not... No, the Beastmen are not laughing stock. I like that. That's good. I like that. You could bring a Luminarch against Norska. It probably wouldn't be that good, though, because what's going to happen is most Norscan players will just bring Wulfric on like a horse or something, and he's really hard to hit. They can avoid it. What's your opinion on the new Dom changes? I like it so far. I've only really seen 1 or 2 games, though. What's the over-under on a meme Mammoth? No Mammoth. House Cat of War is he's in a clan, I think. I think he's like RTK or ODM or something. I think he's ODM or RTK. Usually the clan players don't really meme too heavily. They usually are more sweaty. You're trying to get on that leaderboard, so you're not going to be seeing too many meme builds. Honestly, the balances seems better. Yeah, I think like factions like Cathay and Dwarves are going to have a better time. Hey, you like the High Elves, huh? You got to bring their win rate up then. You got to get in there and show people what's up. If you got to back up that statement. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of it too is like high level players don't really play them. When's the next beginner tournament? If you go to the totaltavern.com, you're going to see one coming up in a few days, hosted by Platypus. I think it's on Sunday. So yeah. I like land battles, but I think Domination's more balanced and it's better for newer players and stuff. You know what? Honestly, I like this build. It might be a direct copy pasta from some builds I've used against Norska before. So you get Boris, you get a Fire Mage for crowd clearing, you get a Sunmaker to wreck their infantry, and yeah, Flagellants up the middle, some Huntsman support, couple spears. I dig it. I would maybe come in with 1 more Huntsman, but aside from that, I think it's a pretty good build, so. Yeah. Yes, it is time. Let's have some fun, dude. The Sunmaker is here. And remember, Empire got buffed in this patch. Not any actual buffs like to units, but the fact that the game is longer means the Empire can sit back, they can value trade, and they can take much longer to get the objectives back. So it's a very, very different game now. Very, very different. Let me check something. Gonna go see the progress of the tournament elsewhere. Okay, let's refresh this. Yes, where are we at? Yeah, Toddbringer's good. He's good. He causes terror. He regenerates. He's pretty independent there. And we are almost in the top 4 already. Good. Yeah, the tournament's actually going reasonably quick, considering. It was a pretty big tournament, not huge. I didn't really announce it. I just kind of put it on the website and people signed up. Yeah, cool. We got this one. We got this one. Yep, we'll be in the top 4 soon. We'll have the top side with Hadries and Moffat coming in soon. All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I was just checking the brackets. So, taking a look here at the forces of Norska. Oh, baby, it is a Mammoth! We got Wulfric on the Chad Mammoth. Although I don't think it's a meme pick. I think it's designed to kind of like really punish the Empire lines. We got a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. We do also have Marauders and, Berserkers. Norska doesn't really have a big roster, so typically it's going to be an amalgamation of the same things. Probably some Armored Condom Wolves and reserves to deal with the Empire Heavy Cav. But I do like the Mammoth. I think it's going to be fun to watch. So very hyped for that. Now for the Empire Army. It is going to be Boris Toddbringer. And we got Flagellant, Sigmar Sons, the Sunmaker. You just park this Sunmaker right here, and you just blast the hell out of those elite Norskins. Like, just do the work. Although, he's going to need some silver bullets. Like, silver bullets plus Toddy should be able to kill Wulfric. Wulfric's super thick, though, on the Mammoth. He's got 14,000 HP. He is an extra heavy boy. He's very, very tough to bring down. So, we'll see what Wulfric does. Looks like he's going to be moving and a grooving. Probably going to be playing the side objective. But Empire Artillery is actually very good on this map. And the reason why is because you can protect objectives 2 and 3 with it, right? So you just play these 2 objectives, don't really care about the back one until it's vulnerable, and then you can send some heavy cav over there and kind of take those. So yeah, very neat stuff. I like the Empire build. Really depends on what he has in reserve, which I wish I could like click and check as the observer, but Burning Head's going to be very good for Norska as well, especially against these Flagellants with their 0 armor. A lot of vulnerabilities, but a lot of vulnerabilities for sure. It's on, baby. Imric actually dropped in cost. Uh-oh, guys. The high elves are back on the menu. Mammoths are pretty vulnerable against Focus Fire, yeah. But what's probably going to happen most likely is Norska's going to see that Empire build, be like, screw that shit. They're going to go down the side here. And so they'll probably push down to Objective 3, and then maybe send the rest of their troops on over to Objective 1 here. Just like a couple units here to defend against this, and then they're going to just move this way. Yeah, you can see that. That's like the most common tactic you see in this map for melee factions against shooting factions. It's one of the only ways to really play effectively. If you go up the middle against shooting, they'll usually do pretty well against you, but it's not a huge deal for the Empire. You're just like, all right, I guess we fight over here then. It's even better because you have a choke point here, so you could just like shoot and they can't really envelop you. But yeah, Sunmaker, you just wait for them to come out of the trees and then you just start bombarding them, and it's just value city. So Marauder Horsemen coming down the center, and it looks like the Empire is going to be securing the middle. So we get some Flagellants. Huntsmen should probably sit here just to screen out the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. And what do we get? Ooh, a Chad Blaster volley gun. Man, I think Mutant's trying to become our favorite player here. This is great. So check it out. So he does have the Hellblaster volley gun as well as the Sunmaker. Oh, baby. Talk dirty. I love this. And this is one of my favorite tactics as well. It's just parking the Hellblaster right here. And then, dude, especially in this new game mode where it's like longer, this is just going to be so punishing. He just needs to make sure that no hounds or slippery units like get into his battle lines, right? That's like the main thing. And the Sunmaker is shooting now, which I think is a little bit of a mistake. It's going to be partially blocked by the trees, but oh boy. Okay, it still paid huge dividends there. Yeah, so Norska saw, oh my god, I love the Sunmaker. He saw the, and it's a 2,000 gold unit. It should do that much damage. But the Hellblaster volley gun, I think he saw it and he was like, screw that shit, I don't want any of that. So we do have the Sigmar Sons and Spearmen going over here, which will be pretty good at defending this point. Norska going to be defending their back point just fine. And the Sunmaker is going to be making it rain. Raining holy justice on these foul Norskins. Oh, I love it. Crush the meta. So they're being crushed there by the Sunmaker. And so far, that's some big Sigmarite value. Decent Burning Head does get through a couple of the Empire units. But that is some devastating artillery fire from the Empire. And, you know, the cavemen here are kind of struggling. They're banging their rocks against the cave walls, trying to figure out how to get back here and deal with this technology. But now we have the Hellblaster volley gun also shooting. So the Hellblaster volley gun's getting in there and just peppering these Norskin units. Sigmar bless this build, man. I mean, assuming Sexy Mutant keeps playing tight like this, doesn't make any big, you know, gameplay mistakes, then, you know, he could be in really, really good shape here, right? So the Sunmaker is going to keep shooting here. So there they go. And you definitely just want to hit the Berserkers, but you don't want to shoot near your own units. If you do that, the Sunmaker will wipe out your own Sigmarites, and it won't reflect in the value, but it can actually hurt pretty bad. Toddy needs to get engaged, go after these guys. Sunmaker needs to switch shooting at the deeper units. It's a really, really important thing. And now we do have the Hellblaster volley gun shooting at Wulfric. So Wulfric, though, is just going deep. I mean, goddamn, look at these poor spearmen. They get charged by the Mammoth and broken in like a second. So it looks like Norska is going to be taking the side objective with some very, very good Mammoth play. But this is where you need to see silver bullets coming out 100%. So Burning Head, a very good adjustment there by the Mutant. He's now shooting his Hellblaster volley gun further back into these guys. And the Marauders, not Marauders, but the Flagellants, which are Marauders of Sigmar, I suppose, are going to be moving in while Toddy comes in with a very, very aggressive push, getting a terror out on these units. The Empire still hasn't captured this objective, but remember the game mode's quite a bit longer now, so it's going to take a while. The Empire does have the back, but the Hellblaster volley gun has done about 2,000 to 3,000 HP on this bad boy. Some Flagellants kind of chilling in the back. Sigmar Sons, unfortunately for them, going to get massacred pretty badly. And we do see some Spearmen moving over to the side point. What you really need is silver bullets here. Silver bullets need to get on there and just start putting some serious hurt on that Mammoth. Because if the Mammoth pushes all the way to the artillery and the Empire doesn't have any, you know, cav or mass to stop it, then that's probably GG, and that's going to give Norska the victory. And currently, you know, Mutant's playing very well, but that's not going to matter if Wulfric shuts down all of your artillery. And we do see Empire Knights coming out, which is a great play. Wulfric just getting hellblastered right in the face, but these heavy cav need to come over here and stop this bad boy. They need to charge into the Wanderer. So here they come. Surrounded by Flagellants. Dude, a Hellblaster volley gun at like point blank range is going to do so much damage. No, what are the Empire Knights doing? Need to stop Wulfric. It's a good thing that House Cat of War isn't like charging that artillery. He could be really disruptive back there. But it looks like he's going to be parking in front, and there are the Empire Knights. And since Wulfric is such a big target, the Hellblaster volley gun is going to be able to do some really, really big damage and lock him down. The Knights do have enough mass. He's down to 7,900 HP right now. And though Norska is dominating the objective game with the new game mode, with domination being reworked, like factions that have shooting, in the old meta, this would be a Norskan victory because, you know, you would just be stuffed and you wouldn't be able to do anything, right? But now you actually have to trade more efficiently with some of these barbarian factions, right? Another Empire Knight coming in, probably going to head off these Norskan Warhounds. A beautiful, beautiful Empire Knight play. And we do see the point-blank Hellblaster volley gun is so cool. Oh my god, just look at this. Look at this beauty. Just the giant mammoth just being locked down and just shot to pieces. They're like, fire, reload, fire. Come on, you gotta fire. Oh my god. And like every shot is hitting too. Oh my god, the DPS is so great. I love it. And look at that. In the back, we still have some Chad Sigmar Sons fighting. Hound's getting routed off the edge of the map. Dude, this guy, I was wondering, I came into the tournament today and I was looking at the Empire's win rate, and somebody had won a bunch of games with them. It was probably this gentleman here. He is truly a disciple of Sigmar. Granted, Norska still does have the triple cap on him, right? So Norska does have the objectives, but they're falling behind very, very heavily in value. You know, losing your big centerpiece like this, and the Empire now has more time to get objectives back, which I think is very, very good for the game mode. You can't just mouth breathe and march infantry on objectives anymore. You have to actually value trade and treat it like more like a battle, which I think is great. So Hellblaster volley gun shooting here, and now they're teeing off on the Shaman Sorcerer. This is looking to be GG. Like, the Norskan army has been absolutely demolished, and the Empire has been very, very good at defending themselves. And a lot of domination is the map meta. Like, on certain maps, you do not want to play against gunline factions on this map. If you're playing against, like, Empire, Vampire Coast, Cathay on this map, you want to bring something that can shoot back and trade at a range with them. Melee factions, of course, can dominate and swarm you on more open field maps, which I think is, like, really cool to see how there's going to be more of a map meta developing here, right? So the Mammoth is going to survive. It's got a little bit of HP, and yeah, now there's just a big wall of Sigmarites moving over to this objective. They should be able to get that one. And on the middle, I think Empire might be able to get it. The back objective being defended by some spears. There's still a chance that Norska might be able to pull off an objective victory. You know, they're a third of the way to victory. It's certainly a long time, and Wolfric has been taken down by the steel, faith, and gunpowder of Sigmar. I love it. So Spearmen moving over. We do have some Empire Knights collapsing. This is like super clean Empire play from Sexy Mutant, and love to see it. Love to see it for sure. So here they come. We got some Spearmen moving on over here, and the Empire Knight's going to be hustling on over to Objective 3. Hellblaster, dude, the Hellblaster volley gun is so Chad. This thing has just been doing huge damage this game. And also, oh, is that a second Hellblaster? Dude, he went double Hellblaster with Sunmaker. Sunmaker is going to be unsummoned right now, but Norska has basically been routed off the battlefield. It's looking like the middle objective is going to be going to the Empire, and it's only a matter of time before the Empire gets the back objective. You know, having a value lead of 6,000, so many people got so comfortable with just throwing shit at objectives and just winning with like strong melee units that I think people are going to need a little bit of time to readjust to the fact that they actually have to fight now. Boris Todbringer moving in, chasing down the Shaman Sorcerer, and the Shaman Sorcerer is going to be running for sure. And yeah, Norska, you know, they can hold this back point. It might be enough to get him there, but I have to do some quick math in my head, I suppose. But the Empire Knight's going to be able to probably get there, and the Empire just has so much of a presence on the battlefield that I think they have time to get it. Spearmen with shields are making their way towards the back objective, a little bit of a slow progressive push, and we do get the Beast of Tashnar kind of sitting up here, maybe waiting to ambush some of the artillery units. Dude, the double Hellblaster shooting downtown and just ripping apart the Skinwolves is so cool. Oh my god, it's just beautiful. Just pure beauty. And yes, the Skinwolves being hunted down by Boris Todbringer, immediately routed by the Empire artillery. In the middle, we have Huntsman, we have the Fire Mage, and Norska basically is dead in the water. I mean, they don't really have a whole lot. We do see the Beast of Tashnar kind of sitting here, and the Zentler's Reichsguard going to be hunting down these Hounds. Hound's going to be looking to maybe flank around. They might be able to get an opportunity. And this is like a play you need earlier, right? Like, to find an opening in your opponent's formation to get back to their artillery pieces, right? And shut them down. Granted, it's harder now because of the reinforcements, but again, this map is a map where, when I was playing last night against Anticity, both of us knew. We were like, okay, it's going to be Coast Cathay. It's going to be a shootout. That's how this map's going to play out. This map certainly favors shooting factions. Granted, you can play melee grind on it. There's some opportunities, but yeah, it's tricky. Khorne is actually doing well. Somebody in chat saying rip Khorne in domination. Definitely not. Khorne still has a very solid 50% win rate. Of course, they're matchup specific and map dependent, but you know, so is every faction. If you put the Empire on Galleon's Cove or on you know, any of these kind of maps where shooting is very tough, like Broken Lake Gully, they're not going to be very good. But on maps like this, they're going to be stronger. So very, very massive value difference. We do see Boris Todbringer kind of flying over here, but that's going to be GG. Well played. The Sons of Sigmar with the steel chair. Those Skinwolves, like Hadri said in chat, could not handle that level of artillery penetration. That is true. 100% facts. That build just brought me such immense joy. Sunmaker with good value. And look at this. The Hellblaster volley guns both doing very well. It's a great build. The only thing I would recommend in this build is finding a way to get one silver bullet in there. It's such a game changer. Granted, his artillery did the job, but silver bullets can also do very well too. But other than that, the build's perfect. I loved it. And yeah, for the Norscan build, it was fine. You know, he couldn't quite get into the backfield. Maybe he needed to bunker bust the middle and focus more on pushing the artillery and shoving that back, right? Because he played the side objective, but maybe like an all-out push against the artillery has got to be the play if you see that, right? Yeah, GG, well played. Like, there was 2 Norscan units sitting on the back objective. There was some in the middle, some on the side. They were kind of like playing the old school way, which is just like stuff the Empire and objectives, but now that you have more time, you got to fight a little bit more. You got to fight a little bit more. Granted, that was a huge value lead anyways. I think even if we were playing on the previous patch, the Empire would have won that game. The value differential was just so big. The nation calls, baby. GG, well played, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. Now, it is a 1-1 series. Let's get into the next game and have some fun. Hadries, go ahead and hang tight because I will cast your game next, I think. Let me just check, actually. Hold on. Let me look at the brackets, Hadries. Normally, I always cast the top 4, but considering how long these games take, I think it's fine. Yeah, Sunmaker is really good against like everybody was saying, oh, you know, infantry spam's unbeatable in Domination. Well, not if you bring the tools to just blow away infantry, right? It's a totally different beast. Yeah, so Hadries is at the semis. We're playing our semis match here. So Hadries, you two can go ahead and start playing. Yeah. Well, actually, no, hold on, Hadries. Yeah, you got to wait for me. Wait for me. Because the thing is, the bottom side is really behind, so otherwise there's going to be a huge downtime. So just wait for me, Hadries. We'll cast the game. All right. Wait for me there. All right. Hopefully you got that message. Yeah, I just noticed the bottom side was a little bit behind, so we need to do our thing. So I in the north is going to be the map. No, Skaven are good. Skaven are very strong. Yeah, they're very good. We'll take a look at the win rates, and I'm going to have several tournaments going on this week. So I'll have I'll have one probably. I want to talk to Subutai and Tim the Wilder. I want them to host some tournaments, and then I'll play in those tournaments and stream it. And then also on Saturday I have Faction War, and Sunday I might do an event as well. I'm not sure. Although the beginners tournament's on Saturday, so maybe I'll just kind of support that. Is the longer matches a setback to streamers? No, I like longer matches, especially if it's close. It's more exciting. There's more of like a climax to the game, right? Like I cast Age of Empires, you know, like, so for me, I'm used to casting hour-long games, 30-minute games, like no problem, dude. Bottom side is a little bit behind in the bracket, yeah. Yeah, so Yumais, I do have the double elimination coming very soon. My developer messaged me a day or two ago, and he said that he's just working out some final little bugs in it, and it's going to be ready soon. So we're going to have best of 1 double elimination. It'll make the events much quicker. So basically, until we get to the top 8, we would do best of 1 double elimination. The newbie tournament's on Sunday, yeah. So okay, so maybe I won't do anything on Sunday. I want the focus to be on that. So. Do you even know when you'll be continuing? Yeah, so we have to start a new campaign, Zach, because the patch today kind of reworked the campaign, so that old one isn't good anymore. It's okay. We got done the first part of it, so we'll do that. Yeah, but the brackets will be good soon. All right. All right. 1 sec here. All right. 1 second here. Okay, just getting them to set up that lobby. Sexy Mutant says, GG, honestly, I didn't see that coming. Can you load the next map? I don't know by name. Okay, so we have Skaven, Chaos Warriors, and Tomb Kings. And it looks like they are doing theirs. And it's going to be Warriors of Chaos being picked. I mean, I'm stoked to see Warriors of Chaos now. Now that they're not like bugged capture weight Festus. Yeah, dude, sign me up. All right, so we got, ooh. Okay. Sexy Mutant, I'm going to telepathically send you what you do here. You go Skaven, you get some fat Globadiers and Mortars, and you just like bombard. Oh, it would just be so good. Although Skaven are a little bit hard to play for sure, but I mean, he clearly played the Empire, so he's good at playing hard factions. That was some really good clean Empire play, like really clean. The rules for the beginners tournament are posted on Total Tavern, so let me go ahead and show you guys. All right, so if you guys are new to this, and yeah, I wouldn't draw any conclusions like, oh, this faction's bad or that faction's bad until we get some real data from like 3 or 4 events. Except tiles, we can laugh at them. All right, so heading here. So if you guys are new to the community, just go to totaltavern.com. This is the Total War Warhammer esports website I've made. We've got a fun leaderboard, so if you play in events, you can earn avatars, and you go to your profile here, you can unlock all these avatars, which is very fun. And the tournaments will appear on the front page. So, okay, 1 second. Picture wasn't loading for that real quick. Let me get that. There's obviously a lot going on here. There we go. Okay, so you can see the beginner tournaments on Sunday at 10 a.m. And you could just go sign up here. So you just click here. You log in through Discord up in the top. And you just click sign up for the tournament. And then, you just need to be there an hour before it starts. And you just check in after that. And yeah, all the rules are here. The maps are here. It'll tell you where the event's being played. At the bottom, you can see the Discords you need to join, where it's going to be streamed and everything. And you can always get to my Discord by using this link up in the top right. And then from there, you can find pretty much everything you need. But yeah, it's great. It's a lot of fun. We have some cool community art up here as well. And yeah, eventually we'll be adding guides. And we have our Hall of Fames. If you want to go see who the GOATs are for different things, you can see Total Tavern Season 1. We don't yet have our champion. That's going to be scheduled in a couple weeks. I'm going to let players practice the new game mode first before we do that. So this is the Season 1. We have the Summer Championship here. We have the World Championship coming up. And then obviously Faction Wars, which is always fun. But yeah, one-stop shop, man. For whatever you need multiplayer, head on over and we'll get you taken care of. Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. Okay, so Mutant's going to go Tomb Kings here. It's a good call. I think the catapults are quite strong. Still waiting for the Haggard Steam Tank pick. Ooh, that's risky. I would only pick Steam Tank with the Empire against like Beastmen or like a faction that has poor leadership for the Terror on an objective, but even then, it's very risky. Norska felt heavily outpicked that match. Yeah, no, they for sure were. Norska also was kind of playing it like the old meta, where you just kind of like play the objectives. They still would have lost, even on the previous build. Like they got steamrolled so hard on value, it wouldn't have mattered, I don't think. But yeah. That's going to be good. You guys want the High Elves? Well, I know Wood Elves are doing well today. Let's go look at the win rates real quick. Let's see. I think Wood Elves have had a decent first showing. Yeah, Wood Elves have a 50% win rate, 57%, pretty good. Dark Elves, 86%. High Elves is 0%. I just love it. It's just, look at this. It's so funny. High Elves 0-6. Who have they lost against? Pretty much a little bit of everyone. Dark Elves are very good, though. Dark Elves are a strong domination faction. Wood Elves obviously doing pretty good as well. Happy to see it. Yeah, looks pretty good. Like, we have a lot of factions around 50%, which is nice. Dude, I don't know what it is with Khorne, but Khorne is like the most balanced faction in the game. They're just like... So they beat the Dwarves, they beat the Vampire Coast, they beat Wood Elves, they beat Dark Elves, but they lost to Beastmen and they lost to Norska a couple times. So yeah, you can still see a melee faction doing very well against shooting factions. It's not like shooting is like OP or anything now. It seems like Khorne performing pretty well. Nurgle, a little bit of a rough opening. Grand Cathay, though. Grand Cathay with a 50% win rate. Oh my god, I love it. Yes, an Empire with one as well. We're actually seeing a semblance of balance, except Tomb Kings. They're a problem child. But again, small sample size, not enough games played yet. Very anecdotal, but still, it is going on. All right, cool. The meta 0% win rate. Okay. If I had a spare 8 hours, I might try a Dom tourney and play High Elves. Yeah, Loopy, but here's the thing, Loopy. You can play in a domination tournament, and then you can drop out. It doesn't matter. If you play in a tournament, one of my tournaments, and you have to go or you can't play the whole time, go ahead and play. And just let me know, and I can drop you and advance your opponent without giving you a loss on your record. I mean, so if you won a match but didn't want to continue, I can advance your opponent who you defeated, and then you wouldn't get a loss on your record. So it's totally fine. Lizards will be fine. Lizards are very strong, I think. They're just a little trickier to play. Yeah, they're a little bit of a tricksy hobbit. But I hate dropping out. I get you, Loopy. It wouldn't be a big deal, though, honestly. And Loopy, there's some events that are played that are smaller. But yeah, once we get the single elimination, I think that'll be pretty interesting. Yeah, Tomb Kings, I don't mind playing Tomb Kings with Empire. I actually feel like I can beat them with using artillery and some of the magic. Yeah. Kind of fun. So Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. Are we going to be seeing the dreaded Shrine build? So the Festus plus Slanesh War Shrine double Mortis Engine build. By the way, Nakamura, you still in chat? Did you not playing in today's tournament? I wanted to ask how'd it go for you. Yes. So Hadries. giving the maps to the players. All right, cool. I'm loving it, man. Dude, and multiplayer is in such a good spot right now. Like, we're getting such good signups for the tournaments. But you know what, more than anything, has just brought me such immense joy as it pertains to Total War Warhammer multiplayer. So number one, of course, seeing Creative Assembly like actively doing these things. I had a good games, but got outplayed in round one. Hey, no worries, Nakamura, it happens, man. Is seeing how many new players are signing up for Platypus's events. So for these, like, you know, normal events, don't forget to reset the record every season. Yeah, we won't. Well, we will, for sure, don't worry. But seeing a ton of new players sign up. We never had that in Warhammer 2, really. We had beginner tournaments, but they weren't that popular. I mean, there were still some folks who would sign up, but having Platypus's tournament get like 150 people sign up last week, all who are beginners, is just amazing. I was so happy to see that. That just, I shed a tear, a Sigmarite tear. It was great. And many of those players are going to just practice and train and get involved in future tournaments. Where can we learn to make good army lists? Well, firstly, I would recommend joining our Discord, where you can ask these questions to other high-level players and get good feedback. But yeah, on top of that, we're going to add a section on Total Tavern, which is going to be really cool. This is next. We're finishing a couple of quality of life things in the next week, but then we're going to add a section where you can upload your build as a screenshot. So you have to take a screenshot and you upload it to a page. Other participants on the website can upvote it, downvote it, and there's also going to be like a mini forum beneath it where people can discuss it, and it should be pretty great. Yeah, definitely manly tiers. Manly tiers. Not forcing people to read 2 pages of rules increases participation. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you, Misha. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you know, I love a lot of other RTS games, but there's something about like Warhammer. Even though it's got its problems, like, dude, just Warhammer is such a cool universe, especially Warhammer Fantasy, that, like, yeah, it's just so hard. It's so fun, man. It's so fun. This is the best. Once we get these like final little bugs patched out, we're just gonna be like in the zone. Bright future for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It is gonna be the sexy mutant, our son of Sigmar, on the Tomb Kings. He's got a Lich Priest of Death with Spirit Leech and Buna. Eyes of the Desert, Casket of Souls, double artillery, which on this map is so good. It can like hit all the objectives. It's so nice. Oh, triple catapult. Wow. Now, the only issue with going this heavy in range in artillery is your front line's going to fold like a piece of paper, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Now, looking here at the forces of the Ever-Chosen. Oh, yeah, the Giga Chosen. And this is the thing, with Festus being nerfed and, you know, bullshit overpowered stuff being nerfed, we start to see other things being chosen. So we got Archaon with Burning Head. That's pretty much it. He's just there to kick butt. And yeah, he's a great fighter. Archaon can pretty much fight any Tomb King's Lord, and he's so cool looking. Especially on his new horse. Marauders and Spawn, very, very classic melee focus build. And the Soul of Damnation. Oh yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Check it out. So the Soul of Damnation sits at the ready. This is great if your opponent brings any Kepler Guard, Tomb Guard. And look, we even have the Chaos Dwarf DLC coming in a little bit earlier. So the Chaos Dwarf's ready to do the work of, I believe their god's name is Hashut, if I'm not mistaken. Fabio says, I almost lost my taste for Warhammer 3 multiplayer, reinvigorated my will to play. Thanks for the great casting. Thank you, Fabio. Great name, by the way. Fabio's main is legendary. I remember seeing his glorious main in supermarkets in the 1990s. In Vaughn's and all those places. No longer a Chaos Pony, that's right. I literally have this cloth next to me that I'm like wiping sweat off my body with as I cast. It's just so foul. Nurgle has truly embraced, it's like a Nurgle corn hellscape in here. Festus was bugged. So his capture weight was 10. So Festus had the capture weight of 2 full infantry units, which is just bullshit. He was supposed to have 3. So that was happening in the previous patch. And on top of that, Festus's Mortis engine was literally like 5 times stronger than other Mortis engines. So they nerfed his Mortis, they nerfed his healing, and they nerfed his capture weight back to normal. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff. He needed it. Festus was just too good. There was no reason to bring other characters. There was just absolutely no reason. All right, guys. So the battle is on. The forces of the Bone Daddies assemble. And I love artillery builds. I love artillery builds. It's so much fun. So they're going to be shooting downtown, raining some hot fire here on the Marauders of Chaos. And the one thing I'm worried about for the Tomb Kings is they don't have a ton of fightiness in their army. So certainly going to struggle to play the objective game and trade in the melee. But Kepler Guard getting slammed by the Hell Cannon. So the Soul of Damnation has a lot of ammo. Might as well have infinite ammo. Basically what you do is you use all of its ammo, then you unsummon it, get a partial refund, and summon some more infantry or, you know, whatever you really need. But that is a lot of DACA for sure. Oh my god, Marauders getting pounded. Value trading's pretty even so far from the artillery. You know, the Soul of Damnation hitting Kepler Guard is very, very good, and these are just chaff Marauders. Archaon could be a big playmaker here. Yeah, he's moving in, man. He's looking to hunt. So he's going to be going after the Eyes of the Desert here. There he goes. Just kind of gliding across the screen. Let's get some cinematic shots of this bad boy riding. So incredibly cool. What would probably take us to the pinnacle of like Warhammer multiplayer is if Creative Assembly gave us dedicated servers. That would be like the winning play. So Archaon's going to be juking while the Tomb King's catapults are just raining hot fire down. Yeah, doing good work, but the Marauders will move in, and they should be able to get a couple objectives. Archaon just going to be sitting and kind of ignoring the Spirit Leech, and he does get a Burning Head. Nice one there from Archaon. It does hit the Kepler Guard, and it looks like the Burning Head might also tickle some of these artillery crews back here. And does a little bit of damage. Honestly, not bad. Yeah, honestly, not bad. It does kind of soften him up for later. Now, where's Archaon going to go? He has to be careful. If he gets caught by the Eyes of the Desert, he could be in a little bit of danger. And the Eyes of the Desert are going to be sitting here, looking to shoot downtown, while this objective will be grabbed by the forces of the Warriors of Chaos. And here we do see the Slaneshi Cav, so the Hellstriders being summoned in, being bombarded a little bit, but the double Slanesh Cav looking to maneuver around the weaker points of the Tomb King's army. This is very risky. Tomb Kings are super entrenched right now. I mean, they do have 100 speed, so with really crazy micro, you can find your way around. But it is going to take some heavy micro from the House Cat of War. He needs to get these. Oh my god, he forgot about him. He has an opportunity for sure. Just go here, and all this artillery is dead. Like, all of it. Like, go there now. Oh my god, he's forgetting about him. He's throwing the game. Oh no. And the mutant is able to bombard them and get the Eyes of the Desert. That was a really good play by Housecat, but he just kind of forgot about those units, and one of them's going to ride off the battlefield right now. The other one's going to get by, but he could have killed all this Tomb King's artillery. That would have been just an MLG play. Now, is Chaos out of the game, though? Not yet. They do have the two objectives. They're starting to accrue some points. The back objective is being heavily threatened by Chaos. We do have the Chaos Fawn moving there. And Archaon, oh yeah, Archaon taking advantage of the poor marching orders. Going to be getting a big Burning Head, and oh man, Archaon coming in, going for the kill against the Lich Priest. Talk about a mismatch. So that bad boy's going to be running for the hills, and Archaon should for sure keep hunting him. If he can take away the Nehekar lore passive, that's just going to be so incredibly strong. Now, the Hellstriders got wrecked on the side of the map. Hellcannon's still doing well, and, you know, House Cat of War, despite that big blunder and throwing away 1,200 value, is still trading very, very well, actually. It looks like Archaon's going to be pulling back. Kepler Guard going to be getting attacked by Chaos Spawn, very cost-effective there, and Archaon's going to be coming over to help control the objective, and, you know, he hasn't gotten the back objective yet? No, he has. Okay, so Warriors of Chaos do have that. We have artillery being shot from all sides, and the Tomb Kings are very, very entrenched right now, but Archaon certainly had an opportunity to get some good work there. So Nehekar Horsemen and Skeleton Horsemen moving out. Catapults continue to rain some heavy-duty fire. And yeah, Archie doing a good job clearing off this objective, though. Getting into the Tomb Guard, you know, lighting them on fire to mitigate any healing effects from Realm of Souls. Chaos Spawn should be able to grind them down. And, you know, so far, the Tomb Kings do not have any objectives. Value trading, pretty even. Aside from that big blunder, if Warriors of Chaos had really seized on that opportunity, they could have gotten back there and killed some Artie for sure. But they are down in value because of that. That was 1,200 gold that he lost. On those two Cav units, the Chaos Spawn's still grinding, and it looks like the Warriors of Chaos might be able to get this objective. Archaon is actually being a really substantial menace. Already up to 1,000 value, and wherever he goes, just desolation follows as he is able to grind through these guys. It looks like the capture weight is going for the Warriors of Chaos here. The two spawn units each have 3 capture weight, out-capturing the Tomb Guard and the Spear. So, well, it depends on how many models they have, but we'll have to see. Sorry about the lag, guys. It's an inevitable aspect of Total War multiplayer. It doesn't happen in every game, but it does happen from time to time. Now, Tomb Kings are moving up to get objectives, but this is where Hellstriders of Slanesh are just insanely good. So Chaos is now the one on the defense a little bit, and they're able to summon these anti-large Cav out. And the Cav units come in, and they swarm the hell out of these horsemen. And talk about a hard counter. Anti-large poison, super fast. The Skeleton Horsemen just getting shreked. And I believe another unit of Hellstriders was summoned in. No, Forsaken. I do like the Forsaken choice, a little bit susceptible to being bombarded, but they really will kill Skeleton Spearmen very quickly. And the Warriors of Chaos do have a triple cap now on the Tomb Kings. So Archaon, still fighting in the back. He is caught by the Eyes of the Desert. Okay. So check this out. Eyes of the Desert here, getting some nice halberd attacks into Archaon. Archaon's going to be forced back. Value lead for the Tomb Kings does continue to grow. That early blunder, obviously, you know, costing them quite a bit. The catapults appear to be running out of ammo, so maybe the infinite ammo thing is, I think it's tied to the lore spells. But yeah, they seem to be, yeah, going down pretty quickly. Maybe he's not casting a whole lot of magic. Oh! He doesn't have the Lore of Nehekara, which is what causes the infinite ammo. So the catapults actually don't have infinite ammo this game. So yeah, I think the bug is actually tied to the Lore of Nehekara there. So yeah, looks like it's going to be a bug-free game in that regard. Now the Marauders moving in, Skeleton Spearmen, but the catapults of the Tomb Kings just doing excellent work. And I'm sure some Furies would be very, very welcome now. But can Warriors of Chaos bring Furies? Can they bring basic Furies? I think they can. That would be really, really good, because the Skeleton crews are just super weak. They have 6 melee defense. They die, like, incredibly quickly. But it's still a triple cap at this point, right? The Warriors of Chaos are on their way to getting, getting a third of the way there. In the back, we do have the Ushapti summon. Oh my god, I'm sure every campaign player is, like, feeling the pain. How many of you guys have played campaign? Let me know in chat. And just had the AI summon Ushapti on your precious artillery, or a Menace below on top of your artillery. We can all feel this. Yeah, the Warriors of Chaos have no demon units. I didn't think they, yeah, I was pretty sure they didn't have Furies, but Forsaken charging in, going after these guys, and the Lich Priest actually a little bit trapped out. Archaon being killed by Spirit Leeches, but Archaon is going to come butter some bread right here, and you can see the artillery for the Tomb King's actually running a little bit low on ammo here. So Chaos Spawn are battling, and we see the Kepra Guard doing great, man. Eyes of the Desert also with their, not anti-large shooting. I think their halberd attacks are anti-large. Their shooting is not, but nonetheless they are getting some nice DAC in there and doing some work. All the damn time, literally thousands of times. You can relate. Well, that's basically what just happened. And that was a big play by the Tomb Kings, right? It's something you don't really think about when you're playing against them, right? Like, Chaos doesn't really bring artillery often. Chaos is holding on to the middle objective. The side objective is being threatened, but the Tomb Kings are up by about 4,000 value right now. So it looks like the sexy mutant, our Son of Sigmar, will be advancing. And you know what? He didn't even use anything terribly buggy, right? Like, he didn't use the infinite ammo and the catapults. Just good positioning, good trading. And also that misplay. Housecat had a really good opportunity to dive the artillery and pretty much just kill them all. But unfortunately, he just kind of forgot about the units, and they routed off the side of the map, which was very, very painful. Now, big fight here. Chaos trying to hold on to the back objective. We do have the Forsaken, which are an excellent counter, assuming they're not being shelled by the Casket of Souls and different tools like that. But able to get through the Skeleton Spearman, and Chaos is able to secure its back objective despite some of the pressure there. In the middle, Archaon is holding on, and we do see a 700-0 score right now, right? So Chaos is in a position where they can for sure just hold on to one objective in Helm's Deep. And the thing is the Tomb Kings are going to be running out of ammo eventually, right? And if Archaon can survive that somehow and just be this presence that you have to deal with on the back objective, that's going to be very menacing there. Oh, beautiful shot from that casket, man. Just great, great stuff. So, back objective taken by the Tomb Kings. Kepra Guard just are so menacing. Even with some of the changes and nerfs they got, they're still very, very good. Although they're fighting a counter and they're still fighting, right? Here we get some more Nekar Horsemen. Sneaky Snakes are shooting pretty well. Chaos really needs to hold on to the middle objective. But the back objective is also being threatened. Here, the Forsaken are broken off. Another unit of Forsaken coming back in. We got 45 of these bad boys. I love the way the new Forsaken look. Man, if just imagine if Games Workshop had never gotten rid of the Warhammer Fantasy and they just like gave it a facelift and just like used the models from Total War. Oh my god, it would just be the best tabletop game ever. It would just be the best looking. It would just be so good. Alas, in another timeline, in an alternate reality. Here, we get the charge of the Forsaken being shelled once more. They're shaken, but still going to be doing a pretty devastating charge. Horsemen sitting on the objective, throwing their weapons at the skeletons. And you can see, even Forsaken in super low numbers, look how badly they just batter these skeletons. Archaon is just being an absolute Chad in the middle as well. Holding on. The Skeleton Horseman here just being grinded, and he is just holding this objective. Honestly, even in his beat-up state, he could probably kill this Tomb Scorpion. Archaon is potentially going to be winning the game here for the Warriors of Chaos. This is becoming very scrappy, and ammunition is about to be running out. I think something I'm going to poll the players and see about with Tomb Kings is maybe putting a rule into effect where Tomb Kings can only bring their artillery if they're not using Lore of Nehekara. So that like Ark and the Black could do it, because I think that's what does that. I'll have to see, because that on this new game mode, like where like if they didn't run out of artillery, it would just be so devastating, or run out of ammo. But I don't know, a little bit tricky for sure. So Archaon tries to get in there, but Eyes of the Desert give him the dirty. Ushapti Grapo, really nice positioning here by the mutant, setting him up on the high ground, and we do see the Tomb Scorpion battling into the Chaos Spawn here. Archie is going to be on the run, so that's a pretty big one there for Chaos. That's going to hurt. Their artillery is about to run out, so the Caskets have a little bit of ammo left, not too much. Now back here, the back objective, this is going to be the Helm's Deep of Chaos, but it's going to take a long time. So basically, when they get to 1,000 points, it's going to be taking 500 seconds, right, to get that. So that's quite a bit. That's many minutes here. So Marauders fighting into the Horsemen. Archaon is routed. Oh, Archaon got killed. It looks like something shot him from downtown, probably the Ushapti Grapo. Now, what can Chaos do here to scrap? We get some Chaos Spawn trading reasonably well. Value lead for the Tomb Kings is pretty substantial, and it looks like the Tomb Kings are going to be grabbing this. Yep. So they got that objective, and the Warriors of Chaos are going to have to Helm's Deep on their back objective. We see Marauders being spammed out, and he's almost at 1,100 points, guys. He's getting to a reasonably good point, but now the points are going to switch, but Chaos can win on one objective. But the fact that these Marauders are all marching in a blob, oh no, and just getting shelled is so painful. They're taking so much damage. So, yep, Marauders here, absolutely getting hammered. Marauder Horsemen, or Marauders, I should say, House Cat of War, are pulling back. Yeah, you know, also another solution is just to use your global bans to ban the Tomb Kings. Because I don't think that, you know, yeah, like, Warriors of Chaos are not that big of a threat anymore now that they're really good, but they're not, like, a huge OP threat. I think, like, you just ban Tomb Kings. Like, if you're playing in this tournament not banning Tomb Kings, I think you're making a big mistake. Because you have 2 bans, right? Like, Slaanesh, Tomb Kings, all those bad boys need to be taken out, so. Here we see the Hellstriders moving across. Looks like they're coming for vengeance. Going to be trying to hold the point. Looks like Warriors of Chaos do hold on to it. They would have to snake another point somehow. And dude, the Eyes of the Desert have just been such an MVP this game. Like punishing Archaon, killing Chaos Spawn, 2100 value here. You can see their halberds just doing some serious heavy lifting here as they continue to fight. Yeah, what a great game. It's been good. This has been a really good scrap. Back and forth for sure. Chaos able to hold on, but they're down by 4,000 value right now. And, you know, the Tomb Kings are having to overextend here, and they don't really have a whole lot. I'm kind of looking around. I'm like, the Tomb Kings army looks really bare. We get Nahakar Warriors, Skeleton Spears. The catapults are about to run out of ammo, so that's going to be tricky. Yeah, they're all just about out. I mean, they have a shit ton of ammo anyways. You can see, like, this is a 10-minute game, and they've been able to shoot the entire time. They have a lot of ammunition. They were pretty much a meme unit in Warhammer 2, I guess. Towards the end of Warhammer 2, they started to see a little bit of play. But, yep, there they go. So Marauders battling into the Horsemen. Chaos attempting to hold the objective while being shelled. More and more Marauders coming in. Chaos Spawn surrounding that Tomb Scorpion. Now, what are the Warriors of Chaos going to be summoning? Yep, Spawn is the right choice. Just get in there and, man, he needs to hold for quite a bit longer, man. Quite a bit longer. Does he have anything elsewhere on the battlefield to threaten other objectives? It does not look like it. The Lich Priest probably out of Winds of Magic. Archaon, if Archaon could have found a way to survive, he might have been able to kind of Helm's Deep this here. Yeah. So Marauders battling, catapults shooting in, but more and more Marauders and Spawn making their way in and honestly trading pretty cost effectively. The Spawn are cutting through the Kepler Guard here. But the Sneaky Snakes have been such a problem for Chaos this game. Eyes of the Desert. 2,200 value on these guys. Their halberds will make them a pretty hard counter against Chaos Spawn. They're pretty menacing looking units. I mean, those things are actually quite giant, right? Yeah, they're pretty big. So there you have it. You know, and I'm starting to kind of see that, you know, the Tomb Kings might become a faction that become one of those like auto bans. One sec, guys. Just gotta open my door real quick. Like where if you're using your global bans, which there are 4 of them, I suspect Tomb Kings are going to start becoming one that is like everybody just starts banning them. Because they seem really strong. Like they seem like they can do everything in Domination, plus the ammunition thing. GG, well played. Close game. Tomb Kings crushing the Warriors of Chaos in the end. Close game, but the jaws of Nehakara did come down and were able to seal the deal as the Warriors of Chaos basically just ran out of steam. So that is going to be a 2-1 victory here for the Mutant as he advances on. Well played to House Cat of War. And now we will do Hadries versus Moffat on the top side. And let's do it to it. So well played to those gentlemen. Let me go ahead and find this next lobby. So let me get the code from Hadries. All right. Our code. Hadries is going to send me over the code. Thank you all for joining. It's been fun. The infinite ammo bug is not fixed, but it wasn't in play that game because it only happens when you cast the Lore of Nehakara one replenishes the ammo. So that's basically it. I think they fixed the Vampire Coast one. I don't think Queen Bess has infinite ammo anymore. I don't know. The Tomb Kings one slipped by. Does mobility just beat Tomb Kings? So for Warriors of Chaos, like against Tomb Kings, yeah, you need to get into the back line, and he had an opportunity to do so, but he did miss it, and that pretty much cost him the game. That's also a map thing. Like on maps like that, shooting is very good. I think players are going to realize they can't just play the Chaos factions on like maps that are very choke pointy because they're going to get shot to pieces. Like open maps, I think they're totally fine, but I think the meta is going to shift a little bit, and people have not yet kind of figured that out, right? So very well played. All right. That was super fun. All right, so Hadri's getting me the key. Cool. So this is a top 4 match here, and the Mutant will be advancing on the bottom. Okay, so if we lag here, I'm just going to jump out and let them play. If it's really laggy, if it's tolerable, we'll stay. But oh, we have Vampire Coast versus Warriors of Chaos in the first game, dude. The meta has been so much fun. All right, so let's go ahead and reset this. We got Hadri's versus. And now we're cool. Let's get this party started. Helmengorst. Yeah, the meta's going to change for sure. Oh, it's not going to be sit back and shoot. No, definitely not. It's going to be like map specific. Like players are going to start picking based on maps. Yeah. Healing full HP artillery was what gave ammo, so Festus could stand near 2 hell cannons and give them infinite ammo. Oh my god. Is that true? I don't really know. I didn't investigate the bug terribly heavily. No, melee's still very good. It's still very good. I mean, like, you can get heavy. If you can, melee will almost always have an advantage on the objectives. So if you can just trade evenly, and if you can trade evenly with melee, you win the game. That's basically, like, if you're an Empire player or trading like dead even, you're going to win the game. Okay? But, you know, obviously the Empire, the shooting factions have to outvalue you to win, whereas you don't really need to. Eye in the North is just a terrible map unless you sit back and shoot and fight over caps. Yeah, Eye in the North isn't the best map, but I also don't want to just make players play the same 3 maps over and over. We really need more maps. We really need more maps. Okay, guys, just doing the old dry off here. Give me a fat Helmengorst. Is that what you wanted? Was that good enough for you? All right, just drying off. Got to get all the sweat off me so I can focus. And then, you know, losing a little bit of weight here. This is something. Do you think ranked games and ladder? It still has problems. People just dodge. It's really annoying. Depth Guard are amazing, yeah. Vampire Coast is one of my mains. Because Vampire Coast can play melee and they can shoot. They're just such a strong faction. Oh my god. Okay. There we have it. I'm good to go. Peeling knows what's up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in the top 4. It is the Great Hadri's, the King of the Skaven, versus one of our new up-and-coming tyrants, Moffat. Moffat hasn't lost too many series. Very, very strong player. And looks like it is going to be a Oh, I love it. Salastra. Salastra is so awesome. So she's going to be doing Vanguard's Revenge and Ghosts of the Past. So getting some Knights Errant is very, very nice. And we have Deck Gunners, Zombies, Bombers, and Animated Hulk. So a very kind of well-rounded Vampire Coast build. It's not pure shooting. It's not pure, you know, melee. A couple Depth Guard and support, obviously. We have the Depth Guard in the back, which Depth Guard do trade very poorly into great weapons, but a lot of Chaos players do not bring great weapons here. So I do like that. Now, looking at the Coast build, the Chaos build, Warriors of Chaos here for Hadri's. He does have Prince Sigvald the Magnificent, Chaos Sorcerer of Fire with Burning Head. And for the rest of the build, it's going to be Marauders and Chaos Warriors. So, yeah, very much like old meta, right? Marauder Horsemen, they can pick on things, they can dive in the back line, but I think for Chaos here, this is a little bit tricky. Like, I feel like Coast on the position here, going to be able to kind of sit. But again, they're a little bit more vulnerable to being enveloped by hounds and diving on this map. It's more open, there's more flanking angles, and, you know, all that sort of good stuff. I don't know if there's any bloats in the main army. I don't think so. I don't think Moffat is a character. He's a character in the game. I don't think he's a player who memes. In my experience watching him play, he's very, very serious usually. So, Hadri's is also pretty serious. But Hadri's will play underdog factions though. You know, occasionally. I mean, Skaven are kind of an underdog faction, but yeah, it's Gorst in time. I know. No more Gorst, please. Gorst got nerfed. He's appropriately costed. Vampire counts are still obviously very strong too. I'm curious to see how Hadri's is going to be tackling this gun line. Obviously, he's going to get the top objective more or less for free. Like, I don't think Vampire Coast is going to be, you know, really thinking about that one. They're more static. They're more kind of set in their position here. That is for sure. Yeah, like, Chaos could even do something like this. This is not a bad idea for Chaos, right? You just, like, park on the edge of the objective and capture it and capture this one, and then force the Vampire Coast to come up, because they'll lose with the 2-to-1 cap, right? And I love that Prince Sigvald is already charging. He's just such a Chad. And he does have a silver shield. He's pretty hard to kill. So Sigvald getting in there is going to be very, very disruptive. So here he comes. Yeah, so whenever anybody picks a gunline faction against me, or I see them in the pool, I usually always pick gunline myself. I like to take my chances, like having a shootout with someone, as opposed to having to rush a gunline. It's tricky when you get to the higher levels. So a little bit of lag here. I might have to jump out. It's fine. We'll at least get through this game, and then I'll jump out after this. I know, for some reason, when I'm with Hadri's, I sometimes have a little bit of lag, so we could just like let them play their series here. But they're moving up. Horsemen coming around the side. Sigvald's going to be marching down the middle. It looks like it like kind of comes and goes. Like right now, it seems like totally fine. So we should be okay. All right, Jordan, thank you for testing that. Appreciate it. Good to know, man. Good to know. Horsemen circling around. No poison hounds or anything like that yet. And the Chaos Warriors will be good. Not so good against Bombers, though. Bombers will give them problems. Sigvald is for sure the big winning piece here, but I should probably jump out and let these gentlemen play. I don't know if me being here is causing this or if it would just lag like this anyways, but I don't mind jumping out. So let me go to the website and see if there's another series for us to cast. In the meantime, sorry about this. It's just, you know, Total War, please. CA, give us dedicated servers. Look how fun this could be. We got 2,000 people watching. And it would be a lot better if we just had servers. So, bottom side is not there yet. I don't think. Hold on, guys. I'm just minimize checking the brackets, so that's why it's like it's stuck on the screen at the moment. House Cat of War. Okay, they didn't report their score yet. So, Sexy Mutant, you need to report your score. Yeah, I think I'm gonna jump out and just let these guys play because I don't want to lag their game. So I'll let them battle because that's frustrating for the players. So I'm just gonna jump out just in case I'm causing that. All right. So let's go here. They can keep playing it, and let me just go ahead and check here. All right. Hey, yes, they're on. They are playing now. So, port your score on Tavern, set up lobby. I'll cast your next series. All right, guys, just setting up the next game here. Oh, dedicated servers would be so good. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick anyways. Be right back, my friends. Give me like 2 minutes, a minute. Return. We're going to get our next lobby going here in just a second. Yeah, this will be viewable for everyone later on. Yeah. Okay. 1 sec here. Cool. We could play a quick battle in the meantime. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I think we have a moment. So let's queue up for a ranked match just for fun. We'll play a game while we wait. No, my internet's actually very good. I got the best internet you could pretty much get in California. Well, I guess there might be fiber somewhere, but it's pretty good. Let the players host? Yeah, they were hosting there. Yeah. I think the most RTS games run on peer-to-peer connections. Do they? I think Age of Empires doesn't. I'm pretty sure Age of Empires has servers. I've never really had issues with lag. Yeah. Report it as a win. All right, so what do we feel like playing here? We're just doing this while we wait for the next match. We're going to give somebody the steel chair. Okay, so we're on the Lost Crater, which... Oh, is this actually a crater map? Huh. Who has not been giving that much love lately? You know, we haven't seen Kislev in a long time. I could play some Kislev. Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay is actually very good here. I don't know, what do you guys feel like seeing? Kazrak game? Oh my god, don't make me play Kazrak, dude. Why would you put that evil on me? Why would you put that evil on me? Oh my god. So, Bretonia... We don't play too much Lizardmen, that's for sure. No, we don't have fiber where I live. No, it's not very common in California. You know what? Let's play the High Elves. They never get any love. Oh my god, is this for real? The lag this bad in this lobby? Of course. Okay. So the mutant had to drop because it's really late where he is. And how the house cat's gonna take his place. House Cat did great. It was a really good series, so we will we'll do that. He'll still get his win and everything. Oh, we actually have a series to cast right now. Okay, that's fine. So never mind then. Let's just jump out of here, and it seems to be frozen anyway. So let's just do this. Host, perfect. And let's get you here. And let's go ahead and get Subutai. And then we have the House Cat. Perfect. Cool. Let's get this match going. Yeah, I was gonna play some Hiles for you guys, but you know, we're actually in the next round here, so we'll do that. And meanwhile, Hadries and Moffat will play, determining who's going to be going to the grand finals. We'll 100% cast the grand finals today. 100%. All right, so we got those two players. Let's just need to go to Total Tavern real quick. Do some fanciness. Let's take a look at the bracket so far. So yeah, up on the top side, we have Hadries versus Moffat in a best of 3. The winner will be going on to the grand finals where we'll cast. And then we have Subutai defeated Orange Pest 2-0, and Housecat was defeated by the Mutant, but Mutant has to drop. It's very late. Got some personal stuff going on. So we'll be advancing the Housecat. And yeah, and then we'll have the series between Subutai and Housecat right here, which will be fine. So on Total Tavern, we have, some fancy control, so we can, make it, he can report as a win, but then we can advance a different person, unlike Challenge. So it's pretty cool. All right. All right, no problem. They're reporting the games. Subutai should be in the lobby here. Let's make sure it's domination mode, not land battle. We're just about there. Biles, more like Biles. I wonder if we'll see that. Subutai might play Beastmen. I think Subutai likes Beastmen. I'm trying to remember what like factions these two enjoy. Okay, so let's do that. And let's paste the codes again. Perfect. It is done, so now I just need to update the brackets on Tavern to reflect the drop. And we'll change the scorecard. Sorry about the lag in the previous game, but at least we had a really, really fun first series. That was like super fun. All right, so let's do this real quick. And where are the scorecards? Let's see who gets into the lobby first. It's going to be Housecat of War. Getting a second, they say cats have 9 lives, so Housecat versus Subutai. All right, top 4, best of 3. Let me give them the maps. All right. And crossing. All right, so I just gave them the maps. So they should be all set in that regard. So the first map is going to be Arnheim here as we load in. And the players can start on their picks and bans, and we'll be good to go in a minute. Seems like you can usually tell in the lobbies if there's a little bit of lag when you like click around. This one seems pretty promising, so seems okay, my friend. Seems okay. Okay, so this is going to be you being replaced by Housecat of War. Boom. Yeah, it's really nice having full control over all the tournament stuff on the back end. Like on Challenge, there would always be like weird situations that you just couldn't change because of the, how rigid the website was. We had to take it into our own hands. All right, there they go. Perfect. And we're all good. So Housecat moved on because his opponent had to drop. Even though his opponent won 2-1, it was still a very close series. They seem pretty evenly matched, so the quality of the gameplay should be pretty good. But players are going to do their picks and bans now. So maybe we'll see a wild Bretonnian pick. I would love to see Bretonnia be picked. How does Valkia? Valkia is really good, Zach. Valkia is very strong. Very, very strong. But it is Subutai versus Housecat of War. Yeah, RTK. I don't know if Housecat is in, I think, RTK as well. Yeah, a lot of the top players were in either RTK or ODM. Yeah. She loses to Azazel one-on-one. Maybe if he uses his magic. I'm pretty sure if she uses her demon shield, she'll win that. It's interesting, though. Yeah. Do you guys want me to just jump in and play? Yeah, there you go. I thought about it, but that wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. I didn't put in the time to get here today, so hopefully some other people will host tournaments this week so I can play. Like, and if we do get another tournament hosted, I'll stream my gameplay. I'll stream it. I'll go hard. Yeah. I know. Well, Mutant did so good too. I was so excited to see him play again. That's why I'm a little bummed he dropped. It's all good though. I understand. But yeah, he got an Empire win and it was glorious. Yeah, so the reason why, these individuals and clans are so good often is because they have like these chambers in which to train. So you have a pool of top level players to bounce ideas and builds and practice with. Like practice partners are a big, big thing. Like having somebody to play with on a regular basis that's very good and will test your mettle, because like then you find out if your builds are actually good or if you're beating someone who's not as good as you. That's why like I generally play with Anticity and Hadries. Those are like guys I play with all the time. And, it really sharpens your steel. 100%. Zazel has almost 100% more weapon damage than Valkia. Yeah, it's true, but Valkia is invulnerable to damage for 13 seconds, which is like, what, 3 or 4 attacks? Yeah, it's hard to say. Valkia probably loses that. If Azazel is using Acquiescence and Magic in his items, yeah, I would imagine he wins that. The Pious Skeleton says, Turin, playing in Menacing Platypus's newbie tournament, and you want me to just play in that? Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't normally play in tournaments. You know, I have a background in competitive RTS. I was a GM in StarCraft way back in the day, and competitive Warcraft 3 player and stuff, but I tend to host events, so I never get the chance to play. So I'm trying to get back into the swing of competing, which is very fun. You know, I'm not a meta player though, so that's often my downfall. All right, just makes me want to play Magic in the sweaty training pits of our local game store. Yeah, it sounds like fun. Sounds like fun for sure. We haven't seen any Lizardmen on stream yet. No, have we seen any? We haven't. Yeah, we just reset all the stats here. Aces. So the global bans are Vampire Counts, Tomb King, Tzeentch, and Slaanesh. Yeah, it looks good. See, Tomb Kings are making their way in there, so that makes sense. So, what are we going to see here? I would love to see some Dowie. It'd be great. Dylan, you'll have to wait for the replays. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. Yeah. Grandpa turn is more correct, I know. Yeah, this was good times. Yeah, I mean, Slaanesh being a better duelist makes sense. Valkia is more of like a brawler, right? She has like armor. So like if Valkia gets caught in the open, she's not going to die to a couple archers, whereas Azazel will. So yeah, it makes sense. Any tips for a newer player playing in a tournament? No, just have fun, man. Get the reps in. I would say just find like 3 factions you really like and just kind of practice those ones. Don't like overextend yourself and just, you know, go in with a mindset where, you know, it doesn't matter. Just have fun. And signing up for Platypus's beginner tournaments is a really, really good spot. I hope he continues to host them. I hope so. Why is Vampire Counts getting banned? Because they're very strong. So most people will use their global bans. It's like in Age of Empires, they do that too for tournaments. They have global bans. So they'll have like, before the series starts, they each get to like ban a civ and then they play from there. It's fairly common in a lot of different RTSs. Dowie versus High Elf, another War of the Beard. You know what? I hesitate to say it, but I think dwarves might actually be favored against High Elves in Domination. Like, not in land battles, but I feel like, yeah, High Elves just kind of get obliterated. I don't know. How do you know who gets banned? So how it works is, let me just make sure the players are actually progressing here. Yeah, they're doing their picks and bans. Okay. Perfect. So one player will start. The player on the top of the bracket will start and be like, okay, so I ban Vampire Counts. Then the second player will ban 2 factions. So they'll be like, okay, Slaanesh and Khorne. And then the first player then goes back and bans 1 more faction, and none of those can be played in the match, in the series. Can we have the Sweat Pits channel in the Discord? It's an option. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta grab something. The dreaded Sweat Pits come. They do. Yes, we have Marcus Kruber coming in. Yeah, you can see his picture up there. It's pretty great. Yeah, the old kind of grimdark Empire style is very fun. All right, so hopefully Hadries and Homeboy aren't lagging too much when I get in there. Opponent picks your faction tournament win. We could do that. It could be kind of fun. There's all sorts of wild stuff I want to do. I want to do a faction tournament where we roll the dice, where like every single game we just roll and then it selects the faction for the players. Like best of 1, just wild shit. I feel like that would be really fun. Skaven are really good. I mean, if Hadries makes it to the grand finals, you'll probably see Skaven there, and hopefully we won't have any issues. By the way, how does peer-to-peer work? Maybe we can like mind game this shit a little bit, right? So here's the thing: you have peer-to-peer connection. Is it like, so Hadries was hosting that previous game? Would I connect to him like as the lobby host, or do I connect to all 3 players? I'm curious how it works. So in theory, could we have the other player host and it wouldn't lag because I'm connected to him primarily instead? Or like, I'm not sure how exactly. Oh my God, Ogre Kingdoms, what the hell? No way. The Ogres is coming to get ya. We got the Ogres, man. It's Ogres versus Warriors of Chaos. I can't believe it. Oh no, it's not hard getting into multiplayer. Yeah, join our Discord and we got some nice casual events that go on. You can get in there and play. I might even start hosting casual tournaments for beginners, like where I don't stream it necessarily, but I just like run it for you guys and yeah, and do that sort of a thing. Everyone connects to the host. Okay. So yeah, if I host, yeah, that's tricky. Everyone connects to the host. Okay, so we could try having Moffat host, maybe. The dreaded Leadbelcher barrage play. Oh yeah, dude. I can't believe ogres are actually coming. I thought they were extinct. I thought their kind had long since disappeared from the old world. Ever since Immortal Empires came out. With peer-to-peer, the host becomes a server. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you, Samurai. Oh, heck yeah. So glad I stayed up for one more series. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about the, you know, how slow things move along, but whoever is in the middle geographically should host, yeah. Well, Hadries and I are in the United States, and Moffat is in Eastern Europe, so but Hadries and I always tend to lag when we're together for some reason, which is really weird considering he's in like, I think he's in like somewhere in the East Coast. Yeah. It's going to be pretty one-sided. Well, Gorgers got buffed. Gorgers now have better armor piercing damage. So maybe the Ogres is coming to get you. I'm sorry, guys. I can't contain myself for any longer. I have to look at his army. The curiosity has taken hold. Ooh. Oh, man. These builds are both fun. Okay, you guys are in for a treat. Yeah, Ogres need to get a capture weight buff. It's really... Although, honestly, guys... Ogres might be better now. You all know why? Because capturing the objectives isn't as important. Like, it's more about value trading and then getting the objectives. It's kind of become more like land battle-esque in that sense. Like, trading is very important now. I mean, the objectives still are big, right? But, yeah, you guys get what I'm saying. The Gorgers are good now. They are. You just wait. They'll be back. I don't actually know if they're good. I'm just trying to hype them up because I hope they're good. Yeah. You know if CA has ever talked about releasing a map editor for this game? Yeah, it's something I've suggested to them many times about having us make the domination maps and submit them to CA, and then they can just, you know, they can just implement them. Like I feel like there's so many players who are super passionate about multiplayer here that we could make that happen 100%. Yeah, I don't know. Could we, Nakamura? Is that possible? Could the community could we have our own servers type thing, like host a server and people connect to it? I don't know. I guess that's still. Like, I would straight up pay for that. I don't know how much, I don't know. It depends on how expensive it was. If it was like, you know, $400 or $500 a month, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I would have to think about it. Yeah, Ogre Artillery could be good. Leadbelcher is obviously very strong here. Ogres need a weight buff, yeah. The Ogres are very fast. They are very fast. They're certainly chunky. The Gorgers were nerfed beneath the floorboards. No, they'll come back. They'll come back. I want to host a LAN tournament as well. Sometime in the next year or two. I want to host an event in Los Angeles where we fly out a couple of the top American players, and we have an in-person LAN event. It would be really, really fun with interviews and you know, put a little production quality into it. I think it'd be really fun. It's tricky though. It's tricky. Logistics and all that. Is there a way to save builds for domination? Yeah, there can. Afraid there's no server hack and they'll be useful. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. That's what I thought. Is watching streams generally the best way? Yeah, it helps a lot. If you just see what people are doing and what's working and kind of emulate it, it's for sure a great way to learn. Perfect. Looks like somebody's tagging me here. All right, there we go. Hadri's just checking in. It looks like they just finished their first game. Man, that must have been a real back and forth one too. You can make maps now with 2.1, Nakamura. Can we? Can we make domination maps? If that's the case, then man, I'm gonna go check that out. Wait, you can make domination maps or just any maps? Because I could make a domination map pack and we could just add that. Holy shit. If that's a thing, then the dark gods will cackle because we could just have the players domination download the map pack and we could just add them in. Oh my god. Abhishek, thank you so much for the 20. Greatly appreciate it. I have a friend that I grew up with whose name was Abhishek. Yeah, very cool, man. I don't know if you're that person, but I don't think so. The last name was different. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The Chungus Kingdoms are here. And let's take a look at these bad boys. It is going to be some big, thick Leadbelchers. So we got what appears to be 4 Leadbelchers and with an Iron Blaster Lord. So the Iron Blaster Lord is here. Oh yeah, dude, look at this guy. He's got like the Noblar up on the Panther pelt, or the Saber Tusk pelt. So yeah, a big Ogre Daka build. It's going to be 4 Lead Belchers, double Hunter actually, so the Hunters are going to be hunting any big Chaos characters. And we do have some Ogre Bulls and Noblars. Very, very cool, man. I dig it for sure. I was thinking you can make a bounce mod for tournaments so you don't have to, maybe. Yeah, Brotar maybe. Something to consider. Now for the Warriors of Chaos, it's going to be a bunch of Marauder Horsemen looking to, spear the Ogre targets. And they're very good. They have high missile strength at 33. So if you put them against Horse Masters, if you put them against like basic Ogre models who don't have shields, like non-Iron Fists, they can do some very, very good damage for sure. We got Azazel looking to be Titanic once again. Azazel's a great duelist, can pretty much kill Ogre characters with ease probably. Although Hunters will put up a good fight, I suppose. Although he is infantry sized, so the bonus for Sarge and the Hunters is not as much of a factor. Marauders and Halberds, I dig it. Very, very cool build for the Warriors of Chaos and Subutai. And it looks like we don't have any lag in this series. That's great. So let's get these players going. Let's have some fun. We made it. And yeah, I'm going to get to work on some domination maps. I'll, Nakamura, would it be okay if I shot you a message after the stream and ask you some questions about that? And then I could get started on making some domination maps for the tournaments, which would be super, super fun. Be hyped for that. I have ideas. I have ideas. And honestly, it'd probably be pretty easy to import some maps and do that. Yeah, we'll make a map pack, which would be great. So the Iron Blaster, it ain't what it used to be, but it still, still hits like a truck if it can hit you. So the Marauder Horsemen here, getting their armor sundered. And I feel like this Warriors of Chaos build could be in a little bit of danger with all this shooting. So we do get some Iron Fists coming in. So it's probably just going to be Iron Fist spam. The Iron Fists have shields against the Marauders, and they can obviously take basic infantry. The Halberds will be a little bit problematic, but if the Lead Belchers can shoot into the old Halberds, that could be very, very strong. Dude, I'm super excited to be seeing factions like Ogres and Empire and these other old world factions doing much better with some of the changes we've seen to Dom. So objectives opening up in 1 minute. It looks like the forces of Subutai going to be jumping here, but that Iron Blaster again shooting in, getting a little bit of a nice strafe down the line there. It looks like 5 models lost here and 2 models lost here. But now we see the dreaded Slaneshi Cav. Check it out. Yeah, the map pack mod will come, and it will be awesome. So Hellstriders of Slanesh going to be moving down, looking to swarm. Not super easy to get in here. You might need to wait for the Ogres to kind of overextend a little bit more before you try and dive, because now you're going to start getting shot. And now, oh my god, Azazel's getting blasted. He's getting blasted. He took a lot of damage. Looks like he's going to be jumping in after Noblars. No, he's going after the Iron Blaster. He does use Acquiescence, and the Cav also move in, but I mean, there's Ogres here, and there's Noblars. They should be able to tarp it. Oh my god, the shooting! The Hellstrider's getting taken apart, and Azazel does a little bit of damage, but for the most part, his pickle is being tickled. The Horsemen have gotten in position, looking to support Azazel. Looks like there's going to be a Slicing Shards going down, which will do some very good damage, and the Iron Blaster does get forced back, but the House Cat of War certainly getting the better trade here. A very, very risky dive this early, and yeah, nice Slicing Shards there. Does some good damage against Noblars, but that's only a couple hundred damage value. And the rest of the Chaos Warrior army is moving up. Here on the flank, we do see some Horsemen of Subutai try and get around the side, but the House Cat of War is able to screen them out using some Saber Tusk packs, which is going to be very, very strong. I don't know why Chaos is going so nuts on the push. I feel like securing the objectives and then doing the crazy push is the way to do it, because right now he's just going straight, knockdown, drag out fight here. Now, Lead Belts are still in line here. 2 Hunters are being forced back. Azazel and company getting some decent work in with the Marauder Horse Masters and I believe some Hellstriders still fighting. Marauders will, of course, beat Noblars, and the Halberds will make it in eventually. It looks like he has grabbed 1 objective, so he did at least get 1 objective, but there's also some elements of Subutai's play that I do like, that he's committing very heavily, and he's not, he's not going in half-mast. He's going in full-mast here. So Marauders making their way in. Hellstriders of Slanesh going to be attacking, and yeah, man, this is a very, very pitched fight for sure. So we can see the Saber Tusk packs being used to pretty good effect, but Azazel is very squishy. He's a glass cannon, and against like an Ogre shooting build, you can see Azazel's butt is getting kicked pretty bad. I mean, he's on the run. He's got an Iron Blaster shooting at him. He's got Hunters throwing javelins. He's having to juke just non-stop just to stay alive. But Chaos Halberds have made it. They're pushing back. He only got 1 objective. I really think that's a big mistake, because you could grab all 3 objectives. Then if you have like a close fight, right, you're going to be able to, even if the Ogres are a little ahead of you, if it's close, you're going to most likely win the game. But again, people are still getting used to the game mode and the meta and how things are potentially going to be changing. We see an Unsummon going down. But for the most part, the Chaos push has been partially thwarted, although pretty deep penetration back here. The Hellstriders of Slanesh have gotten on top of the Lead Belchers, so we can still see you can definitely shoot down shooting here, as these very fast Slaneshi Cav are able to get here and take these bad boys down. So yes, this Lead Belcher is down, and this one is going to be going down as well. So Chaos, yeah, I mean, just grab a couple more objectives, and I think you're going to be chilling. It looks like we have some Hounds coming for this one. Yeah, just sit them on that objective and grab it. Ogres getting a little bit of a momentum push up in the middle with the 2 hunters, but the halberds are going to be very tough to remove. With the lead belchers being put offline partially, like this is really, really not good for the ogre kingdoms. Having 2 lead belchers completely shut down is going to make those halberds an just absolute menace. So that was a very, very cost-effective play. Very cost-effective play indeed. Able to keep chasing here. They can maneuver around, keep pressuring. Also, it's forcing like ineffective summons that are kind of having to chase these really fast cab. But man, the Iron Blaster with the big damage. It's nice to see that unit actually being balanced. But top objective, come on Subutai, you need to take this. Looks like he's going to be grabbing the objective there. The value is actually like very, very close now. And you can see where a melee faction would be focused in this situation, or favored, if they had gotten the objectives early. Now, Azazel's going for the assassination here. He's got all of his items popped. He's glowing purple and pink, all sorts of colors. And yeah, man, he's hitting hard. But the Iron Blaster going after him is very scary. But look at that. Temptator gives him damage, melee damage reflection, and also ward save. And then the Demon Blade just made him tank that Hunter down. Dude, Azazel, he has had enough of him making fun of us in the Titanic meme, and he is going for blood. He's looking to take out these hunters. And the Ogre Kingdom shooting, though it was compromised, is partially back online right now. The points lead is going to be going to the Warriors of Chaos, as they have 2 objectives, now going to be securing the 3rd objective. And just imagine if Chaos had been a little bit more patient with their initial push and just waited for the objectives, they would probably be up by about 400 or 500 points right now instead of the amount they had. But again, I understand the aggression. So Azazel helping out here a little bit, and the lead belchers are now moving back up. We have some Chaos forces in the backfield. Looks like some Marauders have made it. But the halberds are just giving the business to this Ogre army. We see the Chaos Warrior halberds, if they're not being focused by lead belchers, there's not a whole lot here that can actually trade effectively into them. And it looks like the Iron Blaster is trying to help out there, but it's not working out super well. And the mobility of Azazel, plus all these Hounds and these Forsaken coming in to kind of clear out the Noblar, seems to be pretty effective. And yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get rid of this halberds on the objective, man. Value is very, very close. It's 6.2 to about 7,000 for the House Cat of War. House Cat of War did have a pretty big lead at one point, but the lead has heavily diminished with Azazel being very aggressive, picking off hunters. Looks like there's another hunter over here who could perhaps be taken out. Blood Belchers are pretty good on ammo. They obviously shot for a while, but the halberds are still pushing them back. And the Ogres are going to have to wrestle objectives from a relatively healthy Chaos army. Good play here with the Hounds. Subutai going to be moving in, so the Chaos Warhounds with poison might be able to get past these halberds and use the halberds to buffer the supporting Ogres. And then the Hounds maybe can slip in the pickle here. Though it looks like the Ogres actually were able to get on top of them there, so the Hound's not quite able to get their kill. But Chaos getting good picks. Azazel moving in and fighting. He's at about 1,800 HP, so in a little bit of danger, but he does have Forsaken support. Forsaken don't like being charged by Ogres, but if they're the ones doing the charging, if they're the Walter Whites, the one who knocks, they of course have really, really high weapon strength, and they can cut these guys to pieces. I actually really like the color scheme. I like how he went with Azazel's actual color scheme here. Very, very cool immersion for sure. Now, Lead Belcher shooting downtown, or the Iron Blaster, excuse me, doing some good work, but honestly, the Ogres are still kind of stuffed back a little bit. Some nice pressure up on the high ground. We do see some Iron Fist and some Noblars going for the objective, but a good response from Subutai as well. He's got some Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which in theory could perhaps kill these Ogre Bulls really, really effectively. The Slaaneshi cap, having those marked Slaanesh cap, they're just so cost effective, and they're able to get in there and just absolutely ram these guys down. So these Ogres getting flattened, probably broken off the objective. It looks like they're going to be turning to run. And the Slaanesh Sandwich, downhill charge into the Ogres, that's going to hurt. And also, the Slaanesh Sandwich is coming in from the other side. The filling is going to be Ogres in the sandwich, as we do get these surround. And the Ogres take massive anti-large damage. Saber Tusks coming in as well, though. They might be able to kind of help turn this fight. Warriors of Chaos going to need a little bit more help here. We do have Horse Masters coming in. And the Saber Tusks arriving do kind of change the dynamic of that fight. Chaos, in the meantime, still pressuring very well. We do see the Manticore going after the Iron Blaster. Subutai bringing out a lot of the kind of land battle goodness. And currently the Ogres have yet to get an objective. The value trading's pretty even, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. If you're playing like a melee-focused faction and you're trading even close to evenly, then the ranged-focused faction is going to be in a little bit of danger. So you really just got to focus on those even trades, because typically the objectives will be yielded to you early on, and that's how that's going to go. Now, this is a really big fight up here, and it looks like the Ogres might potentially lose it. Yeah, the Horse Masters coming in were able to make a big difference. We get some Noblar Trappers, but they're not going to be able to get this point. Azazel is still alive. He's holding on, and I guess a lot of the value differential is because of Azazel being close to death, but like he does have the wounds profile, so he's going to be having a bit of a stat nerf, but like, yeah, you can see here wounds. So he's got minus 20% damage and speed, but he's still got 90 speed and 400 weapon strength. He's no joke, and look at this, guys. The Manticore getting in there and punishing the Iron Blaster. MVP Manticore. We need to see some Ogre Bulls to kind of screen that out. And the Chaos Warrior Halberds of Subutai still causing some big problems. So looking around the battlefield, the Ogres are looking very bare bones. I think if they had been able to wrestle this top objective and had won the trading up here, we could see a momentum shift in the game. But with the value lead being brought to about 800, I think that Subutai is in a position to probably take this game with the Warriors of Chaos here. But a valiant attempt from the Ogres for sure. I think the momentum in the game started to shift when we saw the double Leadbelcher get shut down. Those guys being taken back gave a lot of pressure to the Warriors of Chaos. They're really able to get their feet back under them and start to push down this army here. Now back on the middle, we do see some Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists who've gotten here. Of course, for some reason, they don't really have good capture weight, so it's going to take them a while to get this. Is Azazel going to take this fight? I mean, the Ogres do hit hard. They have 90 weapon strength to pop, and it looks like he's going to be getting in here. He could take some damage if the Ogres actually attack him. And he has popped the Temptator, so he's going to be getting ward save and reflecting damage back to the Ogres, which is very cool. Also debuffing them with Acquiescence, so their stats are going to suck. And yeah, he's doing pretty good, not taking too much damage. Azazel does have 55 melee defense, so he's a pretty good duelist. And we do see House Cat of War getting the objective here, potentially, yeah. So the Hunter is going in a very, very scrappy game, man. Like, everything around the battlefield is very tight, very, very close. And the Ogres are still maintaining a little bit of a value lead. The Hunter is going to be capturing the objective. And Azazel did take about 100 damage from those guys, but those Iron Fists are going to be surrounded. We got Halberds coming in, and we got Marauder Horsemen moving in as well. So there goes the Iron Fists, going to be chased down most likely by some Slaaneshi Cav. Up here, we do have the Ogres fighting tooth and nail to try and defeat this core of Slaanesh Cav units. These Hellstriders are just so cost effective. They've earned just a casual 2,100 value on this 600 gold Cav unit. If my Chaos Knights ever got that much value, I would be so happy. But no, all you need is some 600 gold Cav unit. Oh my god, they're so overtuned to the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. They should cost 100 gold more, at least. Anyways, Noblar's being hunted here. We see the big Slaanesh Cav core moving and a grooving, and the Ogres have been buckled up on the high ground. And I think that the forces of Azazel and the Warriors of Chaos have probably taken this game. We're going to probably see this Ogre Hunter be killed by Azazel here, and he's been doing great, actually. I don't think his value is probably that insane. Let's go ahead and double check here. Yeah, he's kind of sitting over here. I want him to fly over the water and have the Ogre shoot him down again. Only 900 value, but he has been very disruptive. The Manticore in the back finally taken out by the Ogre Kingdoms. But the Ogres still have a little bit of time to get the objectives, but not too much. We're starting to see the clock really tick here, as we see the melee faction, of course, with the more or less even value trading is, going to have objective dominance. So we saw the power of range factions early and what they can do with value trading, but, if melee can trade evenly, it's typically going to be favoring them. So here we got some Saber Tusks moving out. Saber Tusks have always been pretty decent against some of these Slaaneshi type Cav units. If they were infantry size, they'd be a lot better, but they do activate the bonus versus large here. And the Hellstrider is going to be moving across, and yeah, they are going to be hammering into the Leadbelchers. That's going to be some brutal stuff. So Leadbelchers basically have met their hard counter. These anti-large Cav with relatively good melee attack at 32 and poison as well. Going to be dragging down these Ogre units. And that is probably going to be the death of the Ogre Kingdoms. A very good attempt by House Cat of War. I really enjoyed this game. And honestly, the Ogres put up a very respectable fight. I think this game was very winnable for the Ogre Kingdoms. Had they just been able to defend their Leadbelchers from that early aggression, I think we see a very, very different outcome. Because, man, the value differential was not looking good. Azazel was dying. There were so many things that were going bad for the Warriors of Chaos, but Subutai showed that he's a very scrappy player, very, very skilled, and was able to come back in the match. As we see the victory ticket start to reach basically the point of no return. Ogres are going to keep moving, though. Looks like they're trying to get their Saber Tusks up, but there's no way. There's just still Halberds here. We still have these guys. More Horsemen over here kind of lurking around, and yeah, that is going to be it. At the back, we have some idle Ogres. A little bit of a misplay here. You can see he's actually got a fair amount of units. Wow, what is this, like the Ogre Graveyard? We have like a whole bunch of Ogres that could have made a big difference. I mean, the Warriors of Chaos army is just beat to hell. I mean, they basically have like nothing left. If those extra units hadn't been idle in the back, maybe they could move up. Maybe they could do a little something, but in the end, that is going to be it for the Ogre Kingdoms here in Game 1 of the semifinals of today's tournament. GG, well played to these mighty champions. Thank you guys all for joining today. And we'll be getting on to the next match as soon as they conclude here. I'm surprised the Ogres haven't left yet. I don't know what House Cat's trying to do. Looked like it was over for a fair amount of time. Yeah, it looked like it was over for a fair period of time. So yeah, really, that was a good game. It was actually, even though the score was one-sided, it was very close in terms of trading. If the Ogres had just protected their Leadbelchers in the beginning, put more of an emphasis on that against the mobility, I think they win that game. House Cat's build was cool. I liked it. No magic, though, also hurts. Like, I think a Slaughtermaster is the way. Maybe cut one of the Hunters. I don't know if I like the Hunters that much. Like, cut the Hunters, get a magic character, and get some defense for your backfield, and I think you're going to be good. Subutai's build was good. I liked it. Halberds, Azazel was pretty menacing, although squishy. A little bit risky. Maybe a Valkia is better there, although if you bring Valkia, then you need to bring a caster, too. So there's a little bit of back and forth on that. So the next map is going to be the, let me check it here. I believe it's Itza. Yep, it's Itza for the next map, the Battle for Itza. And perfect. With the Old World factions, will there be another Siege tournament? I don't know about a Siege tournament. Something to think about. One sec, guys. Be right back. Literally just wiping his sweat. Oh, this sucks so bad. I hate this heat, man. I used to love it when I was younger, but, you know, you get old, it starts to fall apart. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've returned from the deeps. Here we are. Yeah, Valkia could have been good there, for sure. She is an anti-large character as well, so she can tank Ogre beatdowns, and, you know, Spear of Sopnir isn't that good, but... yeah, it was cool. I like seeing Zazal. It's really fun just not seeing Festus every game. Festus sucks against Ogres anyways, because Mortis isn't good against them, so... It's the right choice, I think. It's definitely the right choice. I think bringing shards was a mistake. Yeah, it didn't seem that good. Probably just the buffs and the whip is the way to go. Yeah, I grew up in California. Yeah, I did grow up in California. All right, so what are the picks going to be on the Battle for Itza? I was walking away. Yeah, that's why I sounded kind of like an echo there. Yeah, those Cav are really broken. I can't believe they didn't get nerfed. I can't believe it. Yeah, like they nerfed the Marauders, but the Cav are one of the biggest problems. That's why Slaanesh gets auto-banned like every game. Warriors of Chaos can basically play like Walmart Slaanesh, where they can bring, some Slaanesh stuff, but yeah. They can't get the Slaanesh Furies, which are insanely good. Slaanesh Furies are just crazy powerful. They just have really high armor piercing values, so they can like cut through like anything. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, Southern California, yeah. I've lived all over California, though. I used to work in the Bay Area, like in San Jose. I lived there for many years. And that's what I was doing before YouTube. I was working as an athletic director up there. I guess you could say sports manager or whatever. Basically the same thing. The thing we're missing is, yeah. There you go. It could be kind of fun. It could be kind of fun. Sick. Yeah, that idea is interesting. Good nerfs to Slaanesh. Yeah, they need a little bit more. Yeah, Wood Elves have been doing well. Wood Elves have a favorable win rate today. Somebody came in today's tournament and was winning with Wood Elves. Are my beloved Dowie? Yeah, they're doing good, Wester. Yeah, the Dowie are great in this new game mode. With Domination being reworked to be a longer game, like Dowie are they're just cackling. Yeah, the Dwarves actually have a good win rate, Wester. Yeah, they're one of my mains. I love Dwarves. They're not like they're niche, but they can be very, very strong. Oh my god, I can't wait for this heat to be gone. What sport did you manage? I managed a lot of sports. So let me give you the complete rundown. Okay, so soccer, football, wherever you are in the world. Soccer, football, tennis, track and field, flag football, basketball, swimming. We had swim meets with, aquatics, I guess you could call it. Bocce ball. I also ran bocce ball leagues. That was pretty funny. What other sports? Yeah, summer sports. Yeah, I think that was most of them. Yeah, so football, flag football, soccer, basketball, bocce ball, track and field, swimming. Oh yeah, hockey as well. I ran hockey leagues. That was pretty fun. Yeah, it was floor hockey. It was fun. It wasn't like ice hockey, but it was floor hockey. I love that shit. It was super fun. It used to get pretty rough. Nickelback, dude, thank you for the tenner. Yes, thank you for the donation. Really, really appreciate that. I will take a look at this photograph. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Empire's doing fine. Yeah, Empire's doing fine. Yeah, it was for a nonprofit organization. Yeah, it was for a nonprofit organization. So I ran all those events for the. I was in charge of running their events in Santa Clara County, Santa Cruz, and San Benito and Monterey. So I ran all the sports programs in those counties. Bocce ball was super fun, dude. So we had many individuals in our organization and at my old job who weren't very athletic and they were older and wanted to participate. So that's bocce ball was what they did. Yeah, bocce ball was like the business. Worst performing faction? It's too early to tell. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's way too early to tell. Like, this is day one of the new meta, and we're starting to collect some data, but give us like 5 or 6 tournaments and then we'll see. How did you get into that field? Yeah, so in college I studied business, but I had a big background in athletics. So I played American football for 7 years. You know, tackle football, whatever. And then I played soccer, aka, you know, football. It's so confusing, isn't it? I played that for 5 years. So I played 3 years of soccer in high school, and then I played club soccer in college. You know, I did jiu-jitsu, I did a little bit of boxing. I never took boxing that seriously, though. I didn't want to get brain damage. Yeah, did some wrestling, lots of stuff. So I knew how sports worked and how they ran, you know, all that. I did sports in college. I ran track and field in college, too. So, you know, I had a sports background. So thankfully that helped me land my first sports job. It was really fun. It paid very poorly, but it was very fun. Yeah. Oh, dude, I used to wear a fanny pack at my events. I would have a radio like on my shoulder, and I would wear an American flag fanny pack with like swim trunks and just like a backwards hat. Dude, it was like your most haggard high school coach ever. Norska versus Vampire Coast. No, Lizardmen versus Norska. Okay, we get a Lizardmen game. I'm stoked on this. Sign me up. Yeah, Tomb Kings are very good. Yeah. You played safety in high school. Very cool, yeah. I played safety as well. I played strong safety and played running back. Yeah. Yeah, football was fun. Some of the best, you know, memories. But in retrospect, I was like, I wish I didn't do something that kind of potentially gave me brain damage. How'd you turn into such a nerd? I've always been one, yeah. You know, because the thing was, I was a bit of a late bloomer when I was a kid. So I was like really nerdy and small, and so I developed these nerdy hobbies, and and then like in high school, I had a big growth spurt, and you know, you just keep those hobbies, man. Dude, I had a sweet fanny pack. That thing was awesome. It was all business. Nobody would try and break the rules when that fanny pack was around. Which athletes were my biggest inspiration? Oh, that's a hard question. I don't know. My favorite sport is MMA. Like, I don't like team sports that much anymore. Because, like, I feel like team sports, they're just mercenaries, you know? They just go to... Like, I love... My dad grew up in New York, and he used to tell me stories of, like, the Yankees from way back in the day, and that his dad would tell him, and... Like, I don't like team sports now because it just is like mercenaries, right? Like, you just get like, yeah, sure, you have like Los Angeles Lakers, but like everybody who plays on those teams are just, you know, they don't actually give a shit about the area, really. They're just there because they've been paid to. That's why, like, you know, college sports can be more fun because they're like fighting for their college, you know, like, and same with high school sports, but all that, yeah, is tricky. I feel like I've seen a Turin at every volleyball barbecue. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Costa. Are you talking about the Vittori Whitaker fight, or Paulo Costa's most recent fight against Luke Rockhold? Yeah, that fight was crazy. Luke Rockhold's actually from Santa Monica. I have Rex Kwon Do pants. You guys want to see the picture? Hold on. Let me find it. Here, hold up. We have time for the builds. I'll get into more analysis, but you know, I know you guys like this dumb shit on the stream. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Do I still have my Rex Kwon Do pictures? I used to wear them to college, my college classes. Okay, Rex Kwon Do pants. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Hell yeah, dude. Here's the Rex Kwon Do. And then there should be another one here. Rex Kwon Do. Okay. I haven't been. Facebook is yeah, it's crazy. I've had Facebook since 2006, so there's literally pictures going back like almost 20 years on my Facebook account. It's like a wild trip down memory lane. Okay. Would it be there? Okay, probably here somewhere. Okay, I found the American flag pants. There was another one here. I don't know where that is. No, I know you don't see it yet. No, I haven't put it on screen yet. I will soon. Oh my god. Here's pictures of Wookiee when he was but a pup. Man, he was always very ugly. Yeah, he was always very, very ugly, that creature. But we loved him. We loved the Wookiee here. He once shat on me on live stream. Anyone wants to dig back and find that gem? That was pretty hilarious. Man, I can't find that one. Was I like untagged in that? Okay, so this is something. Still not here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so... And we have this one and this one. Oh, Jesus. So this is one. This is my college dodgeball team. So this is when we were, I would have been like 22, no, like 23 here. Yeah. So this is, I have the American flag pants on. And so our whole dodgeball team, we were called Team Graybeard. And we were all like the really old, haggard, like super seniors who were just like battling against like all the freshmen. Oh my God. So those are the pants. Yeah, those are always fun. And that was a terrible mustache. Here's another shot of these bad boys. So here I was doing the flagpole. You know, the one where you kind of like hold yourself sideways on the flag? Yeah. I was making the American flag. Those are some good times. Oh my God. Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, you like that? Look at that, some old school stuff. Holy shit, I'm sweating so bad. This is so miserable, guys, this sweat. It's just so miserable. I hate it so much. All right. Clinging to lost glory, that's right. I don't think I could do that anymore. Yeah, I don't think I could do the flagpole. You don't want to mess with those pants. Yeah. The pants they were pretty great. I used to wear them every day. That was my outfit, yeah. That's a screen cap for the bank. Oh my God. Yeah, those were our dodgeball team did really good. So we were all like 23 years old, and like we got to the grand finals of our college dodgeball league, and the team we ended up battling was all these like super athletic freshmen who just crushed us. We were like all old and decrepit. They just crushed us. Oh my God, that was so funny. Yeah, we got a brutal heat wave going on here. Yeah, brutal heat wave. Yeah, we were a pretty mean dodgeball team. All right, guys, here we are. It is game 2 between Subutai and the House Cat. So, for the House Cat of War, it's going to be a Skink Priest of Heavens for the Lord, and just going to be using Combat of Cassandora. We got double Rev Crystal looking to drop some fat heals here. And the rest of the army is going to be Skink Skirmishers backed up by Saurus with shields, and Saurus, yeah, so very Saurus-heavy build. And I kind of like it. It's very grindy, right? Like the Bastillodons with the Rev Crystal healing on the already very durable and hard-to-kill Saurus, I think is pretty cool. No, I don't mind sweating outside, but when you're inside and it's just like a box of heat, it's like, it's different. It's different. Marauder Horsemasters into the sunset, you know, can deal with Pterodons, can poke, but usually get countered by Skinks and Skirmishers and things like that reasonably well. We got Wolfric, we got Berserkers, we got Marauders, and that appears to be it. So it's going to be the Dinosaurs versus the Dinosaur Hunters, I suppose. And it is on. I heard it was 110 up in Sacramento. Yeah, it was 106 here yesterday. Let me see. What is... Yeah, it's 98 here now, so it could be worse, I guess. Could be worse. Could be worse. I played in a sand volleyball league. Yeah, me too. I play beach volleyball a lot. Me and my friends used to go to the local beaches and play. It's really, really fun. All right, so... Skink Skirmishers going to be engaging with the Marauder Horsemen. Immediately going to be forced back, but should be able to get some decent darts into those bad boys. But there are a lot of Marauder Horsemen. How many do we have in total? They're actually Horse Masters. So we got 4 Horse Masters, it would appear, and it is going to be 1 Horseman. Okay, so certainly a lot of poke going down. Yes, they're going to be throwing the old javelins into the Skink Skirmishers. We do get some cohorts coming out. Cohorts, of course, do not have the expendable trait, so they have good capture weight, and they also can javelin down these range units. But honestly, for the lizards, they probably don't care about this that much. Now, how is Norska going to be killing the Bastillodons is my question. We don't see the throwing axes, we don't see the javelins coming out, which makes me think that these Bastillodons, even though they're not like, unstoppable machines here, are still going to be a presence, right? Like the basic Norscan infantry are not ITP. They do have that nice frenzy mechanic, but that could, end up being their doom here with the Bastillodons moving in. So both players kind of waiting for the objective to open. Kind of feels like a land battle a little bit, where they're just hanging out. They're like, all right, well, let's see how this goes. And we do see the Skink Skirmishers here getting poked down. The Marauder Horsemasters actually doing very well. I guess they're not Chameleon Skinks, so they don't have that missile resist. Chameleon Skinks are just so difficult and tough to remove. So Javelin's coming across. Dino's preparing to surge up on the middle objective. It almost looks like, yeah, they're both just going to be trading for the points here. We get some Saurus up on the high ground, and no, Skinks actually. Okay, so these Skinks could actually be killed potentially. Subutai could maybe do a big Marauder Horsemaster charge on them with 2 Horsemasters and take them out. But the Lizards are going pedal to the metal, man. We do get the Saurus Warriors into the Berserkers. I'm pretty sure Berserkers win that trade. It's a very violent trade. They both take mad casualties, but in the end, I think that the Saurus will lose that fight. We do see the bonus first infantry kicking in, although it looks pretty damn even. Now on the side, we see some Marauder chariots. Wulfric going to be coming, probably dropping his pirate ship right there. And just a big clash in the front lines. A little bit of a misplay, though, coming in from Housecat, not using his Bastillodons. And it looks like there's going to be the first magic, and this is going to be Pit of Shades. Now, Pit of Shades has been nerfed. It does less damage, it has a longer wind-up time, but there was basically no attempt to even dodge that. And it's only going to be hitting a Skink cohort with Javelins anyway, so it's not like it's going to be a super, super powerful pit. But if this is what I think it is, this could be very... Oh, the Comet of Cassandora! Boom! It does hit the Saurus Warriors. The cast point was a little bit off. Obviously, more damage going to the forces of Subutai, but in the end, it's a shame those Saurus had to take that beating. Now, Wulfric coming over here with the chariots, really able to butter the bread here of these Saurus and Skinks. We get more Saurus Warriors moving on over to Objective 3. As far as objectives go, the Lizardmen do own the middle point, and the top point, it looks like, is being taken by the Horsemasters. Although maybe the Skink cohorts are going to be able to fight them off. Probably not. I mean, they do have a high model count, but the Horsemasters, I think, with sheer numbers and the fact that they can, throw the Javelins, should be able to get that going. Now, as far as this fighting goes, it looks like the Rev Crystal has been healing up the Saurus in the middle, so giving a nice sustainable fight here. Subutai is up a little bit in value, and the Bastillodons have now moved in, so the Bastillodons are here. They're ready to party. We get Javelin Fire coming in, and it looks like Clever Girls, so it is going to be Feral Cold Ones. Feral Cold Ones are an extremely cost-effective unit, and they're very, very good at dealing with chariots. They have great armor piercing, and they only cost, like, what, 450 or something cheap like that? So those bad boys are going to be able to block up the chariots, and if the chariots are left there, the Clever Girls should be able to get them. Now, side objective, going to be contested by the Lizards. We do see some Skink cohorts moving over there, as well as some Feral Cold Ones, so they're getting ready to hoof on over that direction. Up in the high ground, the Marauder Horsemasters showing why they are indeed the masters. And they are able to get that objective from the Lizardmen. Lizards kind of spread out across the battlefield. Here, another Comet of Cassandora is coming down, and that should be a reasonably good cast. I love that you can just bring like a cheap little caster as your lord. It's very fun. But here it comes. Here comes the boom right on top of those guys, but it also kind of massacres the Saurus a little bit. So I don't know if that's 100% worth, but hey, at the very least, it does break those Berserkers and gives them a little bit of control over the middle. I love the Manticore Summon here. I think the Manticore Summon is a great choice coming in from Subutai. That's going to give him the tools he needs to go after the little Skink Chief there. Another Pit of Shades coming down. Pit of Shades does hit the Feral Cold Ones. Not really going to do a whole lot. It does also hit some Skink cohorts, but really the pits haven't been like terribly devastating this game. Now, it is a 2-to-1 cap. House Cat of War does have the advantage, and the value trading is actually really close. The sustainability of the Lizard's army via the double Rev Crystal is starting to kind of show a little bit in terms of the value, but obviously, if the little Skink Chief here gets karate chopped by the Manticore, that's going to feel very, very bad. It looks like he was trying to fight back, actually. Not best fighter in the world, 22, 26, 280, still got his little pimp cane, but yeah, that Manticore is really going to give him the dirty for sure. Now, Saurus Spears are on the way out. We do see Skinks battling against Horsemasters in melee combat. A lot of this Norscan army was like Javelins and Skirmish, and now that the battle's become a little bit more pitched, you can see them being slightly less effective. Although in the back, we do get Marauder Hunter Javelins coming out, so the Javelins will be a decent answer against the Rev Crystals. Now, are the Lizards going to have any response for this? Ooh, another Comet of Cassandora? No, that was... What was that? Was that a Comet? Looks like he cast a Comet on his own units there. That was kind of strange. Or maybe a little bit of a misclick or something, or was that a Chaos ability? Certainly didn't look like it, but... Wulfric fighting Clever Girls. Clever Girls will do decent against his armor. They have amazing armor piercing, just relatively low melee attack, so they're not like insane at bursting things down. But the Dinos need to find a way to get back here and shut down these Javelins. Probably just force pushing these Saurus through would be the right call. Looks like the Rev Crystal is going to be healing up these Saurus, but those Javelins will kill the big Dinos. They will send them back to the Shadow Realm. And you can see the value lead for Subutai is increasing as the Javelins start to get more and more kind of incremental value on these targets here. Now, as far as these Saurus go, we get the Saurus and Cold Ones. They're able to kind of buckle the side flank. Objective 3 firmly in the hands of the Lizards. Objective 2 also in the hands of the Dinos. And it looks like there's going to be a little bit of mobility coming up as Skink Skirmishers moving on over to Objective 1 to get the triple cap here on the forces of Norsca. So that would be very, very strong, despite being a little bit behind on value. The Rev Crystals can probably make up for the difference. It looks like the Lizards have also lost their caster. I think the Manticore was able to get it, taking a little bit of a gander around the battlefield. We're not seeing the caster at the moment, so it is not here. And the Skink cohorts, this is great. Marauder Horsemasters in melee, like with Saurus, the Lizardmen are probably super stoked on this, right? Like kind of getting those guys into that grindy fight. But it looks like there's a pretty heavy push over here on the side objective. We do get some Condom Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world, the Skin Wolves. Shout out to our sponsor here. They're going to be moving in, going after the Bastillodon, and it looks like the Bastillodon not having a great time. His 140 armor will mitigate a lot of the damage. The Werewolf Claws do not have good armor piercing. Pit of Shades going down, or Pit of Fun. and it is going to be hitting some skink cohorts, and also hits the Sar Spears a little bit, but again, not as much damage as it once did. A little bit easier to dodge, so I think it's in a much better place for sure. But yeah, the Lizards look like they're going to be getting a triple cap here. Norska isn't that behind on points, but yeah, Lizards have the middle, they have the side, and I can tell you from experience, it is incredibly tough to remove Lizards from objectives. But I think overall, the momentum of the battle, the fact that Wolfric's on the table, we have Condom Wolves on top of the Bastiladon here, and the other Bastiladon, I think, got javelined. I think that we're going to start seeing Norska maybe slowly take over this game here. It's hard to say, but yeah, we do see the Rev Crystal dropping one last heal before he goes into the deep. Probably dropping it on a Saurus unit, not on himself, obviously. And yeah, we do see the Bastiladon going down, so that's very, very rough. And Norska is going to be getting a big hold on the side objective. So yeah, they have Wolfric, they have the Bale Fiend here, I think. Yeah, it is a Bale Fiend. Bale Fiends are pretty much the go-to because they're good armor-piercing fighters, so Bale Fiends can actually fight things like Bastiladons and Stegodons relatively well for sure. Now, looking at the middle objective, Lizards do have a lot of random shit there. They got some spears, they got some javelins, but really in terms of actual meat in the army, the Lizards are looking a little bit bare. They do have the 2-to-1 cap, and they have about a 200-point lead, give or take, so it's gonna take a little bit to kind of uproot that. Value trading 7.8 to 6.5, but it's probably closer than that considering the healing that's on the table. But now that it's gone, we're going to be seeing more of an accurate metric here, and that is for sure. So Norscan Ice Wolves, they're moving and a grooving, looking like they want to go get this top objective. The Lizards are not defending this. Sending some Clever Girls up here would be pretty good. Clever Girls do have 90 armor, so against like non-armor piercing hound units, they're going to be very, very comfortable for sure. So here they come. Norscan Ice Wolves going to be moving on over here, and down on the bottom we see Sar Spears moving into a Legion of Condom Wolves, which is incredibly cost-effective for the Lizards. These Sars might be able to kind of push back these werewolves and get their good value. We'll have to see. So we're approaching the 10-minute mark in the battle, usually the new Domination. Domination pre-patch, so I would say as of last week, the games usually lasted about 15 minutes on average, or maybe like 12 to 15 minutes, whereas now they're more like 15 to 20. I would say the games are about 5 to 10 minutes longer. And we get the Sar Spears kind of being overwhelmed. I mean, there's a lot of shit here. They, in theory, are good against this, but I think they should have kind of sat back on the objective. And we do get the Skink Priest is back! He resummoned his caster, which probably only costs like 600 gold, right? And man, this is going to be a colossal misplay. If we see the Norscan Ice Wolves steal this objective before the 31 speed Sars can get there, that is going to be probably the game for the Lizards. I mean, they have the double objective cap, which is very, very nice, but the death wall of Norska is very strong, and that's kind of the gamble you have. I know the meta kind of pre-patch was like, bringing a cheap caster lord and abusing overpowered spells like Pit of Shades. But now, like, the downside of doing that and bringing like just the caster lord is your opponent's going to have a world-beating character on the map, and you're just going to have a tiny little lizard man with a stick who isn't going to be able to fight against manticores and all that sort of stuff, right? So Norska does get the objective, but I think Lizards are pretty much dead in the water. Value trading is getting even worse. The Sars barely salvage this objective. Obviously, the Hounds have less capture weight. They have 4 capture weight against the 5. We get some Clever Girls coming up here and some Skink Skirmishers, but this is pretty much GG. And I would be really surprised to see House Cat of War actually play this game all the way out, because it's basically going to get to the point where the Norscan Condom Wolf blob, it's just going to be too devastating, and it's really going to push through all of his units. But I would have liked to have seen some Salamanders in this game, like some units that could shoot against the Skin Wolves and maybe blast some of the infantry with a little bit of splash damage. I think that could have been very cool. But yeah, this is game over. There's no way that Lizards can win this at this point. It's a big value discrepancy, and honestly, the game is over at about the same point you would see a pre-patch game being over. It's the same, usually over between 10 and 12 minutes, but the only difference is now ranged factions and slower factions have more time to try and win it, right? So that's kind of the jam, whereas like factions like Cathay had like a 20% win rate, because even if they're out trading you, they just didn't have time to get to the objectives. It was basically impossible for them. So very, very happy with the new meta so far. I'm surprised the dinos are still in this game. They're basically dead. He's going to be attempting. It looks like he's like Riperdactyls aren't going to do much. Like they're gonna not be able to capture objectives, and they're a decent fighting unit, of course. But that is probably going to be it. I hate to call games early, but we see the Skink Priest dying again. Riperdactyl's going to get in there, cause a little bit of disruption, but like there's barely any capture weight here. Lizards moving across. We see a Pit of Shades going down. Pit of Shades really, really nice on top of the Saurus Warriors there. Should butter them up. And the last of the Sars here are going to be swarmed by the Condom Wolves. They're going to get in there. And even though they're not great against infantry, they still do have 66 weapon strength, so they can get their Pimp Claws in there and definitely do some work. Big surround coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the end here of the Saurus Warriors with the shields. Going to take a moment, but they'll go down. They certainly will. Wolfric just running around being an absolute terror, and this objective is still held by Norska. Riperdactyl's getting in there, but Riperdactyls are absolutely terrible against the Condom Wolves. Condom Wolves with their their claws, their anti-large claws, will just tear apart light armor, especially big light armor, which is exactly what these are with 45 armor. So, yep, GG, well played. I don't see any way for the lizards to come back. Housecat maybe thinks there's a chance, but there really isn't. It's a triple cap. You're down on value. Just everything's looking pretty bad. Ripidactyls are good. They're a good unit. We've actually seen them use a really, really good effectiveness against the against Slaanesh. They were actually like murdering Furies because Furies are infantry sized. So lizard players were kind of using them to protect their backfield. But that is going to be a victory for the dreaded Hmong. Oh yeah, baby. And with that, Subutai is going to be advancing on to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, with a 2-0 victory. Got some really cool matches today. Very, very fun. Excited to see what people are going to be bringing. And we will see who wins between Hadries and Moffat. As those two top champions battle it out, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where they sit. It was kind of a cool build in theory. The Rev Crystals were kind of the epicenter of the build. They just didn't get there. Wulfric was way more impactful. The Bale Fiend was impactful. Condom Wolves were very good. And yeah, that's going to be a 2-0 victory. We call them Condom Wolves because the name sounds like the name basically sounds like a cheap, shitty condom brand you would see at like a gas station on some like rural highway, like Route 76, right? All right, so let's go ahead and do that. The lobby set up for the grand finals. And let me go ahead and invite Subutai. And let's go check and see how the other game is going between Hadries and Moffat there. Should be quite a bit of fun. The dreaded Facebook notifications, always fun. I should leave it open for that game. All right, so taking a look at the leaderboard right now. So Hadries is currently the number 2 player on the leaderboard. Number 2 at the moment. Anticity's number 1 with 2 tournament wins. And we do see Moffat is number 8. He's like down here with me. Yeah, he's got more games played. But he's got a very good... He's only lost 2 matches. Who's actually beaten him? So he lost to Outer Region 2-1, who's a very good player. And he also lost his own. But, I mean, he's been crushing top players for sure. He's been doing very good, so... Yeah. All right, so it looks like he did defeat Hadries 2-0. So he advanced on. So let me go ahead and get him an invite. And here we go. GG, well played. Where is this? My brain just cannot figure this out. And now it's time for the Grand 5 Finals. The Grand Best of 5 Finals. Come on, brain, you can get there. I need to go get some more H2O here. Hadries, you didn't ban Slaanesh? Oh my god, I would still ban the hell out of Slaanesh. Alright, so they're going to get there. I'll give them the maps real quick, and I'm going to go take a quick water break, and I will return. So Subutai, and then we have maps are... Okay. And then, for the last map here, we will have it be on... Great, they have the maps, they're all good. They are all good. Who won the tournament? Were you, yeah, you gotta... I don't want to spoil it, because I'm putting up replays. Oh my god, dude. This weather sucks. I'll be right back. Bear with me. I need to get like a BRB thing. I'll literally be back in like just a minute, so be right back, my friends. All right, guys, I've returned. I went and stood in front of the fan for a second to try and cool down. All right, it's go time, baby. Been some really fun games today. I didn't get any credit on Tavern for my tournament showings? That doesn't make sense. Chicken, shoot me a message in Discord and point specifically to what you're talking about, and I'll take a look. Yeah, and I will take a look for you. All right, so first map is going to be, in this series, it will be Itza. Itza's a classic. It's a really fun one. And both these players know that, you know, when the game's over, it's over here. Oh, that is the wrong game mode. Perfect. We're all set. So they're doing their global bans right now. Subutai says, right now, he's dying. I know. Subutai just shot me a message saying, he's like, my tiny AC cannot handle this heat. I'm melting as well. Yeah, we're going at it together, man. We're going out like heroes. Was it a land battle tourney? Oh no, it wasn't. No land battles today. We have land battles on Saturday, Hadries. Hadries going to be representing the Skaven on Saturday's big faction war tournament, which it's going to be cool weather on Saturday. I'm so excited. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe you played in a land battle tournament. That could have been it. When are you going to create a newbie tournament? We have one on Sunday. Yeah, let me show you. So here we are. You just go to Total Tavern and there's a newbie tournament right here. I'm not hosting it, but it's being hosted by another amazing person in the community who does a great job, Platypus. Just go sign up here. Very, very straightforward. Just read the instructions down here on the bottom about where to play and everything. And yeah, that's that. They happen every single week, which is great. The rats are coming. Yes. Release the Skaven. So I'm going to follow their picks and bans. Let's see what they're doing. So Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, and Slaanesh and Norska have been banned out. Yeah, so very, you know, Tomb Kings and Norska have proven to be very meta factions. Although I love playing Norska with Empire. I'm so happy to take that fight. I played that matchup 1,000 times in Warhammer 2, so I'm like pretty content with how the units trade. Yeah. Okay, so Moffat's going to go Vampire Counts. Oh, Vampire Counts are open. I actually want to see them now. Vampire Counts, Vampirates, and Wood Elves. Oh, a Wood Elf. He must have been the one winning with Wood Elves today. Somebody just was crushing it in today's tournament with Wood Elves. I saw the stats just like skyrocketing up, and I was like, who is this? Who is this champion? Yeah. So would you guys be interested in if I host tournaments for beginners, but like I might not like cast it, you know, I might just do some video editing and recording in the background, but I like just kind of host an ongoing tournament for you guys? Like non-stream tournaments just to play in, because you know there's a lot of times where I'm just sitting around at night and or you know on certain days and I'm just recording or doing some YouTube stuff, and I could for sure just run a tournament in the background. As long as I don't have to like cast it, it wouldn't be that stressful. Yeah. Okay, let's get the scoreboards updated. Yes, and this is going to be Subutai versus, and this is the grand finals, man. I'm hyped for this one. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so then you guys could just play and get reps, and you could also earn avatars, because... Oh, let's go see what avatars people have earned, by the way. I have my free company militia, but I want the greatsword. The greatsword is the one I really want. That's why I need some of you guys to host events. All right, so... On the leaderboard, Anticity is still rocking the Deckhand mob. Hadries has got the Plague Monk. I think that's for 10 wins. Zone isn't using an icon. Come on, Zone. Outer Region's got the Exalted Plague Bearer, which I think is 10 for that. Got Halberds, and we have the special avatars. Oh, I need to do the Meme Conquest one, yeah. So let's go look at the leaderboard and see what avatars people have in general. Okay. Yeah, not everyone's using one. Come on, guys. You need to slap an avatar on here. Oh, wait, the Shadow King. What is this? Is that a Shadow Walker? I think Shadow Walkers are only 5. Yeah, but even still, that's cool. Somebody already got the Shadow Walker icon. Somebody has won more than 5 games with High Elves, guys. The Phoenix King has done it. Wow, look at that. Somebody has won more than 1 game with High Elves. That's impressive. All right, so looking around, yeah. Mostly tier 1 stuff. It's very early on, so people will take some more time. And you can obviously see not a lot of people have played games here. Yeah, this is getting a little bit further down. You can also go between seasons. So we're in season 2. If you guys want to see the previous seasons, you can go here and look and see. We didn't have avatars back then, so they're not there. But you can go back and check previous seasons. So the grand finals, which we'll be having very soon, is going to have these 16 players in it for season 1. So that'll be a big money tournament, probably $1,000 prize. which is big money for our community. And yeah, should be a lot of fun. Should be great. Yeah, I don't know who won that. Yeah, Phoenix King winning there. Dreaded tourneys. Yeah, Pone, I'll have a tournament. You let me know, and I'll have one on a day where you don't work. Get you in there. And by the way, if you're playing in beginners tournaments, it won't give you points on the leaderboard because that would be unfair. But it does give you avatars. So you unlock your avatar when you're playing. Yeah. Vampire Counts versus Coast. Ooh, I'm hyped for this. I don't think we've seen this matchup. It's the Vampire Counts versus Vampire Coast. Yeah, man. This is exciting. Yeah. How would you tweak Kyle's? Probably just cost reductions. Zyphos, he's doing well. He had work today. Like, it's a Tuesday, you know, so a lot of people are going to have work. Like, these tournaments probably only really work for, you know, yeah, people on the East Coast or maybe people in Europe or other parts of the world because, you know, I started it during a lot of people's work days here in the States. But I'm going to have 2 or 3 tournaments a week, so I also plan on having a nighttime tournament soon. So either Thursday or Friday, I'll have a nighttime tournament. So it'll start late at night and like 7 or 8. Hopefully it'll be cool weather too. Oh, you played in a noob tourney. Mystery solved. Yeah, got it. How does unlocking avatars work? So here's how it works. If you get a win, if you play in the tournament, right, and you get a win with a certain faction, it unlocks the avatars for you. So if you win 10 games in tournaments, whether beginner or advanced tournaments with Corn, you're gonna unlock avatars. But how it works is when you report your score on Total Tavern, it tells you to put in which factions you played, and then it like feeds that into here and everything. So it's kind of fancy. Then when you unlock it, you just go to your name, and like for me, I'm like, okay, like what do I have the? Let's see what I have for the Empire. So like here's the Empire ones. I've unlocked the tier 2 Empire avatar, so I can go Flagellant. Let's mix it up. Let's go Flagellant today. Yeah, but you know, once I win 10 games. Yeah, 10 games I get grenade launchers and halberds. 20 games is these guys. So I just need to get more reps in. Yeah, we'll go for the Flagellant today. We're gonna go for the Berserker of Sigmar. So then you just go to the leaderboard, and you can see I now appear as a Flagellant here. So yeah, it's pretty cool. That's it. It's fun. It's like Warcraft 3 if you ever played it back in the day. How you used to be able to unlock avatars. Your days off are usually Tuesdays and Mondays. No, oh no. No, it's Vampire Coast versus Vampire Counts. It's very, very exciting. Where do you report the score for a match? When you conclude the series, if you're playing in a match in a tournament, there will be a button above your like little where you're playing on the bracket that says report score, and you just do it there. And the winner reports the score, but it'll feed both players their avatars depending on how they won and lost. What's the time commitment for tournaments? Pretty long. Like for a big mainstream tournament that everyone's playing in, probably like, you know, I don't know, 4 to 7 or 8 hours. Like if you go all the way to the finals, probably like 7 or 8 hours. But if you're losing in the first couple rounds, whatever. And also don't be afraid to drop from tournaments. Like on Total Tavern, we have the tools we need to just drop you, and we can replace you with people on standby. We can drop you without giving you losses even if you're winning. Like it's fine. It's not a big deal. Dropping in the later rounds is more problematic because it kind of like messes things up a little bit in terms of balance. But like, yeah, if you're not like in the top 8, you need to drop, whatever. It's totally fine. Do you think any faction is favored here? I honestly don't know. The meta is like, oh, it's Vlad. It's Chad von Karstein. Oh my God. I can't tell you how nice it is to not see Helman Gorst anymore. Yeah, Coast should be good here with some of the changes. Oh, I love it. We're actually seeing cool lords and not just stupid Gorst every single game. Now I'm like excited to watch a Vampire Counts game, guys. I'm definitely excited. All right. So, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 1 of the grand finals between Subutai and Moffat. It's going to be Chad von Karstein coming in. Chad, of course, is a very good fighter, and he's hard to snipe too. Like gun lines, he doesn't care. He's just going to get in there. He's going to drop some Winds of Death and some Invocations. He's going to live his best life. Crypt Horrors, of course, recently got nerfed. Still are very, very good for their cost. And it is going to be zombies and skeletons. So that is the main battle line. Classic undead stuff, right? Just like a big wall of units. There's going to be the Necromancer on a corpse cart, stroking his Forbidden Rod very violently. And I don't know, I think there was another Necromancer hiding somewhere. But regardless, yeah, it's just kind of like a wall of undead. Classic stuff. Classic stuff indeed. Now, taking a look here at the old Vampire Coast. One of my favorite factions, definitely in my top 3. Empire, Dwarves, Vampire Coast are probably my 3 favorite factions to play. It's going to be Celestra. Celestra is awesome. She's got Vangeist's Revenge to blast away her fellow undead on the other side, and she can also summon the Knights Errant, which is good. And she's got some nice AoE debuffs with her Song of Enthrallment in those big blob fights. It's going to be halberds, bombers, backed up by these shotguns. So we have the hand cannons. The hand cannons pack a serious punch. Depth Guard are also an unholy nightmare to deal with. Like, Crypt Horrors will counter Depth Guard, but if the Depth Guard can find a fight away from the Crypt Horrors, man, they're going to give a huge, huge beatdown to those guys. So the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. Both sides are going to be surging towards the middle. It is Winds of Death versus Vangeists, and I'm sure all of you guys in chat who are campaign players have a semi-chub right now, seeing a giant battle line just lined up for Winds of Death. That's basically every campaign player's hard on right there. And multiplayer nowadays as well. The meta has certainly shifted. In land battles, it's more about survivability and kind of abusing SEMs with healing and things like that. But in Dom, it's more about like clearing your opponent's like, big blobs. It depends though. Like, the blobbing is more common with vampire counts, but really depends on the factions, I suppose. Like, some factions don't blob at all, but, obviously undead who have benefits of doing so with buffs and healing are going to be very, very much in that purview. Now, bombers will be quite strong here, but vampire counts are still a menace. They are really good at holding objectives and throwing chaff and bodies. But, the Vampire Coast will have more time to value trade them. I'm thoroughly surprised we're not seeing a Queen Bess here. I feel like Queen Bessie would be very, very good at just, like, nuking these formations of infantry, and then you can unsummon it and get some good value and all that sort of good stuff like that. So yeah, it's on, man. Can't confirm. Turin is correct. There you go, man. Here we go. We do have the zombie pirate deckhand mobs going to be moving in. These halberds will also be engaging into the front line. Vlad von Karstein hanging out on the wings, and Crypt Horrors looking to envelop on the sides. So here comes the Depth Guard. The Depth Guard looking to move up. A little bit dangerous, though. The Depth Guard do not want to take this fight because Crypt Horrors and Vlad, of course, used to have the Wolfric the Wanderer syndrome, but now, of course, he has very, very good armor-piercing value. So he's going to be able to trade into those guys reasonably well. Shotguns up on the hill is quite scary. It's going to make it very unappealing for the vampire counts to advance. I do like how Subutai is kind of positioning a Crypt Horror next to every single one of these guys right here. Like, wherever there's a Depth Guard, there's a Crypt Horror waiting with their big bone sticks and getting ready to party for sure. Zombie pirate shotgun mobs, where are they going to be shooting? Celestra is going to be moving in with her ghostly bulk. And oh, look at that. Celestra actually has good armor piercing. Did that change? I remember she didn't used to, but yeah, crazy stuff. Winds of Death going down. Nice Winds of Death, man. From Vlad. It's only about 600 value, but it did actually kill 2 full deckhand mobs. That was a beautiful Winds of Death right there. Now, the Vampire Coast is going to be responding by using bombers and returning the favor. These Skeleton Spearmen getting absolutely shreked right there. These Depth Guard basically just running from the Crypt Horrors, trying to find a fight away from that. But the Bomber mobs just doing the work of the gods here. And a Mortis Engine from Subutai. Very risky. Oh my god, the shotguns! Huge damage in the Song of Enthrallment from Moffat. MLG RTS plays. He used the Song of Enthrallment to slow down the Mortis Engine from getting to the guns. Now the guns are just going balls deep on this thing. What a risky pick right there. We also get the damn Knights Errant coming out to buffer off the Graveguard, while the guns continue to just shoot into the Mortis Engine. Celestra also getting good damage. Talk about beautiful control. That was very, very good indeed. Now on the side objective, Depth Guard just going to be grinding through these zombies. The Crypt Horrors of Subutai standing a little bit idle. He needs to get those guys active for sure. He's got a couple AFK units here. But overall, it seems like Moffat is just playing a super clean game. The Mortis Engine pick against like a gun line, I think was a big mistake. And we see this Mortis Engine is just getting dunked on by the shooting. And look at this Celestra play. Using the damned Knights Errant to just hunt this Mortis Engine is so clean. Just playing so well. Now, Chad von Karstein, though, on the flank has collapsed the animated hulks. We got Crypt Horrors moving in, and they are about to get a very cost-effective charge onto the Depth Guard, which are not the Halberd variant. So these Depth Guard are going to get the business from these big monsters there, and they're going to start taking some heavy casualties from a cost perspective for sure. So Vlad's doing very well, collapsing the flank. Vampire counts do have the high ground objective. They do also have the middle. Value trading is going to be favoring Vampire Coast a little bit, as Depth Guard and animated hulks and shooting here are able to take out the Crypt Horrors. Vampires, of course, sending in some Crypt Ghouls, which I think is a little bit of a mistake. I think that the Crypt Ghouls are just going to get massacred by the Depth Guard, and it's going to be a horrible value trade. Maybe Graveguard Great Weapons could be good, but again, a lot of Vampire Coast shooting. Need Fellbats to be jumping on those guys. Now, the Mortis Engine is dead. Celestra and her damn Knights Errant doing very good. But Chad von Karstein is causing problems. He's gotten into the backfield. Vampire counts do, of course, own the objectives. This one is heavily owned by the forces of the Vampire Coast, and now we get some Golems moving in here, so Golem is on the way in. We see the Crypt Ghouls screaming and running across the battlefield as they're going to be closing the distance on these bombers, and the zombie pirate bombers are going to be fleeing the scene, and yeah, they will be escaping maybe. 94 models, but going to be crumbling. Guns coming down. Huge Winds of Death! Oh my god! The Winds of Death from Subutai. Did you guys see that? Jesus. That just came down and wrecked all 3 of these units. And Winds of Death is a really expensive spell, and it takes a while to cast, so it's certainly very fair. But, dude, these handguns and these shotguns just got absolutely owned by Vlad von Karstein. Now, if we didn't see the mistake, oh my god, Van Geist Revenge, so much fun stuff's happening in this game. And the Graveguard here get pounded by the Van Geist Revenge, allowing the animated Hulks to most likely win that fight. We'll have to see. More Hulks going to be engaging here against the Crypt Horrors. Now, up in the high ground, we do see the Vampire Coast. I love this play. The Salt Lords, Gutlers, with no Fellbats around, these things are going to be able to drop some big stinking bombs here on the Crypt Horrors, and these guys are getting wrecked. Vampire Coast Bombers are actually really good in Domination. You send them as what I like to call a precursor to get over, clear off an objective, and then bring your units in after that. We see the zombies coming in, we see the animated Hulks, and the Salt Lord Scuttlers are really doing an excellent job. No Fellbats being summoned to counter them, surprisingly. Now, middle objective is owned by Vampire Count. Side objective is owned by Ye Old Vampire Coast. Shotgun still shooting in, and the shotgun mobs just do so much damage. If you get close quarters with the shotgun mobs and let them blast into SEMs, monsters, whatever, these things are just going to take you to Poundland, or if you're in the UK, they're going to be stretching your pound. Whatever works best for you. Now, more Bomber Bats coming in. So the Deckhand Bombers, man, we're really seeing some MLG plays here from Vampire Coast, but also Subutai has been having really good pressure with Vlad, and his wind spells have been excellent, but I feel like Vampire Counts are kind of running out of steam a little bit. Oh my god, Chadgeist Revenge! There's a lot of vampires here! Oh, the skeletons got wrecked, and it also nails the Direwolves running by, dude. Oh my god, that is so good. It hit those units. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but it seems like Moffat's playing like a machine here. Like, the timing of his spells and abilities have been very good. Of course, Subutai is not out of this game yet. Looking at the value differential, though, it's pretty substantial. I don't think a lot of healings come into play. We get Direwolves versus Scurvy Dogs. Both of them are pretty beat up. And I think Vampire Coast is going to take this objective. We do get the Crypt Ghouls fighting Deckhand Mobs, but the Deckhand Mobs should be able to defeat them after the Bombers have had their way. And they're going to be moving on over here to objective number 1. Well, the Vampire Counts continue to scrap here, but yeah, it's looking like Subutai is kind of running out of steam. We see a big value differential. Sloster's Vangeist have been very good. The Bomber Mobs have been excellent. The Bomb Bats have also been really good at clearing the sides. Vlad, of course, is a menace and incredibly tough to kill, and honestly, there's not a whole lot here that is really going to be any good at killing Vlad. Like, he's just going to be very tough to remove, but yeah, I think Vampire Coast has probably got this one. It's hard to say. The points do favor the Vampire Counts, but you can see all 3 objectives are looking to go to the Vampire Coast. Although, yeah, and the Depth Guard are still going. Look at these badass just Vampire Berserkers. They're going to be moving into the back, and they're for sure going to be karate chopping these guys. So, good night, sweet princes. These Zombos will be missed as they are collapsed by one of the best anti-chaff tools in the entire game via the Depth Guard. And in the middle, we do see the objective going to the Vampire Coast. We have some Crypt Horrors moving in, but really, Vampire Counts are just kind of running out of steam. And, you know, maybe Vampire Counts need to innovate a little bit more. Instead of just spamming infantry, maybe start using Vargeist and using more Fellbats and more aerial control. Maybe a Flying Vampire Lord to come and drop summons on top of the enemy guns once they're vulnerable. I think there's a lot that people need to adjust to with this new meta for sure. Because, again, if this were, you know, a traditional domination game, it would be potentially close to being over. Like, Vampire Counts having a triple cap for that long in old Dom, it's potentially just over. But, you know, now the slower factions have a little bit more time, and you have to focus more on value trading. So, in the middle, Chad von Karstein trapped up. Side objective, Necromancer, is going to be going down. And the top objective here, which is owned by Vampire Counts, is not going to be owned for much longer as we get animated Hulks and Bombers on their way out. And, yeah, the Bombers are just going to clear out the rest of this chaff. Vampire Counts are desperately throwing just Cav at the situation. Not Cav, but mobility, I should say. Cheap mobility, like Hounds, which is usually the sign of somebody on their way out. Dude, the handgun mobs are just last samuraiing everything. Direwolf's going to get a nice charge here. Could potentially get a good little bit of work done. There they go. Look at those adorable doggos. They're just so friendly and fluffy. But that is going to be it. Those guys chewed up. Game 1 going to Moffat and the Vampire Coast. Times are changing, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire Counts without OP Helman Gorst bullshit. Not quite as OP as they once were. Still very strong. Top tier faction, but goes to show. They can be defeated. So, I love seeing Vlad. I thought Subutai's bombardments were just super good with the Winds of Death. Just super clean. Vangeist were also very good. Good play on both sides. Really fun game. GG, well played to both players. Yeah, I love the Depth Guard pick. I wonder if like a Depth Guard Halberd tech would be really good here. Like mixing in a Depth Guard Halberd in case they do get hit by Crypt Horrors could be very strong. Could be strong indeed. I think what cost the Vampire Counts the game was the Mortis engine. Like when the Mortis engine came out, like a big 1,400 gold investment just got annihilated right away and did nothing. I think that was the momentum shift. The trading was pretty even until then. Like if this had been like, If this had been 3 or 4 Fellbats instead of a Mortis Engine, I think, you know, Moffat maybe loses his gun line, and then the battle's very different. Vampire Counts probably win it, right? I just think that the Mortis Engine was the wrong play, and that was it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. Now we are on to the next match. Let's go ahead and load in here. Perfect. And I believe it's going to be Arnheim for the next one. Yeah, Subachai is talking about the Mortis in chat. He's like, yeah, that was a rough one. For sure. I mean, I understand it in principle. Mortises are very good, but it's not Helman Gorse who can just resummon. All right. Getting the dreaded towel. Okay. Gonna have to wipe my desk down after this. Looking a little grungy. Yeah, Buna's not a bad spell. Buna's good for taking out like elite things. It can be good for sure. No, there's no more come from behind mechanic, which I'm glad about. The come from behind mechanic was like just an awful atrocity. It was a mistake that is best left forgotten. And now it definitely feels more similar to land battle now. It's like kind of a longer land battle with a little bit less build roulette, obviously, but you can still win on objectives too, right? Like, so there's a lot to it. There's a lot going on. GG to those players. Let's see what they do. Yeah, the high elf mage is fixed. It is. I think Vampire Coast is going to become meta. I do. I think they're very good. And once people learn how to play them, I just think they're very strong. They can do a lot. They can shoot. They can rush. Very dynamic faction. They're undead. And yeah, life's good. Turin, it's 10 Celsius colder here today. Max 20 was excited for fall. Dude, I'm so excited for fall. I just want to be sitting here like cold, drinking coffee and enjoying the stream with you guys. That'd be great. Yeah. Come from behind the old Slanesh tech. Yeah, basically. All right, so Vampirates, Skaven, and Nurgle banning Tzeentch. Okay, that's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting indeed. So perhaps a Skaven game, maybe a Nurgle game. Vampirates on the table, Tzeentch being banned. I know Moffat likes to play Tzeentch. His avatar on Total Tavern is Tzeentch, I think. So I think he's one of the few players who... Yeah, Tzeentch kind of fell out in popularity, which I'm kind of surprised about. I feel like Tzeentch is pretty good, but not a lot of people are playing Tzeentch. Inticity is a monster with Vampire. He's you know... he puts in a lot of time training. He's very, very practiced and very skilled. He is number 1 on the leaderboard. He's the best player in the world right now. So, yeah, he's probably going to be a monster with any faction that he practices. Yeah, that's what's scary about him. Very scary. All right. So where are we at, ladies and gentlemen? We continue to roll on Vampire Counts and Vampire Coast. Were the picks for the previous match. Players are waiting on the picks and bans. I would have actually liked to have seen a Nurgle game. I would like to see a Nurgle game. I think it'd be fun. Nurgle is kind of getting smashed a little bit. Let me go ahead and take a look at the stats. So Nurgle is 3-9. Yeah, 25% win rate. Sigmar laughing with his 50% win rate. Grand Cathay 50% seems balanced, which is good. They have their weaknesses. Tomb Kings seem to be a big problem. 11-2. Oof. Yeah, Tomb Kings. Norska has a 58% win rate right now, though. Norska is not like dominating. They're doing well, but they've been beaten. Like Norska, dude, you guys want to see just a rock hard statistic that just brings me immense joy? The Empire is 4-1 against Norska. Yeah, it's great. But Norska is trading pretty well into some other factions. Yeah, they certainly are. Greenskin's not being played that much. I'm surprised. I feel like Greenskins are a really good faction. They can do a lot, but not a lot of people are playing them. Very strange. Inticity showed me some really cool Greenskin tactics the other day. It was brutal. He had some really, really cool Azag play. Lizardman kind of getting crumped a little bit, but again, the data is very limited, so we'll have better stats once we have some bigger tournaments and all that. Nurgle lost the bugged capture weight, yeah, and actually has to kill something, yeah. I know, it's true. Yeah, Nurgle's I think they're going to be on the weaker end of the spectrum. I have lost like every game with Nurgle. Orange Pest says, I am literally 3 of those wins. Hell yeah, Orange Pest. Bring it home for Sigmar. All right, guys, be right back 1 second. Just getting a little snack. I'm I'm back in business, baby. I am legit going and standing in front of the fan in between games. Yeah, I am. Oh my god, I love it! Wood Elves versus Nurgle! We're getting fun matchups. Oh my god, I'm so happy. This is great. If I had to sit through another meta of Helman Gorst rubbing his sausage against Festus, I was gonna be done, man. This is great. We get Wood Elves versus Nurgle. Probably gonna be Sisters of Twilight. Shit. Why not? Just sit and snipe the Nurgle character all game? Yeah, we have global bans. We still have global bans. So even if Norska and Tomb Kings are, not Norska, but even if Tomb Kings are overtuned or with their bugs, you can just globally ban them. So if you're a player going into this event, or any event that I'm hosting, you can always guarantee a ban on Slaanesh and Tomb Kings, which are probably the two of the stronger factions. Vampire counts seem much more balanced, at least from that game we saw. So I mean, you can just ban the OP stuff. Yeah. I'm going to be, when I play, I'm going to be banning Tomb Kings every single game. So I'll probably go with the Slaanesh and Tomb Kings myself. And then the other two can be based on who I'm playing against. We'll see. What do you think about the Bretonnian build yesterday? So yeah, so yesterday I played a game against Anticity. It was my Vampire Coast against his Bretonnia. And he used 8 trebuchets against me. Assuming I was going to go with the gun line. There was some meme elements to it, but he's not someone who memes very much. He usually will do things if he thinks there's a chance of winning with it. I think there was some memeing in there, though, because of his stream chat. But yeah, if you went 8 trebuchets and Vampire Coast came with a massive gun line, you could win that game. But I went with like a rush build, sort of like a hybrid build, so it didn't work very well. Yeah, this tournament's been fun, Bacon. It has. Those two are not banned Sentinel. How it works is when you get into a series with an opponent. Oh no, it's Wood Elves versus Coast. Okay, that's better. Nurgle has like no chance, I don't think. Yeah, Nurgle is just going to get absolutely dunked on. I'm glad he switched. That would have been pretty one-sided. Okay, so yeah, he was actually picking Vampire Coast. It's on, man. I watched the stream and the chat dared him to do it, and he also said he had actual faith in the build. Yeah. The Game of Thrones tactics, I know, leading your lines. The first game we played with Skaven versus Lizardmen was insane. I thought I was going to win that game, 100%. We were up trading. If that game had been on this patch, I for sure would have won, because I was up by like 2,000 value. Do I not have to feel bad when you play Nurgle? No, you don't have to feel bad at all. Nurgle gets wrecked by kiting builds in Domination. Like, you just like get a bunch of missile cab and harass them while they're advancing, and it's like the most miserable shit to deal with. Zotes, they're not super common. I think there's I might bring Zotes against like Ogre Kingdoms. They might do pretty good there, like against the Ogres. What is strong gun? The gun or the magic bow? It depends on the matchup and which units are. It's too many nuances to answer. Magic guns, yes. No, Festus didn't get over nerfed. He's still really good. His Mortis engine is still just as good as a regular Mortis engine. It's just not insanely broken. Oh, neat. I'm going to steal Moffat's Wood Elf build. Yeah. Yeah, Moffat's been quite strong. Moffat's actually playing in the Faction War on Saturday. He is going to be playing Tzeentch. I think Subutai is playing as well. I think Subutai might be playing Nurgle. Let me see who Subutai is playing. Okay, so let me give you the Faction War lineup. We got ODM. We got Razel on Beastmen. Bretonnia by Guac. Vicious Satsuma is on Greenskins. Felcon is playing High Elves. Bob Tresh is playing Lizardmen. Norska is being played by Trader GG. Umais is playing Ogre Kingdoms. Skaven by Hadries. Slaanesh is Platypus. Tzeentch is being played by Moffat. Grand Cathay is being played by Randomnix. Coast by Anticity. Vampire Counts being played by Alfredinho. Dark Elves by Ice Power Total War. Demons of Chaos by Outer Region. Dwarfs by Grombrindle. Empire by the Blood Penguin. Hanadins on Khorne. Kislev on Amove Hacker. Chosen One on Skaven. Tomb Kings being played by King of the Dead. And Zyphos on Wood Elves. And then I need to fill out a couple more spots, so yeah, we're almost there. There's the whole roster. The Faction War's on Saturday. Yeah. It's this coming Saturday. It's gonna be so exciting, dude. I'm so hyped. There's so many like legends coming back to play in it. It's really fun. No. So how I did with the Faction Wars, I announced it on a stream, and then people just started messaging me that they want to play. So it was just kind of first come first serve on who messaged me, basically. Yeah. So Grombrindle messaged me before you Umai's had talked to me, so he basically just got... It was just whoever messaged me first. Are there still limits on the types of... Yeah, so there's really strict limits on the what's it called? On the land battle tournament. Like, you know, we're using the fruit rules, which is basically, you know, old school land battle rules, so... Yeah, the faction war is going to be huge. It's going to easily be like a 5 or 6 hour stream. It's land battles, yeah. It's land battles. I want to keep like a land battle tradition on the channel since it's kind of where we came from. So, and I think faction war is the best way to do that. So, and plus they're all good sports. So it's going to be like more of a, it's like, you know, there's not like a big prize. The players are just going to play for fun and for, you know, for glory. Would Village unlock Warriors of Chaos avatars or Tzeentch avatars? If you're playing Tzeentch, you unlock Tzeentch. If you're playing Warriors of Chaos, Warriors of Chaos. It depends. Yeah, if you're playing Tzeentch, Warriors of Chaos, or Warriors of Chaos with Village, then it would be Warriors of Chaos. Dude, Dwarves, yeah, Dwarf Artillery is very good. Faction War is this Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So California time, 9 a.m. You can do your translation there. So trebuchets are limited. You can bring 4 of each type. So you can bring 4 blessed trebuchets and 4 regular ones. They're different units. So unit caps allow you to bring both. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I brought a build once, which was 2 Hellblaster volley guns and 2 Sunmakers, or 2 Hellstorms, and it worked really well against Vampire Coast. It's pretty hilarious. No, not Vampire Coast, Norska, excuse me. Oh, Dryka, okay. Look at this, guys. Are we going back to land battle? Because I feel like we are. We have the double Waystalker with Arrows of Kurnus, which is a tactic used to snipe artillery from Warhammer 2 land battle. Okay, this is getting interesting here. This is getting interesting for sure. I got to figure out how to use this map editor. Yeah, let's do it. I'll create a section in the Discord for map editing and stuff. We can compile them all there. How do you feel about Soul Grinders? They're pretty bad. The Nurgle Soul Grinder is probably the best one because it has like a bombard. So in the new meta of value trading, maybe a Nurgle Soul Grinder could be good, but yeah, that's that. Now, looking at the build here for Subutai, he's got Queen Bessie. He's got deck gunners, including the Shade Wraith gunners, a couple zombies, bombers. Celastra seems to be getting a little bit more meta, which is very cool. I think Noctiluss is still very good too. His summons are very strong. And yeah, he's got Pit of Shades as well. So bomber mobs, halberds, yeah, it's basically just Queen Bess, deck gunner, zombies. With the bombers to kind of deal with Dryad rushes. Now, looking here at the build here for the hardwood, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Moffat leading the forces of the Wood Elves. Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shard. So they're going to have stock. They'll be able to creep up on the Vampire Coast. We have the double Arrow of Kurnus. I love it, man. He's taken us back to the old school, which I think is very, very neat. And it's going to be Dryka as well. Dryka has Pit of Shades, which is very strong. And she can also summon Dryads behind the lines and really put a lot of pressure on you. I really, really like this Wood Elf build. It's a little bit vulnerable to Queen Bess, potentially, the Glade Guard. But if he can snipe Queen Bessie with the double Arrows of Kurnus, then, oh my god, here it comes. The Arrows of Kurnus from downtown already. And... oh my god, Queen Bess getting hammered. Okay, if that happens to Queen Bess one more time, then Queen Bess is dead. Like, Queen Bess is on death's bed right now. Like, you can't see the HP on the actual artillery piece, but the actual, you know, artillery model itself is now in danger of dying. The double Arrows of Kurnus, I think it takes 3 Arrows of Kurnus to kill Queen Bess. I don't quite remember. So Deck Gunner's going to be setting up here, getting ready to shoot. They obviously can outrange. Subutai is, look at this, he's actually running his Queen Bess crew away, which honestly for the Wood Elves, I would call that a victory, right? Like if they're running away and not manning the artillery and shooting it, then that's pretty good. So the Swift Shiver Shards are going to be moving up. So we have 3 of these guys and also the 2 Waystalkers going to be getting in range to start shooting at Queen Bess, I would imagine. And without Queen Bessie, these mass archers will work very well. We see Dryads from Moffat moving up on the high ground. They're going to move to Objective 3 here. And the archers are getting in position to shoot. I love seeing this Wood Elf play. I mean, Wood Elves had a relatively rough run in the most recent patch, so seeing them do well certainly warms the spirits. Is Queen Bess broken? No, not yet. But now the Waystalkers are on range, and Queen Bess is going to get a couple shots, but probably not too many. I would imagine the Swift Shiver Shards will come in and give Queen Bessie the business. Oh my god, look at the damage from those Deepwood Scouts. Brutal stuff. And are the Waystalkers in range yet? No, not quite. They're very, very close to being in range. You can see they got 190 range, which is very substantial, but you know, it's further than it actually looks. And the Swift Shiver Shards don't quite have the range, but the Arrows of Kurnus will be ready soon. The first Queen Bessie shot was dodged. It looks like Queen Bess is not shooting at the Glade Guard Hagbane tips back here. And Arrows of Kurnus, they're loose. And Queen Bess gets nailed, and Queen Bess is dead already. Oh my god, I love it. The innovation is so cool, taking us back to the old school land battle fun, where Wood Elves would snipe the artillery. Pretty much everyone was auto-taking Queen Bessie, but Queen Bess is gone. It's been unsummoned to get it back in the pool to maybe summon it for later. We do see some of the Scurvy Dogs getting poked there, but even though the value only says 796, it's actually much higher with Queen Bess having been brought down there. So the hardwood is moving up. We have the old archers, and all 3 objectives are going to be going to Moffat. Moffat with a slight misplay up on the high ground, but now he's got those Dryads moving in, so he's going to be grabbing that. Slauster better be careful, too. The Swift Shiver Shards do magic damage. If she gets out in the open, she could for sure die. Dryka's going to be coming around the flank, probably dropping the Malevolent Dryad summon, like right here, and penetrating into the gun line is what I would wager is going to happen. But the archers are just kind of picking apart the very, very slow Vampire Coast right there. So here you can see the Deccan Mob's going to be paying the price, but now we do have the old Shade Wraith Gunners, these bad boys getting ready to put some hurt down. Depth Guard for sure a very viable target. Nice play there from Subutai. The Damned Knights Errant are going to be a problem. We see the Glade Riders rushing to kind of intercept them. And Dryka's also gotten into the back line a little bit. So where's Dryka going to go? Oh, Pit of Shades going down, and it's not going to be dodged. The Pit of Shades is going to be hitting an ethereal unit, which has very, very low HP. And that unit is going to be paying the ultimate troll toll. Danny DeVito crawling out of the couch here with the Pit of Shades. It's kind of what it looks like. But that is going to be some big work right there. Now, as far as the Damned Knights Errant, they do get picked apart, but they do some decent damage to the Deepwood Scouts before they go. Dryka just balls deep in this line right here. And look at this, Celostra is going for the fight. Dryka does do magic damage though, Celostra. You better watch out. Your ethereal status is not going to save you there. And we have yet to see the summon. There is the Malevolent Dryad summon. So the Malevolent Dryads coming in the backfield here are going to be rushing in after the Deck Gunners. Very, very nice. Oh shit, what the hell was that? God damn. A bee got in here. There was like a bee crawling on me. Holy shit, how'd you get in here? God damn. All right, I was like so hyped in the moment, and then I just look on my chest and there's like a bee sitting there. Oh my god, that would have sucked to have gotten stung right there. Anyways, objective 2 being contested, but the Wood Elf missile line is shooting pretty well and getting a lot of damage in. We see a huge value differential, and Dryka is just spanking, absolutely spanking Celostra right here with those magical Dryad claws. Now, we're seeing a big rush of these Scurvy Dogs. Scurvy Dogs are a pretty good answer against a lot of these units, but the Wood Elves seem pretty prepared for it. They do have their Glade Riders nearby, and obviously have some Dryads that can be peeled to jump on those. Dude, that freaked me out, man. I was like, what the hell is that thing? Yeah, the B meta is too strong. This is some beautiful Wood Elf play, though. Yeah, beautiful Wood Elf play. And again, it's just showing that, the meta is very undefined. Like, Vampire Coast, historically, in the previous Domination patch, was doing pretty well against Wood Elves. But, people bringing it back to the land battle basics. So Wild Riders getting a nice charge here, going to just crush all the Scurvy Dogs, and that's even more value going down the drain, as a couple archers do pay the price, but the majority of the archers are still online. And Wood Elves do have a 1, 2, and a 3 cap. And Vampire Coast is just looking way worse for wear. Granted, I'm pretty impressed by Celostra here. Getting some good damage in on Dryka, but Dryka is probably going to be dropping a Pit of Shades here in a minute to just punish this blob. And then Dryka will be able to do well. Oh, actually going after the Deck Gunners. Interesting. So opting to take out the Gunfire. Dryka, of course, the selfless Dryad. Sacrificing herself for the good of her people, and it's probably worth it at this point. So Depth Guard move again. Depth Guard, of course, great fighters. Could beat most of what Wood Elf can throw at them in melee, but here they are going to get shot to pieces, and we're seeing the value lead really, really starting to get going pretty heavy. The only thing that's going well for the Coast is the kind of Dryka entrapment situation, but these Depth Guard, even though they aren't armored, Swift Shiver Shards hit very hard, and yeah, they're going to be able to kind of gat these guys down. You can see some of the Hagbane Tips going to be applying poison, and Vampire Coast kind of just being picked apart here. Up in the high ground, Dryads are holding pretty comfortably. Big concaving archer line, so you can see the classic kind of RTS concave here. It's going to be able to kind of just get a massive amount of volley fire in those Depth Guard. We even see arrows of Kernus coming from downtown. Wild Riders should also be able to do some very functional work here. I think Wood Elves have become a lot better with the new changes, because they of course have more time to kind of do their thing. Granted, Vampire Coast isn't great at grabbing objectives either, so it kind of just comes down to it's kind of just down to a shootout situation in this case. And the arrows of Kernus followed up by, the Queen Bess was the answer for the archers. And with Queen Bess being karate chopped, it just really, really opened up the archer field. And you can see the point lead for Moffat right now is like 6.6. Beautiful stuff for sure. Beautiful stuff. So what would you do as Vampire Coast to counter this? What would be your answer? Probably going something just like wider with like 3 or 4 mortars. So not bringing Queen Bess, but spamming out basic mortars would be probably a little bit more cost effective, and kind of playing that way. Maybe more Deck Gunners, like 3 or 4 Deck Gunners, just to kind of range downtown could be very good. Dryka did get killed by Celostra. Celostra, of course, hits reasonably well. She does have the Charmed attack too, so she lowers the melee attack when she's going after you. But yeah, Vampire Coast basically has nothing left. They're just being pulled apart. This is like just clean clinical Wood Elf play as they just annihilate this Vampire Coast army. We see the Depth Guard sitting on the objective, and though they're very strong, yes, infantry good. But, yeah, that's going to be it for them. They're crumbling down. If army losses did exist, they probably would be a thing. Will Moffat dodge this? No, he's going to take it right in the face. Oh my god, Vanguard's Revenge! The Revenge of the Pirate King. One last cackle. Not going to be enough, though. Does kill an archer, but that's not going to get you back in the game. Slaughter also being shot by these Swift Shiver Shards now. And the side point is owned currently. Let's see. Yeah, looks like the Wood Elves own pretty much everything here. Yeah, very, very comfortable here. Slostra, oh my god, 400 damage from those Swift Shiver Shards. And look at that, the Wild Riders with a beautiful, beautiful engagement here as they just run down these filthy zombies. Great play on both sides. Great play indeed. So looking here, more Depth Guard coming in, but I do not think Depth Guard are the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Though they're very cool. Vampire Coast is playing heavily from behind. Subutai does not know that he has been conquered yet, but this game is for sure over. It's like in the beginning of Gladiator when they're fighting and they're like, they do not know when they've been conquered. But Slostra, about 700 HP, nice micro by Subutai trying to juke back and forth here. A couple halberds moving in. Depth Guard, of course, trying to engage, but there's no way that these Vampire Berserkers are going to be able to catch these missiles unless the missiles willingly engage with them, which it looks like they're kind of getting a little bit close here. And these aren't even the armor-piercing variants. We didn't see Starfire Shafts. Makes me think maybe Starfire Shafts would be the way to go here, considering that they can cut through Depth Guard and maybe Prometheans if you do end up seeing that, but yeah, those guys just getting cut to pieces by these archers, man. A little bit of an attempt up in the high ground, a cute little flank here. It is going to be the Wild Riders, so intercepting them and the Dryads. GG, well played. The new meta is upon us. The hard counter of Queen Bess. Beautiful opening. Instantly putting the Vampire Coast down to like 1600 value. The double arrow of Kurnus. Dryka with the penetration in the Pit of Shades. And then the Mass Archers, once their natural predator was gone, it's like being released into, like, wolves into, you know, a park where there's no predators, right? And yeah, once Queen Bessie was gone. I loved both builds. Loved both play. It was great, but you know, it just came down to a really, really clean execution of the build from Moffat and Subutai's build not quite being up to par. So GG, well played. That is going to be game 2. If Moffat wins the next game, that will be a clean sweep of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The map is going to be, so where are we at? Let me go ahead and pull these up. The map is going to be the Black Ark, another very, very fun map. And if we are indeed able to make domination maps, with the new tools that have been given to us by CA, then I will for sure work on some of these maps and make some. And we'll have a map pack for tournaments, which if we could just, if the community can come together and make some cool maps, like 10 or 15 new maps for domination, dude, you know how much more, how fun this is going to be? Oh my God, it's going to be great. Seeing a big 0 on Bess hurts? It does. It does. All right, guys. Towel break. You know, something I always wanted was like a sauna in my house, like one of those kind of Finnish style saunas where I could just like, you know, sit and sweat. Who would have thought that I would never actually need one? It would just be here, except it's where I have to work. Yeah, that big sniping was very, very good. Yeah, Moffat came out of nowhere. So at the end of last season 1 on Total Tavern, Moffat, like I thought the leaderboard was set, and then at the very end of the season, Moffat comes out and wins just 2 fat tournaments and gets on the top 16. And I'm like, okay, I will follow your career with great interest. That was like Palpatine watching Anakin. And then now he's just crushing it. I mean, Zone beat him like a week or 2 ago, but it was a very close series. And it seems like he's just getting into the game, but is very skilled. And so is Subutai. Beating Subutai is no joke. Are you going to do more land battle tournaments? Yeah, I'll do some. I'll do some land battle tournaments. Yeah, I got to find that bee. Hold on, guys. It's around here somewhere. I'm gonna upload that as a replay, a separate replay, and just have like myself being attacked by a swarm of bees on it. Okay, bee, where are you at? Looks like he flew back down the hallway. I think we're safe. Yeah, he was there. The bee has fled the scene. Dude, I'm gonna go feast like the heathen kings of old. I don't even want to check how hot my PC temperature is. I just don't even want to look. Finland, yeah, I've always wanted to go to Finland. I would love to go to Finland and just like hit up the saunas. You know, just get in there. I love saunas. I used to just like lift weights super hard before my damn hand problems, and I would just go sit in the sauna afterwards and just like, it was like a spiritual experience. You're just sitting there like exhausted and just like, oh, it was so great. So you'd hit the sauna and then you'd go jump in like a cold pool, and it was just like, I don't know, there's few experiences that can match that. It was great. Turn, if you move up to Montana, then you only have to deal with the heat 2 months out of the year. Yeah, we're looking to move in the next 2 years. We don't know where. We're looking at Washington State. We're looking at Colorado. You know, a bunch of places. Add a B to the thumbnail. I know we will. Yeah, there's a lot of fun places. I was born in the heat. I can handle it. The only reason it's bothering me now is because I'm having to cast and it's getting all over my desk and my feet. It's like pooling at the floor, which I don't like. But if you put me outside in like 100-degree heat and had me do a track workout, I would be fine. I could just sweat and not care. It's just being inside with it sucks. Yeah. Oregon is the move, yeah. Yeah, we've looked at Oregon as well. There's a lot of options. God damn, creatures flying around my room. Yeah, it sounds like Colorado is like about as hot as it is here. Like the thing is, like the Pacific Northwest is cool year round, and my wife really hates the heat. So I want to make her happy. You know, that's the most important thing, is that my wife is happy. So wanna take care of her there. Northern Idaho, Western Montana. Never been out there actually. Eugene, Oregon. That's where my mom was from. Yeah, my mom was born in Eugene, Oregon. Yeah. Many moons ago. Any domination tips? I literally get smashed all day. Jeremiah, just watch these games and see what the players are doing, honestly, and try and, you know, replicate some of their successes. Been watching a ton of your content since the start of the COVID times. Wanted to show my appreciation. Keep up the great work. Andrew Wilson, thank you for the 50. We're not going anywhere, man. We're going. Empires will rise and fall on YouTube, but we will endure. We will keep going through the bad times and the good times, and we'll keep it going, man. It's going to be good. No humidity, though. I don't want to live in a humid place. Humidity is like my scourge. Oh my God, I hate it. As someone from Vancouver Island, the Pacific Northwest is fantastic. You don't want to suffer in Louisiana? I've always wanted to visit it, actually, yeah. I've always wanted to visit it. Come to Canada. We have maple syrup and hockey teams. You know what's kind of funny is my dad was a television actor, and he was filming a TV show in Canada for like 4 or 5 years. I think the show was being filmed there. It was like a regular Disney Channel show, and he was able to get dual citizenship in Canada during that time. So my dad had he could go back. He could, like, because he lived in Canada for what, 5 years, 4 years, something. Yeah, so I used to go visit him in Calgary. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I love the weather there. It was great. It was great indeed. Just moved to Alaska. Yeah, could be fun. The Arctic. There you go. Oh, I would love to, like, my favorite part about traveling in general, and I'm sure many of you guys can agree, is just food hunting. Like, I'm just such a chungus. Like, as soon as, oh wait, Wood Elves? Oh, Beastmen? Are we seeing the dreaded Bray Herd? Oh yeah. So it's Beastmen coming out and Dark Elves. Okay, so Beastmen being picked by Subutai, banning Dark Elves. And oh yeah, dude. Let's let it flow. All right. Okay, very good. Thanks, Turin. I used to hate losing, but your positive attitude is slowly. Yeah, shit, everybody loses, man. Even the best players lose. You know? No stress. No stress. Yeah, someday when we're actually ready to pull the trigger with a move, I'll make a post and you guys can make your convincing cases. What music would you put in the stream if you didn't have to worry about copyright? Probably just music I like. I would just Metallica and, you know, 90s grunge rock, that kind of stuff. Queens of the Stone Age, you know, Foo Fighters. All that stuff, man. Put some stadium rock in there. We could blast My Hero by the Foo Fighters as Archeon like rides across the field on his horse. Northern Idaho. Beautiful weather, same forest fires issue as California. That's tough. Portland is the best for every food. You see, now you're talking my language. When I first got to Poland, when I first met my wife and I went out to Poland to you know, meet her in person, I remember I feasted like the heathen kings of old on pierogi. There was like this pierogi restaurant under the hotel we were staying in, and I just literally got like plates and plates of pierogi until I was sick. Oh, it was so good. Like Polish pierogi with it had like onions and it had layered on it and like some gravy. I was like literally crying tears of joy. I was eating the pierogi with the mead, with the mulled mead, like the hot mead, and during like New Year's, and it was just my smoking hot wife there. It was just like the best. Just the best. Oh my god, the best experiences. All right. Ooh, ramen. I do like ramen. Ramen's great, man. Okay, wow. Beastmen versus vampire counts? Dude, check this out. Yeah, we got Beastmen versus vampire counts. I'm down to party. Okay, I have no idea how this plays because this is not a matchup. This was a matchup that was very, very vampire count favored before. I don't know about now though. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a different beast. Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota is a place I've always wanted to check out too. Could be fun. They must have thought you were the most stereotypical American. Yeah, probably. No, I always have a great time in Poland. Polish people have always been great to me. I just, the people there are awesome. The food's awesome. It was always a lot of fun. I weep every time I eat pierogi. Chicago is awesome for food. Yeah, we got stuck in Chicago when our flight got delayed by like a day. So we were there. We went to some diner and just sat there for like 10 hours. It was fun. Yeah, it was a good time. Do a YouTube poll. Winter's the state where you have to move. Oh my god, that would be crazy. If YouTube could actually poll that many states, it'd be kind of interesting to see actually. But then like the problem with that is like people could troll. They could send me to a state that I wouldn't enjoy. You know. I just visited Portland for the first time last weekend. Amazing food. The variety is great. Yeah, that's the one thing about Los Angeles. Los Angeles food is really good. When I used to live there, I got fat there. There was like an Italian restaurant where I used to just like, I discovered like 2 blocks from my house and it was so good. It like just all these like Italian grandmas cooking just like meatballs and just like, oh my god, I got so fat. Like my athletic weight is like 170. Like if I were like a, you know, like a fighting boxer or track athlete, I'd want to be like 165, 170. Like at my peak, you know, but I was like 195 after eating there. Right now I'm like 180, which is like just my normal out of shape weight. But yeah, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. Would Morker might be okay, yeah. I still think Taurox is really good. Taurox can actually kill vampire count assets, whereas like Morker just kind of waddles. Yeah. Hard to say. Hard to say. I think you go Taurox. I think, you know, Blood Knights are actually really good here. I would be willing to wager a pretty penny that Moffat is going to bring Blood Knights. Like that would be my guess. That'd be my guess. If there was a YouTube poll, we would send me to wrestle bears in Alaska. I would get my butt cakes by a bear. 100%. What is 170? No, middleweight is 180. Isn't it in MMA? I think 170 is like, well, no, I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah. How come we don't see Malagor? I don't know. You know, now that like maybe none of his spells are super meta is the problem, right? But now that the meta is like more about value trading, I think, then maybe Malagor could be seen. It's hard to say. Hard to say. What trades well in the Blood Knights? Honestly, not a whole lot from the Beastmen. Like you could maybe get your best bet to kill Blood Knights with Beastmen is probably like a chaff unit, like screening them and then countercharging them with either Centaur Great Weapons or like some sort of a big monster that can fight. 170 is welterweight, yeah, that's what I thought. I think you could take a drop. No, I couldn't take a bear. Oh my god, bears are terrifying. They're so cool though. Bears are such cool creatures. I love when you just see like a lazy bear sitting in a river just like with like a fish in its hand. All right. Very good. I think I've lost like 2 pounds in sweat today. We'll be back streaming. I don't know. I might do like some late night stream in the next few days if I'm playing in a tournament, maybe. But if it's during the day, I might wait till Saturday to stream again, guys. Hopefully you don't mind. Hey, Dustin, take care. Just wanted to say I've been watching since the Haggard No Cap invocation. Wow. Dustin, that's way, way back. Yeah, Centaur's throwing axes are good against Blood Knights. That's true. Yeah, something I just kind of blanked on. You know. Time to domesticate a bear. You know who I want to see making a comeback? I want to see people try and Kislev again. I feel like Kislev is kind of like flying under the radar, like a sleeper good faction. They obviously can't artillery trade super well, but they have other tools. Now, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 here in the Grand Finals. It's going to be Subutai on the Bray Herd. He does also have a Jabber Scythe. Jabber Scythes have what I like to call Walmart Mortis Engine. So you can see here it's the Aura of Madness. So basically, if enemy leadership is below 50%, they start taking Mortis Engine damage. It's not that much. It's 8 to 16. Festus is 12 to 24 for reference, but it's still better than nothing, and it's still a decent anti-infantry monster. Now, we do have a bunch of Gore Herds in the front. It's going to be backed up by what appears to be a caster with Traderkin. We got Torox the Brass Bull and a War Gore, so a little bit of SEM pressure. But the Jabberslythe is really kind of the big centerpiece. You know how in tabletop you always have your centerpiece models like Mortarion and Imperial Knight? Something like that, right? But that is basically the centerpiece here for the Beastmen. Now for the forces of Moffat, who has been on an absolute tear today. Really just doing a lot of great work. It is going to be the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. So Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is an OG. Dude, he's taking it straight back to Warhammer 2 land battles. Helm of Discord, Sword of Anti-Heroes, and Pestilent Breath. On top of that, we do have Skeleton Warriors with the Crypt Horrors as well. Classic good stuff. You know, Crypt Horrors have high mass. They can block up pretty much anything in the Beastmen roster and trade reasonably well against, you know, most things. Very weak against like cheap spears or Ungor Raiders, those sort of things. Centaur Throwing Axes can also kill them, but very powerful indeed. But yeah, this honestly looks kind of like a land battle build. Vampire Lord, very strong. You know, he can actually kill Torox with proper engagements and Helm of Discord and his sword active. So there's some good tricksy hobbitses here for sure. Now the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The forces of the Vampire Counts will of course advance. Beastmen are going to be taking on a little bit of a skirmish game. Really excited to see the Bray Herd in action. Subutai and Outer Region, two of the players who have always kind of played the Beastmen and done very well with these bad boys. And here comes the Centaurs with throwing axes. So yes, going to be screening out the Vampire Lord. A very powerful tool there. It looks like they're doing the Mighty Ducks formation. Not sure what they were doing there. They kind of spread out in a very strange way. Vampire Count's going to be going to the bottom objective with what appears to be a Skeleton Warrior and a Crypt Horror. And you should be able to deal with that with a couple of Gores. Like 2 Gore Herds could probably win this fight, especially if you just Vanguard summon an Ungor Raider. That basically hard counters the Crypt Horror and means that they are going to be meeting their doom. That would probably be my approach with the Beastmen. Like, I don't like the idea of pushing the Vampire Counts back into their deployment. It gives them, you know, really quick reinforcements with Cav and mobility. I think playing Objective 3 and then just playing your home objective with the Beastmen, forcing the Vampire Counts to overextend into your very cost-effective Vanguards here, like right here we have the Ungors, I think is the correct play for sure. So Blood Dragon Vampire Lord looked like he maybe wanted to get a breath attack right there. Hard to say. And the Centaurs are throwing axes in the meantime. Going to be battling against the White Kings and just getting some throwing axes in there maybe. They're kind of scooting up in a very weird fashion. I don't think they're firing. I think he took off fire at will until he could get in range and actually attack the targets he wants. But so far the skirmish has been relatively ineffective, and this is a very common tactic in Warhammer 2. Is using SEMs to screen out skirmishers because they're pretty durable at taking those shots, and he has a silver shield. And, you know, he's good to go. So another Centaur throwing axe coming out. The Beastmen looking to try and pick apart the Vampire Count army. Meanwhile, down here on the low ground, we do have the Gore Herds getting ready to Royal Rumble this. We get zombies and zombies coming out, but, you know, always make sure to check these units. It's really easy to look at them on an eyeball and just be like, oh shit, I can't win this fight. But in this case, it's basically just, you know, some chaff units. Like 2 Gore Herds can probably win against all these units. But the Beastmen need to be really on top of defending their high ground objective here. Now, we do get some Ungor Raiders being summoned out to do a little bit of poke, but obviously the Dire Pack is here, and what sucks about the Dire Pack is that they're anti-large. It sucks for the Beastmen. So even if you try and fend them off with the Centaurs here, you're not going to be able to do it very effectively. So 1 unit going in the trash can for free. Vampire Counts cackling all the way to the Blood Bank, as those Raiders do get routed there very quickly, and we do get the War Gores moving up to maybe come and go after the Necromancers or maybe the White Kings. We'll have to see. A little bit of a misplay with Torox. Like, I don't think Torox is necessary down here. I think he's really heavily needed in this big fight. And now we're going to be getting... Oh, look at that! The Von Hills coming in from Moffat, dude. Giving a speed buff to these doggies. They have 119 speed, so even if the Centaurs wanted to run right now, they would not be able to. Now, value trading is, of course, a little bit even, but that's really deceptive. Currently, the Vampire Counts are dominating a lot of these engagements. Another unit of Raiders probably going to be chased off the edge of the battlefield. And look at this, guys. We're seeing a big, scary Dragon Lord coming in. So the Dragon Lord dropping a nice summon on top of the Ungor Raiders here. And back in the middle, we do see the Crypt Horrors getting space jammed with a Crypt or no, Traderkin. Yeah, so the Traderkin coming down. Did some decent damage. And yeah, they're getting a good kind of volley here on the Crypt Horrors, but these dogs all over the battlefield, very disruptive. And the fact that Torox is parking down here is very rough for the Beastmen. He is really not needed. Torox needs to just get his big iron or lead or brass hooves, whatever, brass, and move around. But he keeps getting baited into this fight down here where he's really not necessary. Now, of course, the Bray Herd does have a double cap, and we do have the Jabberslythe doing some good work. It will be able to Mortis Engine the zombies. The Aura of Madness is currently hitting them, so they're being Mortis Engine. We do have some decent fighting tools with the Gore Herds, and some of the Crypt Horrors are being picked apart, but all those Vanguard summons not going super well here for the Bray Herd, as we see waves and waves of Raiders kind of being summoned here, but many of them are just being routed off the edge of the battlefield. As the big Vampire Lord cackles up in the sky, maybe going to be going after the Jabberslythe, we will have to see. Jabber Scythe is on the run, not wanting to fight a big Blood Dragon Lord, and maybe the Beastmen are going to yield this objective. It looks like they might. Now, down here, Torok is obviously doing quite well. What I think would be really cool is if the Beastmen went for like a back objective cap, so maybe take some Centaurs from this spawn point and just like beeline it across. Like 3 regular Centaurs could be really, really good at that. Granted, it is 2100 to save up for that, but I feel like the play could be very impactful. Now, beautiful Jabber Scythe here. It's going to Mortis Engine everything. Huge Traderkin coming in from Subutai. Very nice. That gets a lot of value, hits all those units, and I think most of them are being affected by the Mortis. No, their leadership is too good right now, so the Mortis Engine is not going down. It's a conditional one, which is, I think, how most of them should be. And looks like up in the top, the Beastmen do have their Gore Herds fighting, but they're a little bit buckled. They're still eager, but yeah, there's good pressure coming in. The Cryptors are doing good work, and many of the Ungor Raiders are being forced back to the Shadow Realm. Felbats maybe diving too greedily and too deeply. Centaurs with throwing axes could probably countercharge them and kill them, but the Vampires are really, really getting a lot of scary momentum. Somehow the Beastmen are still holding on to the objective. I believe the capture weight well, zombies are expendable, so their capture weight's absolute trash, right? But the capture weight of skeletons, I think, got brought down to where it's supposed to be. But this is probably going to be the Bane Batman break. It's going to be the scene where Bane gets Batman up in the air and kind of breaks his back over his knee here. As the Jabber Scythe, the really expensive centerpiece, is being kind of left to its own devices. This is where you need Torox. I don't know why Torox is down here. I think this is a colossal misplay. Like, you can see this fight went reasonably well, and Torox probably didn't even contribute that much. Yeah, he got like 200 value, right? So if Torox was up here, he could be potentially, you know, fighting the Blood Dragon Lord and getting damage on it, protecting the Jabber Scythe, which is obviously a very important piece of equipment. But instead, he's down here just kind of playing in the mud and, you know, doing God knows what. We get some Varguys coming out. The Devils with Swartzoffen. These guys are an absolute pain, and they're really, really meta because they have Vanguard deploy. So on maps like this, you can Vanguard deploy them very, very far up. And the Beastmen backfield is an absolute shambles. It's just anarchy. There's Hounds running around. There's Hounds feasting on Raiders that have been pushed back to the Shadow Realm. I hesitate to call games early, but I think this one's over. I do not think that the Beastmen are going to be able to come back. I think it's a winnable matchup for the Beastmen, but I do not think that the build nor the approach with Torox was the right direction. And the Blood Dragon Lord did get a little bit beaten up from something. You can see he still took some damage, but letting him just massacre this Jabber Scythe, which is very expensive, is going to be it's going to be rough. Yeah, the Dragon doing some great work, man. Felbats just feasting in the back. We do got the Devils attacking as well. And here comes the Gore Herds. Yes, Gore Herds, all the business. Dire Wolves look like they're going to be enveloping. Devils probably going to win this fight too. The Beastmen are even losing the fight in their own deployment zone. But yeah, Torox now moving up. And hey, look at this. I do like this a lot. You know, they're stealing the back objective. In Vampire Counts, this is one of their big weaknesses. They're not really good at kind of playing multiple objectives. They're usually like a big disgusting blob that moves around. So, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. I mean, the Beastmen are up on points, and he is going to be backcapping his opponent's objective here, but the Crypt Ghouls probably will be able to get it. Torox needs to probably move over here. We get Ungor Raiders coming up, and oh, is he going to get the objective? It's so close. If this gets, like, stopped by the Vampire Counts, it's probably game blouses. Oh, no. And it looks like the Beastmen just barely don't get it. The Ghouls get there quick enough, and the whole gambit is pretty much gone now. That was kind of a cute play, because then Torox could have ran there and maybe, like, helped defend it. But now that they're losing it on the capture weight, that really, really sucks for the Beastmen, like, pretty bad. Now, how's it looking back here? Okay, the Beastmen actually have punished the Vampire Counts a little bit in the backfield. Jabber Scythe routed. Oh, we got the Duel of Fates! Torox versus the Blood Dragon Lord. Yes! He's got to turn around. Oh, he didn't bring the brass body. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. It's really good for situations like this. But Torox is going to be getting in there. Look at this, guys. The Bray Herd making me eat my words a little bit as they do start to capture this back objective here. The Blood Dragon Lord going to be descending on Torox. Torox is heavily debuffed. And Blood Dragon Lords have been one of the scariest dueling units in the game. Sword of Anti-Heroes, heart piercing. Traderkin does go down, and Torox kind of accepts his fate here. He's like, all right, dude, let's go fisticuffs. Let's fight. And he's going to be attacking the Blood Dragon Lord. Invocation going down. He does tumble into the back of the Lord, does a little bit of work, and it looks like the Bray Herd is going to be resecuring its back objective. Okay, we're getting a really, really back and forth fight here now as the Beastmen are showing there's no quit in these beasts. Gore Herd's going to be attacked by some Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls, of course, will do very well, especially with Felbat support. So the Beastmen going to have to send some mobility over here, maybe some Centaurs to try and get this. They do resecure their home objective, and the Beastmen resecure the lead in terms of the points. And the Jabber Scythe has come back. Ooh, a breath attack on that Jabber Scythe just barely misses as Torox is going to be doing his best to clear out these units. Blood Dragon Lord does land after the Jabber Scythe, and he gets a big hit. Jabber Scythe does get the Scroll of Shielding from the Bray Caster, but it looks like the Jabber Scythe is probably going to break. He's got 641. He is broken. Most likely will maybe come back once again. And now the Vampires do have some Cryptors and idle units. A little bit of a misplay here. You can see he's got a couple units standing idle that he needs to move into that blob fight right there. Now down at the bottom, what is the Beastmen response going to be to this? The Gore Herds are fighting. They have 1 leadership, and these guys do have 175 kills, most of which is against shitty chaff units. And Gore Herds are, probably going to win against Cryptools, maybe in a purely healthy fight, although it's hard to say. Gore Herds do hit very hard and have a great charge bonus. I think a lot of it depends on the charge, for sure. But Torox diving, and he is kind of bullying this Blood Dragon Lord away a little bit, showing that he is indeed the Brass Bull. His back objective, firmly controlled by the Beastmen. Bottom objective is owned by the Vampire Counts, but if the Beastmen can get some mobility there quickly to secure that, I think they'll be in okay shape. But if they let the Vampires take it, it might be relatively hard to kind of wrestle that one. So the Jabber Scythe is running for the hills, and Torox is trying his best to hold down this objective as more and more Gore Herds move in. And we got a Wargore there, decent little fighter. Vampire Counts not really having to defend their back objective. You could even send some Centaurs there to maybe, threaten the cap there and force a little bit of a response out of the Vampire Counts. Basic Centaur is going to move in, going after the Necromancer, and it looks like another Traderkin going down. So these Traderkins, I'm really curious about the damage value. Torox battling against the Blood Dragon Lord, but Torox gets whacked, just hit so hard by that Sword of Antiheroes. 832 weapon strength. The bloodline of the Blood Dragon stands firm as Torox the Brass Bull just gets bullied by that big Vampire Lord. Man, oh man, that Lord is no joke. I mean, he used to do that in Warhammer 2. And, oh my god, do the Beastmen prevent the cap a little bit? The Gore Herds are hustling. Oh, but the Gore Herds get blocked by the Fellbats of Moffat. Really, really, really good play there. Yeah, the Fellbats will die. It gives a little bit of value, but it also guarantees the Vampire Counts kind of get that objective for now, which I think is incredibly good. Now, capture weight for the Beastmen, their Lord is dead, and the Lord recently died as a leadership penalty, in case you guys didn't know that. And the Vampire Counts look like they're going to be moving in, and it just goes to show, man, the game is very different now. Like, the Beastmen could have won this game with a little bit of cleaner play for sure, but I think Vampire Counts might have taken over at this point. I think Torox kind of losing the duel. If he didn't have the brass body or something, like maybe, like they were scrapping really well. Subutai putting up an excellent fight, showing he is a true Lord of the Bray Herd, but I think Vampire Counts got this game in the bag. Like, nothing is going to be able to stop this big Chungus Vampire Lord. He is an unholy terror, and yeah, he's gotten 3,500 value. Seeing that on a big dragon character brings joy. Hey, Hiles, maybe if you guys start abusing your big SEMs again, it'll work out well for you. But moving into the chaff, GG, well played. That is a 3-0 sweep, ladies and gentlemen. Moffat is going to be the winner of today's tournament. Taking a look here at the stats. We got 3,500. Very, very good. Honestly, the Blood Dragon Lord kind of carried that game. He did very, very well. There was a little bit of a point where the Vampire Counts overextended into the Beastmen defense and kind of got picked apart a little bit, but really Torox not performing was the big factor. Like, Torox and the Jabber Scythe both underperformed super heavily, and that's what kind of won the game, right? Like, had the Beastmen had their big beasts like do well and trade well, could have been a very different one. GG, well played. Love that game. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. Now, that is going to be it for today's tournament. Thank you all for joining. I am going to go take a shower, get all this filthy sweat off. Moffat is today's winner. Congratulations to him, and also to Subutai, who's going to be claiming the second place prize. And that is going to be it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. It was a lot of fun, a lot of new tactics coming out. I'm very excited for the future of multiplayer. We will be hosting tournaments very frequently as soon as the weather cools down a little bit. And Moffat OP indeed. Yes, he is. Very, very strong player. Very, very strong. Both of them are. So that'll be it. Take care of yourselves. See you on the other side. And thank you guys for the donations and support as always. If you guys enjoyed the stream, do drop a like on the way out. It helps a lot. Helps more people discover multiplayer. Let's get those likes up over 1,000 if we can. We got 1,600 people here. We can do it. All right. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to go look into editing some domination maps. And that is it for tonight.